Good morning, y'all.
Son's 26, I guess. He lives in an apartment with two other guys or three other guys, and they got, one of them got it, so they combined themselves. And I'm like, see that, are you okay? He said, yeah, we're over it. It was 3 days later.
It's like chicken pox.
Yeah, they're fine.
Get it over.
He's fine. We just stayed away from him, now he's okay. One, he's 3 corners, that's just up the road, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
That ain't the cabin.
No.
Is everybody able to hear us?
I am, yes.
Perfect, thank you. Good.
It's Lindsay. Good morning, Lindsay.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute it back for now, and then we'll unmute it once it's time to go live. Thanks.
Yeah, I used to go to the mayor there. That's got to be a heck of a campaign running for me.
I love that.
Like, she's great. You know, on several committees, when I was on the city. She was really good.
Yeah, she's Karen Barrow now.
Barrow County. Yeah, because I ran into her at ACC. Yeah, that was, they said.
She's like you, she's done both.
Yeah. Hey, I was fat, up and happy. City, 30,000 to join myself, had it down to 12 years. Now I got 750,000 people mad at me instead of 30,000. It's the same, everything, it's just a little more of it. More crazies, bigger you get. I didn't do well with crazy judges. I sold a lot of newspapers.
I had to promise my wife I would not run for public office. Very, both my parents served, her father served, my grandfather served, all in love with government.
That's gotta be proof. It's every day, day in, day out.
Dad he served one term on the county commission in Monroe County, 76, 78, then got these. Old timers. He tried to move into a county manager form of government. And my mom served one term as land board of education, got beat over quality basic education. And then Dad ran for council in Swanee, and he served for 12 years until he finally found the sweet spot. Of course, his first re-election campaign, he won by 5 votes. And then after that, he didn't face any opposition, so.
I was doing a town hall once, about 3 or 4 years ago. Guy started down out here something. Then he said something that was, got exactly, but it's personal or something. I said, I walked over to him and I said, if you want to ask me any question, I answer it. If you want to talk personal, you and me are gonna have a man to boy talk, and you're the boy. And then one of the reporters sitting right there, so for weeks I was bullied. On and on and on. And the guy wrote a letter to the editor, he was gonna beat my ass in the park. I do.
Y'all got it
For mayor and ballot.
Yep. Well, I never said that, anything personal again. All right, Eric, come on now.
Y'all heard from him? Y'all hear from him?
No, I'll be here. Kind of worried me a little bit, he was real early yesterday. Maybe he had a late council meeting last night, I know they were meeting.
Yeah, they did have a meeting, started at 7.
We'll have a meeting for.
Yeah. It's not on you today. You're out.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
You see where he went?
Makes me wonder if something happened.
Vivian, let me call you back. Thomas showed us, that's crazy. How's the house? Oh my gosh.
Thomas, did you see the email we just got from Vivian? Apparently a tree fell on her house last night. And the city of Brookhaven had nothing to do with it, I promise.
Okay, I'll let you in just a second. All right. Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Got it. Yep, it does. You're very welcome. All right, bye.
They are getting messages that you have another meeting going on. Another attorney in our office, our boss, can't get into the Zoom.
I'm sorry. Let me send
Is there
this.
a waiting room?
They may have gotten, we had to update the link, and they may have be in the old link. Let me send that to you now.
Okay. So, are all the people that have the phone number, is the phone number not
The
going?
phone number's good.
Okay.
Phone number's good, and the YouTube Live is good. Let me send this to you. What is your email address?
It's SD, as in dog, MOMO, at DeKalb County GA.gov.
And this is the info for today. So if you can forward that along, then
All right,
they'll be able to
thank
get
you.
right in and I'll let them in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Real low.
Hey, Chris, where are you? We can't hear you. You unmuted. We saw you unmute, but we can't hear you.
How about that? Does that work now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I am sitting in my home office.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's a partition.
Yeah.
I see it now. I see. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Vivian. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. So far. We'll see this evening or this afternoon.
At least the rain is mostly moved through. I know that's small consolation, but
Well, as long as I live in a very old house. My house was built in 1928. So
it looks,
if I do think it will collapse this afternoon, but all four walls, all four corners the plaster is beginning to come off the walls and you can see the cracks. I'm choosing to look at it that I get a new kitchen. I mean, it is what it is, but I will actually turn off as soon as the tree people arrive. I'm going to need to excuse myself. Also, you all don't want to hear what's happening, but we probably can't be in the house and I don't have any place else to go right this moment until I can get a car out. So.
sorry.
That's okay.
I don't know what else to say.
I am really
I'm sorry.
glad that I'm not lead counsel today because this would have been difficult. So I'm very thankful for Thomas and Matt and Shelley and John because this would have been more difficult than it is. So we're fine. I choose to look at it that I'm still healthy and I'm safe. So that's all that really, really matters.
This whole process has been a opportunity to reflect on those kind of things. I mean, because yeah,
It has. So
back in March, my wife and I both went to Georgia State for law school, and one of our professors got very sick and his wife passed away from COVID. And so for us, it was, I mean, I think for a lot of people for a long time, the disease wasn't really real because it didn't affect them, didn't affect anybody they knew. And so, no, I mean, as long as our families are healthy, all the rest of it will be okay eventually. It's easy for me to
just
see a
stuff.
tree on my roof.
Yeah, you can put 7 trees on my roof. It's just stuff. It's not what's important in this world, at least not to me.
Amen.
But there's a lot of older folks on the line here, so I'll tell you a story. Back in the early 80s, you'll recall there was a plane that hit the 14th Street Bridge in a winter storm in DC. So they were a Florida flight, and there were graphic images of the helicopter pulling people out of the icy water, and a bunch of people died. Well, a lot of people don't realize about 28 minutes after that plane crash, which made national news, there was a derail of a metro train underneath the Potomac, completely unrelated, and 6 people died. No one ever remembers that. So I always tell the mayor, when you think it's bad, it could get a lot worse real quick, because DC Fire had to respond to 2 major catastrophes at the same time, unrelated. So
Incredible.
roof's not leaking, I see, Vivian, so they're hanging in there.
Yeah, we got to stay in the house last night. We just slept on the other side, right?
I bet you
We
did.
slept in a guest bedroom in twin beds, but it is. And Thomas has found me a structural engineer, so I've got somebody coming, at least at some point. So we'll see. It's going to be an interesting week.
What part of town are you in?
Decatur. So Oakhurst.
Yeah.
Moved in back in the mid 90s, early 90s. So sort of
Beautiful. It's a beautiful part of the world.
It is a beautiful part of the world. I moved in before gentrification, so I would not be able to afford my house now on a government salary. But thankfully, I moved in before the house prices went and skyrocketed. So
Yeah, I think that's likely true of most of us.
It's akin to what I joke about with my children, which is that I couldn't afford to hire me as a lawyer. I say that carefully with my client on the line, but yeah.
Right.
Especially the one that actually has to approve the invoice. Who's on the screen somewhere.
That's right.
I'm just glad this is capped at a 2-day exercise.
My parents had a tree fall on their house last summer. And they didn't even really realize it because they were out of the house at the time. And it wasn't until the next day when they woke up and wondered why there was so much sunlight coming from part of the house that's normally pretty dark. Because when they came back to the house, it was after dinner, and they came back to the house and they didn't see the back corner. And my sister and I like to joke that it turned out, I mean, since everybody was okay, it worked out well for us because it forced my mother to finally clear out the attic after 45 years. Because it had 45 years of stuff in it. I think the pack rat in her, which I inherited, unfortunately, 45 cake plates, I think is what they found.
Yeah, happily, I'm not the pack rat. My husband is the pack rat, but.
Yeah.
All right, I see we are getting ready to start. I'm going to go ahead and mute so that you all don't have background noise.
Good luck today, Vivian.
Thank you.
All right. Are you ready? Wait, just,
Let me get to the back wall.
all right, let's reconvene this panel hearing. For the record, we did have a quick executive session with our council before the meeting, and wanted to make sure that was on record rather than starting the meeting and then recessing. We just went ahead and did that, so I'd like to have that on the record. Is that the best way to do it? That's good, yes. All right, okay. All right, Mr. Mitchell, I believe it's your turn to call our next witness. Yeah.
County calls Speedy Boutwell.
Take this off?
Yeah, yes. Talk. Will you raise your right hand? You swear affirm the testimony you'll give before this panel will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right. Would you state your name for the record, please, sir?
Speedy Bottle,
All right. And what is your profession, Mr. Boutwell?
traffic engineer.
Give us a little bit of background about your education.
Civil engineering degree from the University of Alabama. Roll Tide.
I'm done with this witness, if you would.
Master's degree in business administration from Auburn University in Montgomery. Only school was available to go to school at night at that time. IMSA, I've got several certifications other than that.
All right. Tell us about your licenses and certifications, and then we'll talk about your employment history.
Okay. Professional engineer in numerous states, California, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, for example. Certifications, I got an IMSA certification.
What is that?
International Municipal Signal Association. It's some jurisdictions, for example, state of Florida requires you to have an IMSA level 2 certification to get in a signal cabinet. Everybody here knows what a signal cabinet is, that little silver box out at the intersection. I have a level 3.
Okay. Any other certifications, licenses, anything like that?
PTOE, Professional Traffic Operations Engineer. That's an ITE international accreditation for being a traffic engineer.
All right. What is the ITE?
Institute of Transportation Engineers. It's our professional organization.
And you're a member of that?
Yes, I am.
Right. Is there any kind of continuing education requirement to be a member of that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about that continuing education requirement.
We're required to have 15 accredited PDU professional development units a year for our accreditation. I usually get between 20 and 30.
Are all your licenses and certifications current, up to date, and still valid?
They are.
All right. All right, tell us a little bit about your employment history, your background, and your professional history.
Been employed since 1984. Graduated from from college. And I've worked for municipal organizations, City of Montgomery for 5 years. Worked in California, went to the consulting business. Been in the consulting business ever since. Worked in Florida. Worked there for 5 years at the city, in the city of Jacksonville, but for a consulting firm. And then here in Georgia for the last 22 years.
And what has been your place of employment here in Georgia for the last 20 years?
Consulting engineering, traffic consulting engineering.
And have you been with the same firm?
No.
What are the firms you've been with?
Wilbur Smith, when it was still Wilbur Smith. Been with Wolverton, worked with them for about 8 years. They're located on the north side of town. And now I've been Wilbur Engineering, and I'm a member, a partner in the firm, and been in it for 12 years.
Tell us a little bit about the kind of things that you've done, especially as a consulting engineer, and specifically with regard to the last 10 years.
We're a full-service traffic engineering firm. That means we do everything from any type of study, traffic-related, to any type of operation. We study the signals. We do DRIs. We do traffic impact studies, signal warrant studies, roundabout studies. Any type of study you can do traffic-related. And then design signals. We design those things. We make them operate, make them go red, yellow, green. How long they're going to go red, yellow, green. We also build them. We have crews that go out and actually construct them.
Do you make recommendations as to other types of traffic improvements or transportation improvements on roadways?
Yes.
Well, give us a couple of examples of that kind of thing that you've done in the past.
For example, we just did a project out in Conyers for State Route in Covington, State Route 138 and I-20. We looked at doing a DDI for that interchange, a single point interchange, and multiple other ones, and the single point was the one that was recommended preferred because it operated better in the design year analysis, which is, I think, 2042 in that particular study.
All right. Have you done any work in Dekalb County?
Yes.
So give us a few examples of that.
Several studies. Did one in Chamblee, a 14-acre site at the intersection of PIB, 155, Sammy Tucker Road. Did a study for the Dekalb Farmers Market out on Ponce, and have done numerous signal warrant studies. I couldn't even give you the list, but it's over 20.
Okay. And you've done over 20 in DeKalb County?
Yes.
Familiar with the road system in DeKalb County?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I would tender Mr. Boutwell as an expert in transportation engineering and specifically with regard to roads and transportation in DeKalb County.
No objection.
All right. All right. What were you assigned to do with regard to the matter we're about here today?
We were assigned, and our task was to do a traffic impact study to compare the difference between a town center use and a neighborhood center use and determine the impacts to Briarcliff Road from the section from North Druid Hills up to Brockton Glen, that intersection.
About how long of a distance is that?
That's 0.8 of a mile.
Okay. And have you completed your work on that project?
Yes, the preliminary concept level work.
All right. Now, why did you mentioned comparing the neighborhood center and the town center development. What was the property that you were looking at?
We were provided a little trip generation thing from the Druid Hills Manor study that was a 6.74 acre piece of the 24 acre piece. If you assume that Briarcliff is orientated north-south and North Druid Hills east-west, it'd be the northeast corner. And then there's 3 acres on the southeast corner where the Quick Trip is located and the Boston Market.
Okay. And so when you say you compare neighborhood center to town center, tell us a little bit about what that means. What were your assumptions?
Well, it has multiple steps, but our assumption was to determine a trip generation based on land uses for the area. We simply took the Druid Hills Manor study and took their uses and extrapolated them from 6.74 acres out to 24 acres. And the other side for the 3 acres is a little different because it's separated from and across the road. And we came up with the uses for that, and we came up with the uses for the neighborhood center, very similar with the exception of there's no office component on the neighborhood center use.
And what densities did you assume for those various Let me take a look at, let's go ahead and identify Exhibit 20 in this notebook right here.
Is that the black notebook, Thomas?
Yeah, it's Volume 2.
19 or 20?
It's 20. Exhibit 20. Can you identify exhibit number 20 for us?
It is the traffic study that we prepared.
Okay.
There is an executive summary up front that'll help folks that don't want to bog through the whole thing.
Okay.
So 3 pages, summarizes basically what we did. Pages 36 and 37 is the densities we used and trip generations for both the 24-acre site neighborhood center use and town center use.
All right. Did the assumptions that you made about the uses for those two types of development, how did you derive those and validate them?
Okay. We extrapolated the Druid Hills Manor study to 24 acres. And we prepared a spreadsheet that prepared the two uses, come up with the land uses and densities for both of those, and submitted them to DeKalb County Planning and Zoning for review.
And what was DeKalb County Planning and Zoning's response to you about the reasonableness of those assumptions?
They said they were reasonable.
Okay.
Fair.
All right. And so once you had, and on pages, well, first of all, did you prepare exhibit number 20, the traffic impact study?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any assistance in doing that?
Yes, I did.
But this is your work product. You signed off on it?
Yes.
I would tender exhibit number 20 for purposes of this hearing.
No objection.
Okay.
As
All
to
right,
its admissibility, I may have some other questions about it.
Sure. Now, once you had those proposed uses, what was the next step in this particular project?
Next step was to develop a trip generation to determine what each site, based on those assumptions, would generate traffic-wise. We're not talking pedestrians or bicycles, we're just talking vehicular traffic. And then assign those trips to the roadway network based on what's out there today and what different directions people are going.
Now, when you say that what's out there today and the directions people are going, did you do any kind of traffic count study preliminary to this?
Yeah, we did 2 different counts. We did an intersection count for all the intersections along the corridor, as well as on North Druid Hills east for Target, and got the signal there at Target. We also went out and did a separate driveway count. Each one of the driveways to the sites.
We are when did you do this traffic study or the traffic count?
6 weeks ago.
All right.
5 weeks ago.
All right. We're in the middle of summer and we're in the midst of a pandemic. Do you feel that the counts that you used for this study are valid for your work in this case?
Well, they are now. We had to make some adjustments. Back in April, GDOT issued a COVID-19 traffic collection and data interpretation policy. We follow that policy for this. Basically, it's 2 things. Number 1, use data that was collected previously and collect current data and compare that in contrast to develop what should be happening pre-COVID. We did that.
Right. And were you able to validate those results?
We did.
And how did you do that?
We did that by comparing volumes from the previous counts to the counts we did, looked at them, and made adjustments to the volumes based on standards that we do in the practice in the industry, and adjusted the volumes based on what we saw last year when counts were done and the year before, and a GDOT count station that is on Briarcliff, just north of Timothy Drive.
Okay. Where is that in relation to the study site?
North, on Briarcliff Road.
All righty. You have those traffic counts and you made those assumptions about the 2 development scenarios. What do you do then? What did you do then?
Developed our patterns, our traffic patterns, and our distribution patterns based on what was going on, basically pre-COVID. We established, in our trip generation, we have to account for several other things called internal capture and pass-by trips.
Describe to the panel what internal capture and pass-by trips are.
To make it simple, in layman's term, an internal capture trip is you head to a site to go shopping at a store. And you're on that same site, you come out and you want something to eat. You do not leave the site. You walk over or drive over internally to the Chick-fil-A, for example, to get a sandwich. That is an internally captured trip. Pass-by trips are very different. There's nothing on the site. You drive by it every day from home to work. Somebody builds something there. You're driving to work one day, you decide you're going to stop at the Chick-fil-A and get a sandwich. You're a pass-by trip. Those are basically the differences. They're very different, and they act differently. On an internal capture trip, that is a direct credit off of your trip generation. Pass-bys are not a credit. They basically are changed from your destination to the site to you are passing by and entering the site. They're still going in the site. They're just not part of a new trip that's generated by the site.
So, all right, once you've done that analysis, what does the trip generation, how do you derive these trip generation figures?
The Institute of Transportation Engineers provides a trip generation manual, and it's highly standard, it's studied for decades. And they provide trip rates that we use. The Druid Hill Manor Study, the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta's DRI, the Emory Executive Park Study, all use the same process and procedures, and that's what we...
Could you explain DRI, what it is to the panel?
Development Regional Impact. And those, Children's Hospital of Atlanta and also the Emory Executive Park, both prepared DRIs. They are a little different than an impact study, but they still do the same thing. They're more comprehensive, and they have to go, their study area is extended.
So that's where they add to their existing campus?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Right. So, and then did you have to do these calculations manually?
We did them with a computer model.
Right. And are those, does the manual relate to the computer model that y'all use?
It does. It is calibrated.
Now, and you've used that particular trip generation manual in previous work?
Yes.
Have you found it to be valid for the results that it produces?
Yes.
And do you think that it was reliable and valid for this particular project?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Have you reviewed any additional documents or studies or anything like that as part of your work?
Yes, the ones we just mentioned, the two DRIs and the Druid Hill Manor study. We reviewed both of those. Except for the Druid Hill Manor, we were just given a few pieces of that study. We weren't given the entire study.
Okay. Now, how many actual scenarios did you analyze as part of your work in this project?
5 scenarios.
Okay. Let's talk about what the 5 scenarios are, and then we'll take a look at the visuals of those in the report.
The first scenario is to establish the base conditions. In other words, what's going on today and what's the traffic look like. We did several steps to get there. Number one, we just talked about calibrating our models based on pre-COVID traffic and then growing it to get to the 2020 traffic to establish what should be there or reasonably would be there today. We also took it a step further. We actually removed all the traffic associated with the site to make it fair and balanced to both trip generation rates we compared with the 2 different uses. That basically gives everything a clean slate. You're starting with no traffic. The site is not, there's nothing there. Now granted, if we take out the Chick-fil-A, we're going to put a Chick-fil-A back in there. But so we're not removing everything without a purpose. So that's our first model. We call that our 2020 model. Our second model is our 2020 background. Our build year was established as 2023. That's consistent with the Druid Hills Manor study. We kept that so we'd be the same in comparing apples to apples. We got that by growing the traffic based on the historical growth rates in the area that all 3 of the studies we just referred to used as well. We established that as our 2023 background traffic. Our next step was to take all the future projects that are going on today, for example, the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, the Emory Executive Park, and also the Cross Keys High School, which is proposed to be moved. We found out in the last 2 weeks that that's been tabled, but the Druid Hill Manor study included it, so we did. So we included traffic for that. Now, it should be noted that the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta and the Emory Executive Park projects are only at about 30% in 2023, according to their data and information. So that's what we used, 30% of their traffic. We developed the 2023 with build with development projects. So that's what that represents. That's our third model. Our fourth model is that model with the neighborhood center traffic superimposed onto that. Our fifth model is the 2023 model with the town center traffic superimposed onto that. They are independent and separate of one another. They're not on top of each other. So we get a comparison, a direct comparison of the two between each other and what we, based on our assumptions and what we've estimated would be generated.
Okay. Do you think that the, turn over to pages 36 and 37 in the report. Did you, based on your work in other areas, did you think the assumptions you made about development on this, or redevelopment on this site were reasonable?
Yeah, they were based on the Cobb County Land Use Plan, and specifically Chapter 7 that describes all the land uses. Now, when we extrapolated the Druid Manor study out to 24 acres, it actually ended up being about 58. For example, the residential component ended up about being 58 units per acre, which that allows actually up to 60. So it's actually a little less dense than what the guidelines allow. And as for comparison purposes, the neighborhood center allows only 24 units per acre. So that's an example of some of the density and the comparisons between the two.
In the addition to the residential, did you also include some non-residential uses in those two scenarios?
Yes, they are both mixed use. They include a hotel, like a supermarket, sit-down restaurant, fast food restaurants. Many of the uses that are out there today were included. It is truly a mixed-use development, both of them.
Now, does this the trip generation manual, when you do that that analysis, does that have a chart for mixed use, or do you have to examine each one of the uses that you hypothesize on the site? There
are different ways to analyze it.
Okay, and how did you analyze
can develop a site, which we looked at, but we did the units separately, so we know the worst-case scenario and the maximum impact of both to the road. And that's why we did it that way. If we do it another way, it might be a little bit of a less impact.
All right. Now, did you make any assumptions for your conclusions about Briarcliff north of North Druid Hills?
Yeah, one of the things that in Model 3 we discovered is that the volumes on Briarcliff Road in that section would exceed the capacity of a two-lane road, and it would need to be a four-lane divided road or a five-lane flush median section road or something similar. The volumes exceeded 15,000 a day, which goes well over the four-lane, two-lane threshold. So we assumed it would be there for both projects. So either one is fairly compared and doesn't give it the responsibility of one of them to build it, not the other one. So that assumption was made as far as the impacts to Briarcliff Road.
Is there a chart in your study that summarizes those trip generation figures?
Yes.
Do you know where that is?
Table 4 and Table 5 and Table 6 and Table 7 on pages 36 and 37.
All right. Now, with what were your findings when you did those scenarios? What were your findings with regard to the transportation impacts of the two development scenarios?
To answer that question, I want to answer something else I think you asked just a second ago. Not only is the trip generation important, the distribution is important. In other words, where's everybody going? Well, in a mixed-use development, the assignments and the distributions are different. Retail behaves different than residential, which behaves different than office. And we did a separate distribution for each use and accomplished with its practices and procedures that we use. And that's following pages 37. But once we got everything calculated, the town center use generates about twice as many trips as the neighborhood center. The impacts to this section of Briarcliff Road, naturally trips are going in other directions. Down Druid Hills, both directions, down Briarcliff South. About 20% of the trips are using Briarcliff on the north side of the entire development. We found that about 3,800 trips a day would be generated and applied to the Briarcliff section on the north side by the town center development, and about 1,700 by the neighborhood center.
Right. You say that the different uses in a mixed use react differently than a single use commercial site. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. Is that also true if there's multiple types of commercials similar to what's out there now, as opposed to a true mixed use? Do those produce different results?
Yes, the more mixed use you have, the higher it is, the more internal capture you get, the more opportunities for that. That's the biggest dynamic.
Okay. So those are different development scenarios, and you would have to analyze those differently.
Yes.
All right.
And we did.
And so, with those two, with that information, what were your conclusions?
Our conclusions were we got to the traffic. We analyzed it in two ways. Number one, the intersections, what's happening to those along the corridor, and then number two, the section. Now, with the first assumption, or the base assumption that we made, it's already going to be 4-lane. That took care of a lot of issues for both of them. But then when you get to the intersections, the higher volume traffic, and we're talking peak hours now, not daily. As the peak hours come, you got people trying to get out of the residential developments, even though it may be just 5 or 10 vehicles trying to turn left, it becomes difficult to get out. I mean, it's already that way today, and it's pretty heavy today.
Take a look, if you would, at Exhibit 19 in this book. Can you identify for me in County 19?
Yes, that's the technical memorandum we prepared to send to Atlas to do an estimate for cost.
Okay. Did you prepare this technical memorandum?
We did.
Okay. And what are the drawings behind the technical memorandum?
The drawings behind here represent each one of the scenarios we just talked about, 1 through 5, and what the section needs to be in order to accommodate the vehicular traffic demands.
Okay. I would tender County 19.
Sorry, I was looking for my unmute button. We have no objection.
Okay.
I don't see it. Oh, where is it?
That's actually in the that's at the end of the technical memorandum. I mean, it's the end of the impact study. All right. Let's.
May I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So, I guess we're on 19. The very first thing is 2020 existing. You did a study and it is that.
Yes, sir. As we explained a few minutes ago, the 2020 model is basically with the COVID traffic removed.
Right.
In other words, it's less today. It is definitely less traffic today. And we grew that and represented it as if COVID didn't happen.
Okay.
Plus, we removed all the existing traffic associated with the site. So you don't have that traffic in there. It's as if we're starting over.
Okay.
With nothing on the site. That's the 2020 model.
Okay, so it's not really existing then. You've got existing traffic. I'm sure you've studied this intersection before in previous years.
Actually, we have.
Okay. That would be more of a valid one.
And we have one. We have one that was collected last year.
Okay.
And we compared the one that was collected last year by someone else to the one we collected this year. And we found some very interesting things. Some movements were higher now than they were last year. But for the most part, the traffic was about 30 to 40% less if you added up every movement coming into the intersection. And added up the one last year and subtracted out the one from this year, it was about a 30 to 40% difference. Less.
And can you point me to where the impact of this 6.74 acres is added to this? Because that's the only thing undeveloped.
Are you talking about today?
Yes.
Today's traffic was counted what's out there today. And then we compared that with what was counted last year.
Right, and we got that.
Now, the trip generation for the town center, we extrapolated the 6.74 acres, what they proposed, out to 24 acres on that side. Did the 3-acre site separately.
I'm confused. There is no proposal to change all of the 24 acres, only 6.7.
That was our assumption, to compare the whole 24 acres on that side, the northeast corner.
With the 6.7 developed.
Yes, sir. We assumed all of it to be developed similarly to the 6.7.
It's already developed. Read it.
Say that again?
Read it on.
Yes.
You're assuming all of that's gonna be redeveloped, the
In a
Chick-fil-A,
similar
that's
fashion.
all that's
Yes,
gonna be torn down and redeveloped. I think that's a pretty, it's your fault, but I think that's a pretty false assumption.
Well, the reason we do that is to take everything, remove everything that's there out, to give it, it's nothing there. Then we go back and the same development can be there. Chick-fil-A can be there. We're not saying we physically tear it down and then build another one. We assume that it's not there.
And then
What does it look like? What does the traffic look like? Everybody wants to see, what does it look like if it's not there? Well, here's what it would look like.
Okay.
Then we go back with it with all the other developments included, and that development could include another Chick-fil-A, and the trips would be generated in that trip generation and accounted for, and assigned and distributed to the roadway system in the same manner that it is today.
So does the 2023 scenario, does that assume the development that's out there now plus the background?
Yeah, the number 5 scenario, 2023 town center and the 2023 neighborhood center, both would include the Chick-fil-A.
What about number 2, the 2023 background growth?
No. That is simply what we established in 2020 and grew it 3 years to show what would happen without any development.
Why do you
Background traffic.
Why do you take that approach for this particular project to do this particular?
It is the process and procedure we use to do traffic studies.
Is this how you do all traffic studies when you're comparing development impacts?
Depends on the intensity and the level of the improvement. This is a big one. It's a pretty big development, a lot of acreage. We want to know, what's the roadway system look without it there? And what's it look like 3 years from now? In this particular 3 years, it could be 10 years, but we use 3 years. Here's what it would look like in 3 years if it were grown without the development there, but background traffic, other stuff growing in other places.
Right.
This is what it would look like.
Why did you use the 3-year time frame?
That's what the Druid Hill Manor study had used, and Dekalb said that was the appropriate thing, the approach to do, including the trip generation.
All right.
Yes, just to follow up on that, so on page 7, the annexation application conducted by the city of Brookhaven includes land uses for the 6.74 acres. That was expanded to the full 24 plus 3, the full 27 acres.
Yes.
But that was expanded, that was done for the purposes of the study. It was not done because there is a pending application to redevelop the whole 27
Right.
acres. This was for the purposes of the study, preparation for today and for this testimony. That's what this analysis did.
It is the assumption.
Right, so that if you take a look at the proposed density for the 6.7 and you apply that, a similar density to the all 27 acres, then this is what you get.
Yes. It is a picture in time based on those assumptions.
So is there a study that shows what's existing with the addition of the proposed development on the 6.74?
That's the Druid Hills Manor study.
I didn't know that's what that was. Where was that done? That's the one we ought to be talking about,
That's that one.
because that's the realistic look at this, is it
What
not?
we found when we went out, we found a lot of things not out there. For example, the car wash has been closed for years. The Haviland Motor Oil business is closed. Taco Bell and Arby's weren't operating.
I say, but I'm confused. The Druid Hills study is done for the 6.74 acres. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that is a traffic count of what it would be developed as annexation proposed, not what's going to happen in the future if they tore things started over.
Yes,
So
sir.
where's that study?
I think don't we have that in here? I thought we saw it yesterday.
That was a study done by by Druid Hills Manor. Let me explain, I understand the chairman's concern. Let me tell you why we're putting in this testimony, and it's similar to why we put in the sewer testimony yesterday. Because the statute says that in order for an objection to be valid, the proposed change in zoning or land use must result in a substantial change in the intensity of the allowable use of the property. Not just what's currently being rezoned, but the allowable use of the property, which is the annexed property, which is the full 27 acres.
Okay.
And so the assumptions that we are making is that the allowable use of the property is, in Dekalb, would be the neighborhood center, the allowable use of the property, if this annexation is approved, the allowable use is the town center.
Okay.
And that's why these two witnesses' testimony are relevant for this panel's consideration.
I understand it then. The other question is, it's now zone C1, correct?
It's C1 in Dekalb.
Correct.
Yes.
So in order for any of that to change, if it stayed in DeKalb, it would have to be zoned neighborhood center.
It would have to be rezoned to mixed use. Neighborhood center is a character area in the comprehensive
Well, that's
plan.
overlay, yes.
Yeah, and then, so the zoning, the underlying zoning would have to be changed from C1 to mixed use. That was Mr. Baker's testimony.
Right, yes, I remember that.
Any questions from the panel? All right, before we talk about the cost, let's explain to the panel how to read, the visuals that are in Exhibit 19.
Okay.
Why don't you, everybody looking at the first visual, it says number 1, 2020 existing. All right. Tell us what the two pictures are on this particular page.
Okay. It's too big to handle on one section, so we broke it. You see match line A on the right side and match line A on the left side on the bottom frame. So basically, it's Briarcliff Road all the way up to Brockton Glen, Beacon Hill. This is the existing configuration of what's out there today. It's a picture. What the alignment is, what the turn lanes are, how many lanes are in each direction. There's several right turn lanes throughout the corridor, but you can see it's what's out there today, up all the way through Brockton Glen and Beacon Hill.
Okay.
That's what it is.
So what is the second one? And we begin to have some labels on these. Explain to us what this one is. Second page.
This one is the very same thing, but 2023 is showing that what's proposed to be out there is what's out there. There's no proposed changes. Now, we've just spoke a minute ago about it needs to be a 4-lane by this time, or some version of a 4-lane, like a 5-lane plus section or something like that, whatever is approved, to handle and accommodate the traffic demands that's going to be put on it.
All right, you've got a couple text boxes on the one that's labeled 2023 background groups without site. What do those text boxes indicate?
In 2023, the Children's Health Club Atlanta is proposing a driveway right between the Executive Park and the entrance to the shopping center on the north side of the road, and put a signal in. That represents what they're proposing to do and the configuration that was in their DRI. Down on the other end, they're putting in a right turn lane at Cliff Valley Way. That should be there by then, but it is currently not there. But they've actually improved Cliff Valley Way and just put in a turn lane on it, and it is in.
All right, the third one that's labeled 2023 with other developments.
This is the same configuration as 2, but with what's proposed based on the DRIs. These two should be very similar pictures, with the exception of a couple extra turn lanes and a 4-lane. We've assumed here is where the 4-lane divided section would be on. Need to be there by then before these projects went in.
What happens if it's not? Tell the panel a little bit about how what level of service means and what that means to transportation engineer.
Yeah. Well, when we do analysis, we have rules to follow about analysis and capacity and level of service. We follow those guidelines. The corridor operates at current level C or D, but during peaks it gets a little worse, as you would imagine. The AM especially in this corridor, because it has a really heavy southbound movement from Claremont to North Druid Hill. Intersections tend to start operating poorly as traffic increases from other areas, the background traffic we talked about. Then when we superimpose the traffic of the DRIs onto here, things just exacerbate and get worse. As time goes on, when we do this analysis, we're doing a picture in time of what it would be based on the assumptions that we made.
Okay, so does this begin to show what would be required for that segment of Briarcliff with redevelopment of this property and neighborhood center?
Yes, with 30% of traffic for the 2 DRIs and also the school. The school's a big deal. We need not forget that. School's a big deal here as well.
School were not included in the scenario. What would be the reduction in traffic counts, in your opinion?
I think it was 300 to 400 trips in the peak hour.
Right.
And most of it's headed to the school and becomes a left turn down at Briarcliff. That's the impact of the school.
if the high school were taken out, is that going to change what the necessary improvements are for the two development scenarios?
It won't change the corridor, it will change the intersection of Briarcliff and what's headed to the school.
Is it going to change what your opinions as to what might be required in terms of transportation improvements in that segment of Briarcliff?
No.
So with the number 4 scenario, the neighborhood center development, what are the additional improvements that you believe would be necessary for the roads to function with that level of redevelopment?
The configuration of Woodcliff would need to be remodeled and reconfigured. The configuration of driveway 1, which is the driveway between North Druid Hills and Woodcliff, would need to be relocated opposite the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta proposed signal intersection. Naturally, you'd want your driveway to be there and not where it's currently at, which is not where that is. Currently, that driveway is located right across the road from the tin roof middle driveway. That's where you'd want your driveway in the site to come out. There are plans to reconfigure that to intersection of Kittleson, the school entrance on the other side at North Druid Hills. There are plans to realign that internally. The other ones are proposed driveway number 2, which is behind the development, moving it and relocating it and adding turn lanes to it. Also, I mentioned Woodcliff Drive, extending the left turn lane and providing more capacity. Naturally, as development increases, the turn lanes also increase. The need for more length increases. That's one of the differences between these two. It's a major difference.
Okay. And then before we talk about the cost of these, take a look at number 5, 2023 Town Center. Does this show additional improvements on top of what would be required for the neighborhood center?
It does.
Okay. So this scenario assumes that everything that you recommend for neighborhood center is done in addition to what's reflected on this.
This would be separate from that.
Okay.
Many of the improvements here are the same, with the exception of turn lanes need to be extended longer with this development than the other. The biggest difference is what happens to Brockton Glen, that intersection, because it becomes very difficult to get out, and it just takes a few trips to push it over the threshold. In this particular scenario, we're proposing a multi-lane roundabout there. It could be a couple of other things, but again, this is concept level stuff. We haven't gotten to a final design type of level of analysis, but this is what we started with and looked like what would work the best at that particular frame in time.
Oh, number 1, the 2020 existing, is that also in your study with nothing there? This,
yes.
You have one that shows what it is with everything there as it is today.
This is what's there today. This is just geometry.
Counts out, right?
Yes, sir. This is just geometry.
Okay. So is what's there today with the existing development, with nothing being annexed or redeveloped, is the roadway structure sufficient to handle what it's got now?
It's got a couple of deficiencies, but it's pushing it.
So
it's basically
done, there's roadway improvements that need to be done.
A few. Turn lanes, some turn lane improvements, some turn lane extensions. Cliff Valley Way is a major road along the corridor because it connects to the frontage road out on 85, on this side of 85. They're also building, I don't know if anybody's aware of it, most people here probably are, they're building a U-turn underneath 85 to connect the two frontage roads together right at Cliff Valley Way.
So basically existing traffic patterns pre-COVID, roadway structure pre-COVID is sufficient. There's a few minor exceptions to handle.
It's level service D, yes, yes, sir.
What did you characterize the level of service as?
C to D.
Okay. Tell us what level of service, what those letters mean and how many letters there are.
Well, the level of service goes from A to F. It's just like school. A is great, F is bad. It's pretty simple to understand, and D is what we generally try to analyze for, except that several of these intersections out here are already at E. Briarcliff and North Druid Hills is operating at level service E. Now, our rules as analysts is if that's what it is today and we're going to propose something, we got to at least meet that. Then we don't have to take it all the way back to D or something better. We just got to make it work as good as it was working, or at the level it was working before we got there.
So your characterization that this road can handle what it's got today, put it at a D to E level.
Yes, sir. We're reaching the point where it's,
Official doesn't consider that good.
well, it's getting there. It's getting to the point where it's going to have some improvements in the next 3.
It should be at least a B or a C or an A.
It is what it is. I mean,
No,
we
no.
we analyze.
You see my point. My point is I wouldn't consider what is existing is sufficient. If it's
It meets the current criteria,
current criteria of what?
level service D or better. That road, that section of the road. Now, you got some intersections on the ends that are different, but we're talking about the section in
Is
between.
that criteria a national criteria or is that the DeKalb County criteria?
It's state of Georgia.
So a D or better is okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we accept, in Atlanta, we accept E's. I mean,
Well, that's where,
I mean, we,
let's try a different comparison.
and this is an area where,
Cobb, we don't.
yeah, I hear you. I understand.
When you say that's a state of Georgia criteria, what agency sets that criteria?
GDOT. A lot of the local agencies have the same criteria with the exception of Cobb, but Cobb still accepts Ds.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Yeah. But you want to, it's a question of being ahead of the curve or behind the curve. That's the issue.
They clarified it, I just appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, you said that on the scenario number 5, the 2023 with Town Center, one of the roundabout, is when I was a kid, I didn't see any roundabouts in Georgia. Is that a way to solve transportation problems now?
Well, it's a traffic engineer is like a mechanic. You got tools in the toolbox, and it just depends on where it fits. There are some places where roundabouts don't work. Unfortunately, in this area, you know, the residential is really dense and it's up next to the road. It would be expensive to put one in, but you got to have the tool that works for that particular corridor and what operates, as the councilman was just saying. We want what works, and our initial analysis said that a multi-lane roundabout, and we're talking about single lane on the ends, but multi-lanes on the side that match the 2-lane sections to operate well enough. This would operate at level service B. And today it would be an F, but the F is because the side streets can't get out. The main line's working at an A because they don't have to stop. But side street, I think we had 30 or 40 vehicles trying to turn left. I don't know why they're trying to turn left. It's impossible to turn left out of there during the peak conditions, AM and PM. But this would provide them with a gap if the roundabout is big enough. Now, if you put a mini in there, a mini roundabout, it wouldn't work because your decision points are right on top of one another. I don't know if anybody in here has been through a mini roundabout. They're designed for neighborhood, inside of neighborhoods where the volumes are really low. But when you get out on a road like Briarcliff and the volumes are higher, you want to get that thing bigger, 150 foot in diameter, so you can get that decision point far enough away that the side street can get into a gap. Otherwise, you got people right on top of one another, and it won't work any better than anything else. But there are other things we recommended through here. One's an R-cut at Woodcliff. For scenario 5, we didn't recommend that for scenario 4 because the volumes are a little bit lower and it could manage it better. But an R-cut would operate better at that particular location with a signal at the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta driveway.
What's an R-cut?
A restricted crossing U-turn. It's basically no lefts out, no throughs on the side streets. It's a 3/4 access. If you're on the main line, you can still turn left. If you're on the side street, you cannot turn left or go through.
Is that the same thing as a Michigan turn?
Yes, sir. It is. Michigan left.
All right.
That's at a signal. This could be at an unsignal. Yes, sir.
Is this the 0.8 of a mile you talked about earlier?
From North Hills to Brockton Glen is 0.8. Yes, sir. It's about 1.3 miles all the way to Claremont.
Are these, Barclay and North Druid Hill roads, these are county roads? County maintained roads?
Yes. Briarcliff north of Druid Hills is county maintained.
Even the portions that are inside the city of Brookhaven today are still?
North Druid Hills is State Route 42.
Could stay around.
Yes, sir.
And then, I assume it wouldn't change if this annexation went through at this point. Brookhaven has jumped over Briarcliff, right? If the right? Because today they just have the Choa and the Emery, right? So if they come across Briarcliff.
To a certain extent of the distance
Right.
he looked at.
Right. But the road, Briarcliff, would remain a county-maintained road.
No, once both sides are in the city, then it is the city, aside from, unless there's an intergovernmental agreement, otherwise it becomes the city's responsibility.
Okay.
All right.
Assuming the city has its own DOT, then, I don't know. Or I don't know, somebody asked.
All right. Once you had these two different recommendations, recommended scenarios, what did you do then?
Well, once we developed what improvements were necessary, we sent the improvements over to Todd at Atlas to develop preliminary costs for them.
Todd who?
Todd Long.
In One Atlas, what was the former name of that company?
Moreland.
All right.
Sorry about that.
I was not familiar with the merger until recently, so I wanted to make sure that.
Sorry about that.
Going well.
So what did you find out with regard to cost of these required improvements on both scenarios?
Well, one of the things before we do that, we had to look at the transportation plan. Projects were out there, and we found one project. It was project 0789. It's a pedestrian and crosswalk improvement project. It extends from Henderson Mill Road down to North Druid Hills. It's about $8.5 million. That's the project we found that was planned to be implemented out there, and it got money allotted for it. So that's there was no transportation improvement plan found, but that was found. Once we came up with the cost, Todd provided the cost.
If you take a look at going back to county 20, if you'll look at in the book, if you look at county 20. It's on page 63,
I think.
20, page 64.
It said tab 20.
Yes.
Yes, this is just a bullet of the summary of findings. Basically states that.
Same thing on page 3.
Yeah, there's a table in executive summary about it.
That one easier to read.
The report gets so big, you got to do something to bring it down to.
Page 68.
60 what?
Page 64 and page 3 have the same.
Page 3 has got a table. Page 64 has just the total amount. Page 3 of the report is probably the one that provides the most detail.
There we go.
Basically a summary of the cost between NC as neighborhood center, TC as town center. Basically the difference between the cost of the two, what we recommended of improvements between that section. And the biggest part of that cost is what happens at at Brockton Glen and Beacon Hill Road. That's the biggest difference. One thing to note is that at Woodcliff Road, we recommended improving Woodcliff on the neighborhood center road, just adding turn lanes and extending them. But in the town center one, we recommend putting an R-cut in there, and it's actually a little cheaper to do that. Just a little bit, $100,000 cheaper.
Is there any other options other than a roundabout?
There were several. An R-cut. Then the issue becomes, what do you do with all the folks wanting to make U-turns? When the road is 4-lane, whenever that occurs, Cliff Valley Way and this intersection right here will become two locations where U-turns are needed. Folks need a place in there. You don't want them going too far down the road before you redirect them to go back the way they want to go.
If an ARCO was installed in there, would it be about the same cost as?
The cost would probably be significantly less, but it just wouldn't operate well.
I'm talking about the cost of the R-cut at the other intersection. Would it be about the same as the R-cut at the other intersection?
Generally, yes. The right-of-way is different there. So you got to deal with what the right-of-way is. It's probably a little different picture there.
All right, so what's the total cost of the improvements for neighborhood center?
Neighborhood center is about $1.36 million.
And for town center?
About $6.8 million. And again, most of that cost is what happens at that intersection.
And I may have interrupted you. The chairman had asked you, were there other options other than the roundabout? And you got the R-cut and I interrupted. Are there any other options?
No, it's going to be one of the two. It just depends on what we're gonna do with the lefts there.
Well, one would be less right-of-way acquisition.
Significantly less.
Majority of the cost there, so.
There's a lot of things to consider there, and like that, this is all concept level. We didn't get into tax maps and start looking at right away, and if we get, find the rules of when you gotta take a house and when you can't.
Yeah.
We didn't get into any of that. We just generally what would work operationally.
Did these costs that you, generated, did those include the design work?
Yes,
Did it include also an estimate of right-of-way acquisition cost?
I believe it did, yes. Now, Todd and them did that. They did that, that's their experience. It does not include utility relocation costs.
Have you used, one outlet before to do this kind of estimating work?
Yes.
Generally been reliable in the
Oh,
work
yeah.
it's given you? I don't have any further questions.
Anyone else from panel before I turn it over to the city?
I do have some questions for this witness.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ash, your turn.
All right, thank you. Hi, good morning, Mr. Boutwell. My name's Robbie Ash. How are you?
Morning, good to see you.
Likewise. What, if you can you quickly describe what publications you use to perform your analysis? What manuals?
The Institute of Transportation Engineers, the Trip Generation Guidelines, public as the 10th edition. That's the current edition.
Okay.
And that probably constitutes about half of the work we've done following those guidelines. Also, it has a handbook. ITE has a handbook, trip distribution. And in that handbook we use to determine that, like I said, we had 3 different distributions for this project, one for retail, one for office, and one for residential.
Okay, so did you use anything specific to mixed use traffic? Like something by the Urban Lands Institute? Are you familiar with them?
Yes, I am, but we used ITE, which a lot of their information comes from them.
Okay. You talked some about the Druid Manor study. That was done by a firm called NV5, right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. And the Druid Manor study was a study of just the 6.74 acres, not the entire 27. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
And that's because
we didn't get the whole thing.
Okay. And the Druid Manor study did not say that it was a study for the whole 27 acres, did it?
6.74 acres.
Okay. And the Druid Manor study did not say that there was going to be any redevelopment of anything other than the 6.74 acres, did it?
Well, I didn't have the whole study. I just had pieces of the study.
Okay.
So I didn't have the entire study.
In any of the pieces you were given by the county to review, did it say that there was going to be redevelopment of anything other than the 6.74 acres?
No, sir.
Thank you. So who told you to take the 6.74 acres and extrapolate it across the whole 27 acres? Is that the county?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And for your work, you assumed that all 27 acres would be redeveloped by 2023 because the NV5 study said that the 6.74 acre project would be redeveloped by 2023. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you assumed that the whole 27 acres would use the same ratio of land uses that the 6.74 acre proposal uses, correct?
Yes.
But sitting here today, you can't point to anything that says there's going to be any proposed redevelopment of the 21 acres apart from the 6.74 acres, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you were hired for this matter, you were hired by Mr. Mitchell, is that right? Or Mr. Mitchell's firm?
Correct.
And it was clear to you that when you were hired and subsequently that the county opposes this annexation and your job was to help them oppose this annexation, right?
No, sir. No, our study is neutral. We just did it based on the assumptions we made, that we discussed.
Do you know that the county opposes this annexation?
I didn't know. My job was to do the study.
Okay. So the county,
Assuming they're opposing, that's why we're here.
Okay. So you do understand that the reason we're here is that the county is contesting this annexation, right?
Yes, sir, I do.
And the reason they hired you was to help them contest this annexation, right?
They didn't tell me that. They just
Okay.
said they wanted to study.
Fair enough. Fair enough. On one of the things you did to determine the traffic rate was to look at to determine a traffic growth factor. Is that right?
Correct.
And on page 27 of your report, you note that the CHOA and Emory DRIs used a 0.5% growth rate for the area because it's what Greta approved for the area, right?
Correct.
Okay, but you created a new growth rate for your study of Briarcliff rather than using the one Greta approved, correct?
Yes.
And the growth rate you created was double what Greta had approved for the area, right?
It was 1%. We came up with 0.88.
Yeah, so it was, and that's 1% is double 0.5, right?
It ends up being a growth factor of 1.03 versus 1.15.
Okay. And the way to do that, the way you created your own growth rate was to use data from 4 permanent count stations in the area, 2 on North Druid Hills Road and 2 on Briarcliff, right?
Correct.
Okay. Lindsay, would you pull up page 30 of his report, please? And so this is your table of what the 4 count stations in the area demonstrated, right?
Yes, sir. This is a table of the average 5 and 10-year trends.
Okay.
Those are trend lines.
And the 2 of these that are on North Druid Hills are 3136 and 3689, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And the 2 stations that were on Briarcliff, which was the road your study was on, was 3667 and 3134, right?
Yeah, 3667 is north and 3134 is south.
So 3667 is the only one of the traffic count stations that was in the part of Briarcliff you were hired to study, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the other portion of Briarcliff, 3134, it actually showed year-over-year declines in traffic, right?
Well, it depends on, you got to use the counted stations, not the ones that were estimated. But
Okay.
it did show a reduction in traffic.
3134 shows both over the 5-year period and the 10-year period a year-over-year decline in traffic, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so the 2 Briarcliff counts show either no growth, which is 3667, or negative growth, which is 3134, right?
Correct.
But rather than just use the Briarcliff numbers, you added the North Druid Hills numbers and created a new growth rate for Briarcliff that is double what was used in the DRIs approved by Greta, right?
Correct.
Okay. The study area for your study was just Briarcliff, right? Up from North Druid Hills Road up to Brockton Glen Beacon Hill. Is that right?
That was the focus of the transportation improvements, but the study involved North Druid Hills as well. And when we develop a growth rate, it has.
I'm sorry.
It has to be.
I think I was asking a different question, but go ahead and finish your. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
The answer was yes to your question.
Okay, sorry. Did you take your study all the way up to Claremont Road on Briarcliff?
We stopped at Brockton Glen and Beacon Hill.
Okay, so you didn't study the Claremont intersection?
No, sir.
Okay. Did the county tell you they're negotiating with a developer to build several hundred apartments and retail at the Claremont and Briarcliff intersection?
No, sir.
Okay. Lindsay, would you pull up page 2 of his report, please? I want to look at the paragraph that starts with "since the addition." That's a kind of the start of the second half, yeah. And there's a sentence in here that a 4-lane divided or 5-lane flush section would be provided. It was assumed, I'm sorry, it was assumed for the purposes of this traffic study. I think you talked about this with Mr. Mitchell. Is that right?
Yes.
And so in layman's terms, am I right that what you're saying is because of Choa and Emory, Briarcliff already needs to be 4 lanes regardless of any redevelopment? That's what this means, right?
That traffic we assessed for 2023 is only 30% of what they're proposing. So they've got 70% of their traffic coming. Of course, that's distributed over the whole area. So they can contribute a significant amount of traffic to Briarcliff Road, especially to Cliff Valley Way.
Sure, and that's coming whether there's any redevelopment on any of the annexation parcel, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's because it'll already have more than 15,000 trips per day, and so that trips the threshold for going to 4 lanes, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but that piece of Briarcliff isn't a 4-lane or 5-lane flush section now, is it?
No, sir.
Okay, so the assumption is that the road will be widened by 2023, even though it hasn't been widened, right?
For the purpose of this study, we assume that, yes.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I'm not trying to hold you to account for it. I'm just trying to figure out apples to apples. Were you told by anyone at the county that they intend to widen Briarcliff to 4 lanes in the next year or two? I'm sorry, was that a no?
Okay. No, sir.
Okay. Have you seen any evidence that the county intends to make that improvement?
No, sir.
Are you aware that the county's been talking about doing that for more than a decade?
No, sir.
Okay. I think we just talked about this, but the second sentence of this paragraph, the additional developments after 2023 of both Choa and Emory at Executive Park will require additional improvements, but it's not the subject of this traffic study. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And this is what you were just talking about, that your study at 2023 only assumes 30% development of Choa and Emory, right?
Per their DRIs.
Yeah, right. And so after 2023, when the rest of that 70% comes online, that's going to be significant amounts more traffic for this whole area, right?
According to their DRI.
Yeah, well, and I mean, if it's 10,000 jobs, that makes sense to you, right?
Yes.
And those traffic consequences will ultimately be far larger than the traffic consequences of redevelopment on the 6.74 acres, right?
Relatively speaking, yes.
Okay. Let me talk about the relationship. If I say the related proposal, can we understand that I mean the actual proposal to redevelop the 6.74 acres? Is that okay?
Sure.
Just so we're all talking about the same thing. Your analysis is for the entire 24 acres on the north side of North Druid Hills and the 3 acres on the south side of the street, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you did not perform an analysis of what the traffic consequences are for just the construction of the related proposal on the 6.74 acres, right?
Correct.
And you're not expressing any opinion about what that would be, correct?
No, other than using that data to extrapolate it out, no.
Fair enough. On page 5, Lindsay, would you pull up page 5, please? Actually, I'm sorry, Lindsay, would you pull up page 36? Here's table 4. This is your extrapolation for the related plan over the 24 acres. Am I correct about that?
No, sir. That's table 6.
No,
this is the neighborhood center.
Yeah. No, I'm all right.
Table 6 is the one I'm looking for.
All right. Sorry, Lindsay, let's go to page 37, which is table 6, please. So this is the extrapolation of the related proposal across the 24 acres, right?
Correct.
Okay. And on this, the last line item is a fast food restaurant for 14,000 square feet, right?
Correct.
And there's no fast food restaurant in the related plan, right?
In the related plan, what are you referring to?
The 6.74 acres. There'll be no fast food on that site plan, right?
Don't know. It could be. They've got a use in there that could be either way.
Okay. So did the
This-
county
this-
not
this-
give you a site plan for the actual related proposal?
It says restaurant, 10,000 square feet.
Okay. And did anyone say that related is going to be, or sorry, let me ask a foundation question. Did a fast food restaurant generates a heck of a lot more traffic than a sit-down restaurant, right?
Yes, you can see them side by side right there.
Yeah, so,
932 versus 934.
okay, so if the assumption is for fast food, but the reality is for sit-down restaurant, the reality would be lower traffic than this, right?
If that's what it was. But one of the benefits that we're missing here is the fast food also generates a lot of pass-by trips,
Fair enough.
where a sit-down restaurant does not.
Fair enough. Lindsay, would you pull up page 36, please? The second paragraph. This is, describes the methodology.
International transportation.
This describes the methodology used. You mentioned the 10th edition of the ITE manual. The
Yes, sir.
second, and I think you touched on this with Mr. Mitchell, that the trip generation publication, you said, uses multiple associated trip rates for each listed land use. And you chose in your modeling to use the rate that resulted in the larger trip generation for this study, right?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask quickly about the recommendations on page 68, the way you finished with Mr. Mitchell. Specifically, the multi-lane roundabout. That's the that Brockton Glen Beacon Hill intersection is at the north end of your analysis, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's actually closer to Claremont than it is to North Druid Hills, right?
Correct.
Okay. And this is only required, according to your analysis, if the entire 27 acres is developed to town center density levels, right?
Yes.
Okay. The cost of installing a traffic light is much lower than a traffic circle, typically, right?
Typically, yes.
And generally, traffic signals and roundabouts achieve materially similar results, right?
No. Crash rates are lower in roundabouts,
Okay.
and we need to think about those as well.
Did you do the capacity calculations for a traffic light intersection here instead of a roundabout?
We looked at several different things, R-cut being one. We looked at a signal, but the roundabout worked the best.
Okay.
It produced the best results.
But a signal would cost $250,000 as opposed to 4.6 million, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But however, there will be right-of-way impacts with a signal as well.
Fair enough. But they won't be as big as they would be with a roundabout.
They shouldn't be, but I don't know. We didn't
Right.
get that deep into that particular scenario.
That's fair. You didn't go tromping around in those people's front yards.
No, sir.
I don't blame you. Are you familiar with the term tax allocation district?
Yes, sir. TADS?
And do you understand that they're intended to capture tax dollars from redevelopment to help pay for infrastructure?
Yes, sir.
Like road improvements, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that there is a live TAD that covers the area in question?
No, sir.
Okay. So if I ask if tax dollars from those new property values generated by the redevelopment would go to the county to pay for infrastructure here, you don't have any knowledge of that?
No, sir.
Nobody at the county told you that they would be getting the tax dollars after the redevelopment into the TAD?
No, sir.
Okay. does it seem to you, in your opinion, that it would be double dipping for the county to try and get paid at the front end and then collect the tax dollars for the same improvements on the back end?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm just an engineer.
Fair enough. I appreciate your time today. I don't have any more questions.
Sir.
Budget linear redirection.
Just a few. How much, if you implemented the fix at Brockton as a traffic light, what was the cost of that?
Well, like he said, it'd be about 250 to 300,000 for the design and construction, but there's going to be right-of-way implications. I wouldn't know what they would be. I know we've looked at the roundabout, but it should be less than a roundabout.
Okay. Mr. Ash asked you some questions about why you chose the traffic growth rate that you did. Would you explain to the panel why you chose the one that you did?
Well, we have a process for collecting and doing that, and we didn't want to underestimate the traffic. And we're looking for a growth rate for the area, not just that road, but the entire area. If we used a smaller growth rate, then it underestimates what's happening at Briarcliff and North Druid Hills. On Briarcliff, we're talking about probably 100 extra trips a day. So it didn't really make that much a difference anyway.
Okay. That's all I have.
Chairman, Mr. Ash asked you about if you have any knowledge of the county's plans to improve Briarcliff, changing from 2 to 4 lanes, that sort of thing. And I think you said you weren't aware of any plans that they had. In fact, I think you said that you had done a search to see if there were any existing Dekalb DOT projects in that corridor, and the only one you could find was a pedestrian improvement.
Yes,
project.
The transportation plan.
You're looking at the transportation plan. So when you look to say are there any current plans, the only thing you could find was a pedestrian improvement plan for that corridor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's what we found.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Anything else?
Thank you for your time today, Mr. Boutwell.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Why did you assume that the 4-laning would be done for all these scenarios?
Because it looked like the volume would exceed the 2-lane threshold before either one of these came in. In other words, the volume is almost there, and with the 2 DRIs and the school, it would push it over that threshold.
So was it to compare apples to apples?
Yes, sir.
What would be required?
It was to make it fair to both of those so that you don't make it the responsibility of one over the other one. So that would be a significant cost.
That's all I've got.
I'm sorry, I think there's one point of clarification, please. Did you say in Brookhaven, that major road is Highway?
North Druid Hills, State Route 42.
State Route 42.
Yes, sir.
And on the other side of Briarcliff, the state is taking care of that, right? As far as costs, is that correct? Improvement or?
Are you talking about Druid Hill, North Druid Hills? Or are we talking about Briarcliff?
North Druid Hills.
On the east or west side? Toward the interstate or toward Target?
On the west side.
I don't know if the city is responsible for that or if DOT is doing that. But if it's GDOT's road, GDOT is responsible for it. But in some
highway, is that correct?
North Druid Hills between 85 and Briarcliff is State Route 42.
Below that, it's not? I think it is.
Well, Briarcliff, my understanding is Briarcliff, south of North Druid Hills towards Atlanta, is also State Route 42.
Absolutely.
It turns.
I think it turns.
I believe that to be correct as well, although I don't play traffic engineer either, so.
The point is, neither you know whether or not the state take care of that state road in Brookhaven. Is that correct?
I don't know that we've got the transportation improvement plan or the data in here. There is a project number assigned to a widening of State Route 42.
Okay.
And plus,
And on the other side, now, DeKalb County is paying for that improvements, or do they get any funds from the state, to your knowledge?
you mean, are you talking about?
On the east side of 85.
East side of Briarcliff. Wait, you're saying it's not a state route?
It doesn't become, it's no longer a state route at that point?
No, it goes south, not north, I think.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's not a state route.
Yeah, but don't comment tonight.
I actually think our next witness could testify to that if you want.
Okay,
All right.
okay. I'm just curious as to where the cost is coming from, that's all.
Okay.
If there is improvement.
Strat, I mean, Mitchell, are you done, or you?
I'm done.
Okay, ready to go? Thank you, Mr. Butler. Great job, thank you, sir. Very impressive.
No.
Thank you, Speedy.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, begin our case?
Yes.
All right, the city
Yes,
called.
I thought Ms. Ash got in there. All right, go ahead, sir. I didn't realize who was doing it. Go ahead.
All right, I just didn't want to make sure I was not stepping over the county's toes. The county had in fact.
County had pressed it, sir, so it's your turn.
Thank you. I didn't hear that part because of all the other noise. The city calls city manager Christian Sigmund, who just stepped out of the front. There he is. He's back. All right, Mr. Sigmund, can I ask you to raise your right hand and take the oath, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, would you introduce yourself to the panel, please?
Christian Sigmund, city manager of Brookhaven, Georgia.
All right, and under Brookhaven's charter, you are the chief operating officer for the city, is that right?
Correct.
And that makes you in charge of all the day-to-day operations as well?
Correct, with the advice and council approval.
We all work at the pleasure of the council. You came to Brookhaven from Hamilton County, Ohio, is that right?
Correct, which is the county for Cincinnati.
Right, and tell us about your job responsibilities in Hamilton County, please.
Most recently, I was the county administrator for 5 years and the CFO for 5 years previous to that. So that's 10 years with the county. Just a little background on the county. Hamilton County is 400 square miles, 800,000 population, not dissimilar to Dekalb in sewer issues. So lots of experience there.
And before you were in Hamilton County, you worked for the city of Cincinnati?
Correct. I was the budget director for the city of Cincinnati for 3 years.
Okay. And before moving your family to Ohio, where were you employed?
With the District of Columbia as the director of strategic budgeting.
Okay. You gave us the size of Hamilton County, Ohio. What is the size, both in area and population, of Brookhaven?
Brookhaven is approximately 12 square miles and 54,000 people.
And what's the city's annual operating budget?
Operating budget in the general fund is approximately $27 million.
Okay. And as I recall, you came to Brookhaven in, was it April of 2016? Is that right?
April, May 2016, yes.
Okay. And that meant that you were not around for the incorporation battle. Is that true?
True, nor the initial annexation across 85.
Okay. But that battle influences current situations that battle was unclear. The battle for incorporation influences current policy decisions in Brookhaven. Is that also fair?
Correct.
So what factors led to the incorporation of Brookhaven out of unincorporated Dekalb?
As explained to me in the interview process by the city council and mayor, 4 driving factors for incorporation of Brookhaven were the 4 Ps. That would include public works, i.e. infrastructure maintenance, police coverage, parks and the condition of the parks, and planning control.
Okay. Let's focus for a moment.
I'm sorry, what was the last P? I'm sorry.
Planning control, there was concern about lack of public input and control over the DeKalb County's decision of zoning in Brookhaven.
Thank you.
Let's focus for a moment, if we can, please, on public works. What were the primary challenges that led to incorporation in the Public Works functional section?
I can't speak to the relative weights, but definitely street conditions, sidewalk conditions, and stormwater conditions.
Okay. Since incorporation, how many miles of roadway has Brookhaven paved?
Close to 90 miles.
Okay. And is that lane miles, or is that actual both sides of the road, physical miles of road?
I'm going to have to get to my notes on that, but yes, there is a difference between center lane miles and total miles.
It's not that important. What were the conditions of the roadways when you came to Brookhaven as city manager?
Initially, it was unknown because the county could provide no records based on the pavement condition index of the 120 something lane miles the city did have. The city had to do its own laser scan for a pavement condition index. When I arrived as city manager in 2016, the pavement condition index was a 60 out of a max of 100, with a industry standard should be around 70.
Okay. Now, you also talked about stormwater being part of the infrastructure challenge. Did I remember that correct?
Correct.
And when shortly after you arrived in Brookhaven, there was a significant stormwater problem that arose at a construction site in Brookhaven. Is that true?
That is true.
Can you tell the panel about that situation, please?
Yes, and before I get to that, I just reviewed my notes. Total lane miles since cityhood is 101.99 of paved lane miles.
Okay.
From a stormwater perspective, yes, the county did not or could not or would not provide any documentation of stormwater facilities in the city of Brookhaven. We had to go out and identify manually all inlets, drop boxes, detention ponds, well over 5,000 structures in Brookhaven. The county could not provide or would not provide that information. As a result, on a late Friday in 2016, a sinkhole developed underneath Thule Road, which ironically is right next to the Choa construction site. The sinkhole was 23 feet down and involved a 72-inch stormwater pipe that ultimately goes under 85 over to North Fork Peachtree Creek. And Dekalb County could not or would not provide any information about the location or origin of the stormwater runoff from that pipe. Essentially, I don't think they even knew it was there.
Okay. And Brookhaven's struggling like most cities with response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the Congress has allocated funds to help with that process, but it passes through DeKalb County in Brookhaven's instance. Is that also true?
Correct.
All right. Was there a vote yesterday about a draft intergovernmental agreement between the 12 cities in DeKalb and the county related to federal COVID-19 relief, particularly the CARES Act relief?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I'm not sure what CARES Act funding has to do with the annexation.
It has to do with the bad faith of the county, which is one of the criteria for shifting attorney's fees.
Correct.
Well, let's hurry through this and what?
I mean, I think being city folks and county folks, we all know that cities and counties disagree from time to time and have grievances with each other. And I think that's a well-established fact.
Well, the other relevance to it is that it was pulled from the agenda by Commissioner Rader because he said it was tied to this annexation dispute. Commissioner Rader's own public statement made it relevant.
All right, then continue. Let's just get to the other facts. Okay, go ahead, Mr.
Correct. The DeKalb Municipal Association, representing all of the cities in DeKalb County, had negotiated a distribution of the CARES Act funding, which would provide for much needed relief for renters and businesses across the county. That IGA was on the county commission for approval yesterday, all indications from all of the cities it would be approved, indication from the CEO it would be approved, and Commissioner Rader during the meeting segregated the city of Brookhaven explicitly related to annexations and abatements, and has deprived Brookhaven $6.3 million to do all our COVID relief like all the other cities are going to be able to do in Brookhaven.
And his public statement specifically tied his decision to exclude Brookhaven to this annexation and to tax abatements and economic incentives, correct?
Yes.
All right. Is economic development important to Brookhaven?
Yes, as is with most cities.
All right. And why is it important?
It's the lifeblood of the sustainability of not only economic development and businesses, but the fiscal health of the organization itself, the city, job opportunities for our residents, and just sustainability in general.
All right. Are you familiar with the term community investment agreement?
Yes.
Is it fair to characterize a community investment agreement as the opposite of a tax incentive or tax abatement?
Yes.
Why is that?
In economic development deal making, you have a range of impact on the community. When impact is huge, you typically would not do an incentive, and you would actually extract concessions or conditions from the parties or the developers. On the other end of the continuum of economic development, the local government wants to incent, they want something to happen. And that would involve incentives and actually providing taxpayer resources to incent or encourage a development. The CIA is at the other end of that spectrum.
Okay. And with the children's
Excuse me, let me ask, so is that same thing as a development authority? I mean, I'm trying to put it in words I know. I've never heard of that before.
No.
So you don't have development authority that can let bonds and things like that, so.
Yes, we do have a Brookhaven Development Authority, but the negotiation of the CIA, at least for Brookhaven's purposes, was done out of my office.
Okay, thank you.
community investment agreements are utilized in circumstances, if I understand correctly, where tax revenues would be pulled out of the system because of a development, correct?
Yes.
And a economic development or typical tax abatement project done by a development authority would typically be an incentive to bring in or to help facilitate the construction of new development that would be taxable. Is that also?
Correct.
With the plans of the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta campus to move from over at Pill Hill to Brookhaven, what was going to be the economic impact to Brookhaven and to the county and to the school district of that decision by Children's Hospital?
On a 30-year perspective on net present value, because it was tax exempt, the impact was close to $60-something million.
Okay. So let me make sure I understand just, and we've all established that I went to law school because I can't do math. If you had put a $1.5 billion for-profit building and campus where the CHOA site is, that would have generated $62 million for all of three taxing entities in Dekalb. Is that what I understand?
Correct. Schools, county, and city, based on the tax rates at that time and the estimated construction value of their campus build out. The lost revenue, because it's tax exempt, was well in excess of $50-60 million.
All right. And just across the street, Emory University bought most of what is known as Executive Park at the intersection of Interstate 85 and North Druid Hills. Also true?
Correct.
And Emory's plan is about $900 million or nearly another $1 billion worth of development?
Yeah, at this time it's approaching $1 billion in development also across the street from CHOA.
Okay. Now, let me ask, do you have the white binder that we provided with our exhibits there with you, Mr. Sigmund?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you to turn to tab 18 in the white binder, please.
There.
All right, and that is the community investment agreement between the City of Atlanta and Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Is that all right?
Yes.
All right, and if you'll flip over, please, to tab 21.
There.
All right, that is the community investment agreement between Emory University and the City of Brookhaven. Is that correct?
Correct.
The agreement with Emory has not been signed. Why is that?
COVID, we just can't get in the same room together.
All right.
And Emory would like it to be a formal signing with the president of the university, in a kind of a media event, and they have changed presidents there. So we just haven't had it scheduled yet, but it has been approved by their board and our board.
All right, and we did that kind of a media event for the children's healthcare signing, right?
Correct.
Okay. What were the city's goals in proposing or negotiating these community investment agreements with Emory and CHOA? What were the overarching purposes of these two contracts?
The overarching purpose was to account for the lost revenue of these entities being tax exempt and to ensure they pay for the necessary infrastructure improvements, both traditional infrastructure improvements such as roads and stormwater, but as well as quality of life infrastructure improvements, which is mobility connections, aesthetics, and items such as that.
Okay. Let me ask you please to turn to page 2 of tab 18, Mr. Sigmund. Lindsay, if we could have that on the screen, please. All right. The first paragraph talks about land disturbance permit as a triggering event. I'm sorry, if you go down to numbered paragraph number 1. All right. The funds that are described, or the funds that are allocated for this, where on the under 85 is this particular part of the community investment agreement provide?
This is at the turnaround on 85, which is between North Druid Hills and Claremont Road. That turnaround is being completely redone. So it is the new main SAP entrance to the corporate campus of CHOA, as well as a pedestrian connection between the CHOA campus and Brookhaven Corporate Square and the Peachtree Creek Greenway.
As we sit here today, Mr. Sigmund, how many crossings of the chasm that is Interstate 85 are there from one side of Brookhaven to the other?
One in North Druid Hills. I don't count the turnaround since it's all one way at this time, but just one.
And the current turnaround exists today and existed in 2017 when the CIA was negotiated and signed, right?
Correct, but it was a one-way and not pedestrian.
Okay. Lindsay, if we can go down to lumber paragraph number 3, please.
There.
What are the changes or the commitments that CHOA is making to Brookhaven in paragraph 3, Mr. Sigmund?
The size of their project required a DIR study, which is the traffic study for the impact of their effort. That would envision major changes to the interchange at North Druid Hills and I-85, which begins with a interchange modification report. Part of our agreement, one of the largest parts of the agreement with CHOA, is that CHOA would fund the local match for the project to improve the interchange at I-85 and North Druid Hills up to $10 million.
Okay. And has that project for the improvement and change to the Interstate 85 interchange at North Druid Hills gotten traction at Georgia Department of Transportation?
Yes, the interchange modification report has been completed by GDOT and submitted to Federal Highway Administration and has been approved. The project itself has been fast-tracked by GDOT because they want this interchange improvement to coincide with the opening of the main hospital tower. That project is already into right-of-way acquisition and design.
Okay. Lindsay, if I could ask you to put up tab 22, please. Mr. Sigmund, it's in the notebook is tab 22. Is this the Georgia Department of Transportation redesign of the interchange at 85 and Hills?
Yes, that is what was submitted to FHWA and approved.
Okay. And it's kind of hard to see, but there's going to be, instead of, let me try that all over again because I'm stumbling over myself. Currently, to get on southbound 85, you had to cross the bridge over 85 and make a left. Is that right?
Correct.
The redesign will take that left to the Choa and Emory side of North Druid Hills and not across the bridge to be able to enter onto southbound 85. Is that right?
Correct.
In addition, there will be a mechanism to exit from northbound 85 directly onto the access road as part of the redesign, correct?
Correct.
And currently, in order to access the access road to get to like Guitar Center and some of the other businesses on the access road, you actually have to exit, cross over North Druid Hills, and then enter the access road, right?
Correct. That flyover for direct connection to, or fly under direct connection to the access road is extremely important because the employee entrance to the campus is just further north there, just off the page.
Right, and it also provides emergency vehicle access to the hospital by not having to cross 85 from that intersection, right?
Correct.
Okay. Let's see. Would any of those infrastructure improvements to that intersection have occurred but for the CIA?
No.
All right. If we can switch over, please, to the Emory CIA at tab 21, please. And Lindsay, if you pull up page 2 and highlight item 2. The center, what to your Sigmund?
Page 20 or tab 21?
Tab 21, yes, sir. Page 2, item 2.
Yes.
All right, what's the MSK Center?
MSK is the Musculoskeletal Center, currently under construction now. And you see the cranes from 85 and North Druid Hills. It's a signature piece starting the campus build out of Executive Park. As you can see there, it's 180,000 square feet.
And what's the value of that building when it's out of the ground?
Once again, I'm going to check my notes here. It's in the tens of millions.
Mr. Chairman, if the witness is looking at stuff like testifying, I'm entitled to see that. So I don't know how we want to accommodate that. But I would like to see the note. He's referred to his notes a couple of times. The first time it was just population stuff, which the panel can take judicial notice of, or court can take judicial notice of population. Now he's looking at actual evidence, and I think I'm entitled to see the notes he's looking at.
I believe he's just trying to find out what the value of that property is, correct?
Yeah, I don't mind sharing that. We can do it here or we can do it offline, doesn't matter to me. I'm having difficulty finding. It's approximately 40 million, I believe.
Okay, do you have a number for what the tax value of that property is?
Oh, just found it. Here we go. Construction cost is estimated by Emory at $90 million. Anticipated tax bill, if valued at $90 million, is $600,000 a year.
And the 600,000 is for all three taxing entities?
Correct, DeKalb County Schools, County, and Brookhaven.
All right. The MSK Center,
Excuse me, where are you finding these, and can the opposing councils find that or see those numbers? Is that tax records, or what is that?
It's not on the tax bills yet. These are estimates from Emory. Building's not complete yet.
If Mr. Mitchell would like to see those, we need to provide that to us.
Sure. Chris, I'll forward this to you right now, and you can do it as you see fit.
yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Go ahead.
So the MSK Center is part of the Emory Hospital system, is that right?
Correct.
And under ordinary circumstances, that building would be tax exempt, is that correct?
Correct.
But for this community investment agreement, would that $600,000 of total tax revenues across all three taxing entities be available for any of those tax entities to respond to infrastructure or operational needs?
No.
Let me go on down, and see if we can go back to text and numbered item 4, please.
There.
Mr. Sigmund, this talks about a sidewalk and pedestrian bridge. Can you describe what the intent of this portion of the CIA is for?
The intent is to provide the connectivity of that major employment center to the other campus and over to Brookhaven on the other side of 85. As you noted earlier, there's only one way over 85 currently. This would create a separate way, a second way exclusive to pedestrians.
Okay. Is the city's portion of the taxable proceeds from the MSK Center relevant to the construction of that pedestrian bridge across Interstate 85?
Yes.
How?
100% of the city's property taxes generated on that building, when it's put on the tax rolls, will go towards the pedestrian bridge over 85 and a second pedestrian bridge over North Druid Hills to connect to the Choa campus.
All right. And is that obligation on the part of the city memorialized in the CIA?
Yes.
Lindsay, if you could show the panel numbered paragraph 8, please. Actually goes across to the next page too. There we go. And that's the memorialization we were just discussing, correct?
Correct.
All right. You talked about a second bridge, or actually, I guess with North Druid Hills, we talk about a third bridge. What was that? What's that bridge, and where does it come from? The
third bridge is a vehicular bridge that is further down Buford Highway towards the city line with Atlanta. It would be a flyover bridge that would connect Lower Buford Highway to the backside of Executive Park, taking pressure off of North Druid Hills, which is the only vehicular access connecting the two sides of Brookhaven. That particular project, we have acquired the right-of-way on the Buford Highway side, and we're in preliminary concept design with GDOT, who supports the project, as it will, like I said, take extreme pressure off of North Druid Hills.
Okay. And in addition to all the other benefits we've talked about in the Emory CIA, there's 425,000 square feet of multifamily residential that will be built as part of this, right?
Correct.
And 200,000 square feet of taxable office and commercial building in Executive Park?
Correct.
And then a hotel of at least 200,000 square feet also called for in the CIA with Emory.
Correct.
And those are all taxable properties that are commercial properties independent of Emory's nonprofit status, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to the improvements and the connectivity that Emory is helping fund, CHOA has made other connectivity commitments. You talked about one of them being the turnaround about halfway between North Druid Hills and Claremont, right?
Correct,
And you talked pedestrian path.
correct.
Where is that pedestrian path going to connect? What two points of interest?
It will connect with the internal path network of the CHOA campus, right underneath 85, onto a 10-foot wide multi-use path running along the access road in front of Corporate Square, or in front of Corporate Square Office Park, turn onto Corporate Boulevard. Once again, 10-foot wide path and directly connecting to the Peachtree Creek Greenway, with the expectation that there will be a number of employees, staff, and even patients who will use that as a pedestrian access, connecting the Greenway, which ultimately connects the Beltline, directly to the CHOA campus.
Okay, let's talk about the Greenway briefly. What is the Peachtree Creek Greenway?
The Peachtree Creek Greenway is a 12-mile linear path, 10-foot wide path that generally follows the contours of the North Fork of Peachtree Creek from the Atlanta line out to the Gwinnett line. The portion within Brookhaven is approximately 2.8 miles. The center segment is completed. That's the segment between North Druid Hills and Briarcliff Road. And we're in design for the segment from North Druid Hills to the Atlanta line as we speak.
Okay. And ultimately, because of agreements with the city, will the Greenway connect with the Atlanta Beltline?
Yes, we are in agreement with the city of Atlanta to extend our phase that we're working on now all the way to Lennox Road, which is the city of Brookhaven designing and constructing a portion of the Greenway within the city of Atlanta, with Atlanta paying for it up to Lennox Road, and then the Beltline will finish it from there.
Okay. Now,
Mr. Balch, if I could add, the
sure.
pedestrian bridge previously discussed being funded by the agreement with Emory will connect directly with Executive Park to the Peachtree Creek Greenway on the other side of 85.
All right. Now, we're going to come back to some connectivity issues in a second, but let me shift gears to the annexation first. Did Brookhaven solicit this annexation from the related group and the property owners?
No.
Did the administration make any recommendations on what to include or not to include as part of the annexation?
No.
Your contract as city manager requires you to live in Brookhaven, right?
Correct.
As part of your duty and role in Brookhaven, as well as being a resident, do you regularly travel North Druid Hills through the Briarcliff intersection?
Yes.
All right. There were some questions of Mr. Boutwell about who owned what parts of the road. If you're traveling from Interstate 85 east on North Druid Hills towards Briarcliff Road, that stretch of North Druid Hills is State Highway 42. Is that right?
Correct. The city has no requirements for maintenance.
Okay.
State road.
When you get to Briarcliff, if you want to turn right and go down towards Ponce de Leon, that stretch of Briarcliff is also Highway 42. Is that right?
Correct. That's a state road within unincorporated Dekalb.
Okay. And it is unincorporated Dekalb because the city's northern boundary follows the southern boundary follows the western edge of the roadway based on the annexation petitions the city has approved, right?
Correct. Briarcliff is not within the city of Brookhaven.
Okay. And if the city crosses the street and annexes the properties in the current petition, will that change?
Yes.
Okay. But the city's responsibility to the south on Briarcliff will not change because that remains state highway.
Correct.
If we look on the other direction towards the north on Briarcliff, is that road city, state, or county at this time?
At this time, it's not the city. I believe it's still a state road at that point, but it's definitely within unincorporated DeKalb.
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to send Mr. Mitchell an email and lost my place. Forgive me, Mr. Chairman. One of the contentions the county has made in their submissions to the panel and in this matter relate to economic incentive policy in the city of Brookhaven. Do you know that to be true?
Caught wind of that in yesterday's session.
Okay. How many tax incentive deals has the Brookhaven Development Authority approved in the history of the city of Brookhaven?
2.
What was the first one?
The Atlanta Hawks relocation of operations from Atlanta to the city of Brookhaven in DeKalb County.
Okay. And as part of that, did the city accept a pilot payment from the Hawks?
Yes.
All right. And just so the record's clear, because I am confident that our colleagues and friends on the panel know this, a pilot is what?
It's an acronym for payment in lieu of taxes.
Okay. What has the city done with those pilot payments to the Development Authority?
It has funded the acquisition of 2 strategic parcels for redevelopment, one being the old QT site on Buford Highway next to our largest redevelopment site at Northeast Plaza, and the second being the old Crystals adjacent to Salvation Army, also one of our largest redevelopment sites and adjacent to the Peachtree Creek Greenway.
Okay. What is the current use for the old QT site on Buford Highway? How is it to be utilized?
It was renovated and is slated to be a DeKalb County ambulance support center with a agreed upon or pledged activation date of September 1.
Okay. And why was that an important operational consideration between DeKalb County and the city of Brookhaven?
DeKalb County was having serious issues in meeting industry and contractual response times for EMS service and transport. Working with the county, we created the ambulance support center on the Brookhaven side of 85 to provide support for calls north of 85 to include Chamblee and Dunwoody, which were extremely impacted by the lack of performance of the EMS system because vehicles or ambulances were being dispatched out of Stone Mountain for services in the northwest corner of the county. So it's our anticipation that response times will drop dramatically in the northwest quadrant, Dunwoody, Brookhaven, and Chamblee, with the full implementation of the ambulance support center.
All right. Was that support center proposed and worked into existence based on a challenge from Dunwoody to start its own ambulance service?
Correct.
Right. Now, the QT property that you talked about on North Druid Hills, what is the city's plan for that property at this time?
Referring to the Crystals property on North Druid Hills, it's being held for strategic redevelopment in coordination with the Salvation Army, which has signaled that they're ready to redevelop their property, which would essentially be the third quadrant of the North Druid Hills I-85 interchange. Another major campus development would go there given the size of the Salvation Army property.
Okay. You're familiar or aware of the DeKalb County transit plan that was commissioned in 2019, right?
Correct.
Is North Druid Hills slated for any sort of particular transit use as part of that plan?
Yes, it is slated for arterial rapid transit, which is the high capacity transit, which will ultimately connect Pill Hill down to the Clifton corridor along Ashford Dunwoody, Peachtree Road, North Druid Hills Road, down into Decatur, with the major, essentially mobility center connecting the two major employment centers of Choa and Executive Park.
And in order to connect those major employment centers, will transit centers be required?
Yes, there'll be mobility centers on both sides of 85. It is anticipated some portion of the Crystals property or in that general area will become a mobility center on that side of 85. And we will work with both Emory and Choa to develop mobility centers on that side of 85.
All right. And the Crystal property.
Excuse me, sir. Let me ask, I appreciate all this history lesson on there, but what has this got to do with annexation? I mean, I'd like to get to that point if you don't mind.
It has to do with rebutting the county's contention that the city is improperly using pilot payments and that we are not supporting the county's needs for infrastructure and transportation needs. I mean, it has to do with all.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Where was that put into evidence? Because I don't recall the city saying, the county saying any of that in their presentations.
It's in their trial brief, Mr. Chairman, and it's also been in their presentation with respect to their allegation of economic harm.
Okay, well, I mean, I didn't hear any of that from the county as they presented, and then the trial brief, do we have a copy of that? I'm not sure if we do or not.
It's right there.
Is that handed out or is that in there? Huh? Do we do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our evidence on this matter was going to come on cross to the city's witnesses.
I'm sorry, what?
Our evidence on this matter was going to come through cross on the city's witnesses. You don't have subpoena power, so we couldn't call for cross-examination city witnesses. So, given the proceedings, the evidence on this will be developed on cross-examination.
All right, I mean. All right, well, I now understand a little bit better, Mr. Bass, but let's try to move it along, please, sir.
I'm doing my best, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to make sure that we rebut all of the various county allegations.
Thanks.
Mr. Sigmund, let's turn our attention to workforce housing. Is that a policy priority of your city council?
Yes.
Why is that?
Affordable housing is an issue in any community in America, in the urban setting, but especially in Atlanta and in the northern suburbs where there's significant wealth. At the same time, there are employers who need housing options for their employees. So in this case, workforce housing and workforce housing and affordable housing is very important to our major employers, as well as me as city manager when we employ police officers who don't make a lot of money for Brookhaven standard.
Okay. How did, and you may have said this, I apologize if I missed it. How did the issue of workforce housing come to the council's attention? In
the summer of 2016, a group of Brookhaven ministers were concerned about the relocation and displacement of low-income people from apartment complexes on Buford Highway due to redevelopment. That resulted in an affordable housing task force, which resulted in recommendations, policy recommendations, which were incorporated in the rewrite of the zoning code, which resulted ultimately in the establishment of required inclusionary zoning for workforce housing for all developments of X size, and we're the only city in the Atlanta region that requires workforce housing in larger projects.
Okay. With respect to the task force that you talked about, what was the membership of that task force?
It was broad-based. It included industry, such as the apartment management companies, the Home Builders Association, mobility advocates from the governor's office, faith-based community, the DeKalb County Housing Authority, Metro Fair Housing, which is the advocacy arm for homelessness, and probably a few other folks. It was chaired by David Schaefer, who's the Latin American Association, which is on Buford Highway and represents the interests of the Latino community.
In your experience and time as a finance director, budget director, city manager, county manager, have you ever seen a have you ever seen a governing body respond with such vigor to a challenge by the faith community to protect the impoverished of the city?
No.
Right. You're familiar with the tax allocation district that covers this part of county?
Yes.
All right, and by this part, I'm referring to the proposed annexation piece of that we're here about, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding of what happens in a tax allocation district to taxes of the participating governments?
They would go stay resident to the district for infrastructure improvements.
Okay. So if there is a tax abatement discussed with the related group for their project as they have applied for, would the county's taxes be abated as part of that economic incentive?
No.
And as a result of the any economic incentives, what is the quid pro quo? What is the city getting in exchange for any incentives with the related group?
Affordable housing.
Okay.
Workforce housing.
And in the abatement proposal that has been presented to related, there any pilot payment as part of that conversation at this stage?
No.
You talked about there were two projects where there have been economic incentive. One of them is the Hawks deal that we've already talked about. What is the other economic incentive that the city has done in its 8-year history?
Very recently, 2 weeks ago, the Brookhaven Development Authority approved a $13 million abatement for a mixed-use development in the Dresden corridor.
Okay. And the Development Authority approved that as a straight economic deal, right?
Correct.
Is there any pilot payment from the project on Dresden related to the city taking funds and keeping them from the other taxing entities?
No.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I need to tender exhibits 18, 21, and 22 into evidence, please.
No objection.
All right, sir.
All right. I believe with that, Mr. Chairman, I will pass the witness to Mr. Mitchell. Thank you for your time.
Certainly.
Can we take a short break before cross?
Certainly. Let's back at 11:30.
That'd be fine.
All right. Take a recess to 11:30.
Kristen, remember to mute your microphone.
Yeah.
Are y'all on mute?
We're not back in session. We're just chit-chatting.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't.
Yeah, we're gonna get started in one minute.
Thank you.
Can everybody hear us? I still got a mute on this side for some reason.
Oh, we can hear you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
Either green or red. You still got the slash.
I have color deficiencies. Yeah, yesterday with the purple and all that, I was lost completely. All right, we're ready to go. We would like to finish with this witness and the cross-exam, and then we'll probably take a break for lunch, if that's okay with everybody. All right, so, Mr. Ash, or Mr. Batts, are you completed yours, and it's time for the county to vote?
Yeah, it's Mr. Mitchell's witness, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mitchell, proceed, sir.
All right. Is it Mr. Stigman? Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Stigman, my name's Thomas Mitchell, and I'm representing DeKalb County in these proceedings. And I've got a few questions for you about your testimony. I think that you said that one thing that influenced the incorporation of Brookhaven was the desire for more community input or control over planning decisions. Is that true?
Yes.
All right. Now, does Brookhaven have a planning commission?
Yes.
And obviously a mayor and council. Do you all have any other type, like community council, like DeKalb County does with regard to planning decisions?
No.
Is there any other mechanism or venue for citizens to have input into planning and land use decisions other than planning commission public hearing and mayor and council public hearing?
Yes, during the required public input process that is prior to even getting to the planning commission, there are required public meetings.
Right. And that the developer will send notice to everybody who lives within 500 feet of the property. Is that right?
I can't speak to the distance, but the developer is required to notify the community.
Usually 1,000. And isn't that only with regard to owner initiated applications for rezoning?
Can't speak to that.
Okay, but that would be in your zoning ordinance?
Yes.
Those requirements for public participation?
Yes.
you mentioned that you mentioned Tullis Road, as there was a stormwater, some sort of sinkhole or stormwater problem on Tullis Road. Where is Tullis Road?
It's a Thule Road. I'm sorry if my diction wasn't very good. Thule Road is adjacent to the Choa campus, right where McDonald's is, if that makes sense, right there off of North Druid Hills.
Now, did that occur before or after the annexation?
Before the most recent annexation, after the initial annexation.
Okay, so was that a city street or a county road when the sinkhole occurred?
City street.
All right. Did you all do any repair work?
Yes, $250,000.
Okay. Have you done any other repair work or maintenance work on the roads, the public roads that were in the Choa campus area?
Not that I recall.
All right. If you would take a look at Exhibit 18, it's in the white notebook. That's the community investment agreement pertaining to Choa.
There.
Okay. If you would take a look at the third page. At the bottom, it says page 3 of 10.
Yes.
And specifically paragraph 7.
Yes.
All right. When was this agreement entered into? 13 December 2017, correct?
I was seeing if I could read the date on the back here, but that sounds right.
Okay. And how long after the annexation was that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it annexed before or after you arrived in 2016?
After.
Okay. So this agreement was entered sometime within a year or so after the annexation?
Yes.
All right. Now, paragraph 7 says, read along with me. Let me make sure I don't misread. It says, subject to appraisal confirmation, the IGA shall require Brookhaven to sell to Choa via quitclaim deed, and Choa hereby agrees to purchase the approximately 6.27 acres of right-of-way located within the property, including but not limited to the rights-of-way for Thule Road Northeast and Thule Circle Northeast, for a total cost of $10 million. Said purchase shall take place within 90 days of 1, the issuance of a zoning certificate from Brookhaven that the property has all zoning and variance approvals to allow development of the property as shown on the master plan, and 2, abandonment of such right-of-way by Brookhaven. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
All right. Has that transaction been completed?
Yes.
All right. And did Brookhaven abandon that right away?
Yes.
All right. And then you sold it to Choa for $10 million.
Yes.
Was it actually about 10.4?
I don't recall.
But it was at least $10 million.
Yes.
Have they abandoned any other right-of-way that is in the annexed areas and sold it? Brookhaven, I mean?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Is there any intention to, on the subject property, the annexation that we're in this proceeding about, is there any plan by Brookhaven once the property is in the city to abandon any right-of-way?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Now, you mentioned the abatement deal with regard to the tag office on Dresden. Tell us a little bit more about that, if you would.
It's an abatement of schools, county, and city taxes for an amount up to approximately $13 million, but does not include the taxes associated with the parcel formerly owned by the county, or currently owned by the county. It'll be formerly once it's all done.
Okay, so that it's a larger parcel that's being assembled. Is it about 7 acres?
I don't recall the details.
Okay, but it's one of the parcels in the assemblage is the DeKalb County Tag Office, correct?
Correct.
Right. And is the development of Brookhaven Development Authority purchasing this property or going to own it for a lease back?
No.
Okay. Then what's the foundation of the tax abatement on the property?
To ensure the property or the project moves forward.
All right. And isn't this the dispute that that Mr. Rader is upset about, is the fact that you're wanting the abatement to apply to the entire property, including the property that belongs to DeKalb County?
I can't speak to his particular disputes.
Is the city going to get a pilot on that program, on that project?
No.
Okay. But the county taxes and the school taxes are going to be abated for at least some period of time.
And city taxes, yes.
Okay. Do you know what the millage rate for DeKalb County is?
No.
Do you know what the millage rate for the schools are?
No.
On any of the pilot projects that Brookhaven has done, have they somehow compensated the county for the lost tax revenues?
Use the word plural in pilots. There's been one, and the answer is no.
Okay. Did they compensate the schools for the lost tax revenue?
No.
All right. With regard to the transportation improvements that you discussed with Mr. Balch around the I-85 interchange, are any of those improvements that have been discussed on Briarcliff Road north of North Druid Hills?
No.
Are there any plans to do any types of improvements by the city of Brookhaven if this annexation goes through on Briarcliff north of North Druid Hills?
On Briarcliff, north of Druid Hills. Only what's required as part of the project itself.
So that's the signalization of the aligned driveways of CHOA and the site?
Correct.
Okay. Does Brookhaven have a Department of Transportation?
It has a public works department that covers the transportation function.
Do they, when you talked about the paving work, do they use their own forces or do they contract that out?
Contracted.
Who do they typically contract with?
It's competitively bid, so it changes from year to year. In the current year, it's Atlantic Paving. In the past, it's been Matthews.
So you enter into demand services contracts on a yearly basis for paving?
We put out the bid for competitive bid the annual paving program.
Okay. Did the city ask Children's Hospital to do any other improvements to Briarcliff Road other than that signalization? Was there any discussion at all?
I don't understand the question. I'm not familiar with signalization at CHOA. Are you referring to related growth in Briarcliff?
That's a fair question. I'm sorry. As I understand it, part of what CHOA is required to do is to improve that driveway, which is going to wind up being an intersection with Related, and put a signal there. Is that correct?
It could be, I don't know that detail.
Okay. Were you involved in the negotiation? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I know they're coordinating CHOA and Related. That would be appropriate. I just don't know the details.
So so CHOA and Related are coordinating on the traffic improvements?
Or at least their traffic engineers are. You couldn't do it in a vacuum.
Understood. Were you involved in the negotiations with CHOA on the community investment agreement?
Yes, I led them.
Okay. And during those negotiations, did you have any discussion with them about improving any improvements to Briarcliff Road north of this site, on Briarcliff Road towards Claremont?
No.
With regard to the Related site, is there a proposal to do a pedestrian bridge over North Druid Hills from the Related site to the old Cross Keys school site?
It is not in the current discussions, but it has been discussed in the past.
Right. Is that something that if the Related site is annexed and rezoned and developed, is that something that Brookhaven intends to do?
Depends on what the county school district does with their parcel on the other side.
So that proposal, whether or not you install that pedestrian bridge, is dependent upon what happens on the school site.
Correct. The idea being if they do rebuild a school, we don't want kids crossing North Druid Hills.
Is there any, in the capital improvement budget for Brookhaven, is there any monies for either design or planning for that pedestrian bridge?
No.
Okay. You mentioned the fact that there would be what's the name of that rapid transit system you're talking about?
Arterial rapid transit, yes.
There you go. And you mentioned that Brookhaven is planning to build 2 stations for purposes of the arterial rapid transit?
We are doing the strategic planning and reservation of land to enable the transit and mobility centers. If the line is ultimately implemented by the county, it will surely have federal funds involved. And we're making sure we lock up the land now for future implementation. But we will not be building it directly. We just couldn't afford it.
Have you done advanced acquisitions of the sites for the stations?
One might say that the Crystal site or parcel that we just purchased on the other side of 85 could serve as a mobility center as it relates to the front door of the redevelopment of Salvation Army.
How these transit centers, how much area do they take?
2 to 3 acres.
Okay, so would that consume the entire Crystal site?
Oh yes, easy.
Okay. What site are you reserving for on the other side of 85, the Decatur side of I-85?
We're not in a position to reserve anything because we don't own anything over at that time, but we are doing plans to see where it would go, how much, what it conceptually would look like, and how much land we would need. But we have not reserved or purchased any property on that side of 85 as it relates to mobility centers. We have general areas, we have not purchased anything.
What are those general areas? What are the sites that have been identified?
The intersection, the planned intersection of Executive Park Boulevard and North Druid Hills, any of those 4 quadrants.
Okay. Are any of those south or on the Decatur side of Briarcliff Road?
No.
Now, most of the improvements that you've discussed at Brookhaven is either encouraging or funding or participating in funding are all internal to the current city limits of Brookhaven. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The roads on the boundaries of Brookhaven, even those that you, because you're going to own on, the Brookhaven will have both sides of the road. You haven't, again, other than the signal at the Choa Drive, you haven't explored any improvement to those roads.
Are you referring to Briarcliff and the related annexation?
Yes.
No, we have not.
All right. You said that there have been 2 tax incentive deals that Brookhaven has done, Atlanta Hawks and Dresden, right?
Correct.
All right. Has the city attempted to negotiate others?
Many others.
Okay. How many others have you attempted to negotiate?
Probably 10 to 20.
And only these 2 have gone through?
Correct.
You ever been sued over any of them? Has the city of Brookhaven ever been sued?
Chris, do you want to answer that?
Well, I can't first, but I object to the question as vague and not relevant.
Were you sued by Ardent after negotiations on a tax abatement deal on Beaufort Highway fell through?
Yes.
Okay. Have there been any other lawsuits other than Ardent over the tax abatements?
Not that I know of.
Did they characterize what Brookhaven was requesting in the lawsuit as a kickback?
Mr. Chairman, I have to object to this line of questioning. It's got absolutely nothing to do, and we cut our direct examination of this witness short in consideration and response to the chair's concerns over making sure we stayed relevant and stayed on topic. So I object to the question and I object to the characterization.
Well, I totally agree. I mean, you can tell me what this has to do with it, because I got to ask you how many times Dekalb's been sued, and I'm pretty sure it's more than Brookhaven.
Well, it has to do with the fact that they have a history or a practice of attempting to do tax abatement deals on a number of properties. And
what does that got to do with this annexation?
Well, it has to do with because on the annexation they did on Choa, they did do a tax abatement deal, and they're the ones who have connected the related site, and they've done a tax incentive deal on the related site. And if the rest of the site redevelops, whether it's for workforce housing or for whatever, then I think I'm entitled to explore whether or not they.
It's not the related site of TAD?
It's in the TAD, yes.
It's in TAD, or anything that goes there, taxes are frozen to 2007 levels?
Yes.
Okay, so how can they do a tax abatement or anything on that?
Well, if the development authority owns the property, then they would be able to. It would be tax exempt. I mean, the Choa and the Emory Executive Park are also in the TAD, and they're tax exempt.
Okay, well, you're getting a little bit out of what we probably need to know, but if you'd hurry it up like I asked them to, so we can get on to the issues, particularly on this annexation, so we can rule on that this afternoon.
Certainly. I understand, Chair. Have you gotten any anti-litem notices as a result of negotiations on other tax abatement negotiations falling through?
I do not recall. I forward all those to the city attorney.
All right. Now, you said that there was a pilot payment with regard to the Atlanta Hawks facility, correct?
Yes.
All right. And how much was that pilot payment?
It's approximately $300,000 a year.
Okay. Was that equivalent to what they would have paid in ad valorem taxes?
I do not know. I wasn't with the city then.
and same question, none of that money was paid to the county or the school system?
Correct.
All right. When was the decision made to spend those funds on the QT and the Crystal?
Crystal would have been 2020, and the QT probably 2018.
So sometime this year, the decision was made to purchase the Crystal with those funds?
Correct.
How much?
The discussion on it probably started in 2019, but the closing happened in 2020.
How much did you pay for the QT?
1 point something, I don't recall the details.
And what did you pay for the Crystal?
1 point something, I don't recall the details.
How much have you collected in pilots on the Atlanta Hawks deal?
Don't know the details, but it's around 300,000. It's been around for about 5 years, so less than what we've paid on the two properties. We advanced out of our own funds, the difference.
Is that a 10-year pilot?
I don't recall the details.
It's going to go on for a few more years,
Yes.
at least.
Yes.
It may have been that I just couldn't understand your testimony, and the audio may have been a little unclear. Explain to me what the incentive deal on the related project is.
It's a tax incentive up to approximately $13 million on a mixed-use development.
And what's the nature of the incentive?
Tax abatement.
Okay. And whose taxes are being abated?
The city of Brookhaven, Dekalb County, and the schools.
Okay. And I think you said that there was, I think your testimony was there had been no pilot discussed at this time. Did I understand you correctly?
In reference to?
The tax incentive deal on the related project.
Correct.
Okay. And you're probably not going to have those discussions until it actually closes, correct?
If they ever happen.
Okay. And so it's still an open question in your mind as to whether or not the city would be able to take a pilot on the related deal, correct?
At this time, the deal that's on the table in our mind is completed.
Okay. Were there ever any drafts of any agreements that would have a pilot agreement related to the pilot project? I mean, related to the, pertaining to the related project?
I don't recall many drafts out there. I wasn't directly managing that.
Who was?
Economic Development Director.
And what's his or her name?
Her name is Sherilyn Brownell.
She works for both the Development Authority and the city?
Correct.
Is she going to be testifying today?
I'm sorry.
Is she going to testify today, John?
Well, first of all, I'm not on direct or cross. Second of all, there's no scheduling order that says we have to identify witnesses. Third of all, asking that question in the middle of a cross-examination is completely inappropriate.
I was asking the witness. I assume he's our manager. I was asking if she was planning to be here.
How would the witness possibly have that knowledge, Mr. Mitchell?
He's her manager. Do you manage the Economic Development Director?
Yes. I'm not managing the city's response to this mediation, so I have no idea how our council has structured their team.
How do you characterize, what's your definition of workforce housing?
The city's definition is based on a percent of average median income. I don't recall the exact percentage we're using in the policy, but it's driven by that.
Do you use the standards set out by the by HUD?
believe so.
Okay. And what percentage has to be set aside for affordable housing?
In our policy, I believe it's 10%.
Okay. So that would be 38 of the apartments proposed on the related project?
I don't know the details.
Okay. And with regard to, has there been any discussions about how the city would like to see the rest of this property redeveloped, meaning the annexed property, the other 21 acres?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Would you be involved in those discussions if there were any?
Eventually.
What size parcel, you said that there was, that these were available on rezonings of a particular size. What's the size? Is there a minimum or maximum size?
I'm sorry, in reference to?
As I understood your testimony, the incentives for workforce housing applied to a certain rezonings on a certain size parcel. And I didn't hear your testimony as to what that size parcel was.
No, I didn't mean parcel, I meant number of units, and it's not an incentive policy. The city's requirement, not optional, requirement for affordable housing is based on the number of units in the proposed development. Related Group met that limit, and they need to put 10% of them back. The city's tax abatement is equal to the rent differential between the AMI and market rate.
Okay. And what's the minimum number of units? Do you know?
I don't know, it's in the zoning code.
Okay. If I could have a brief conversation with co-counsel, I may be done. If I can have 30 seconds.
Certainly.
Do you want to mute that?
Does the city have a particular policy as to when they enter into some sort of abatement deal that winds up taking tax dollars from the county and the school system?
No, it's project specific.
And those decisions are made wholly by you, mayor and council?
Ultimately, the development authority.
Do you ever discuss with the county or the school system before you enter into one of those deals?
Typically, yes.
When you say typically, what does that mean?
I work closely with the schools and the county as it relates to the CIA with CHOA. And it's my understanding that the county's development authority was also talking to Connolly, offering an abatement. So my economic development director was talking to the county's economic development director. So there was some coordination there.
Do you have any contact with anybody at the county about these before the decision's made?
Depends on the project.
Have you on the 2 abatements that have been completed?
Not me personally.
Is the city or the development authority getting any monetary benefit from the tag office deal over on Dresden?
No.
That's all I've got, Mr. Chairman.
We'll check, questions from the panel, then we'll do a point of order, and then we'll break for lunch. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and ask a couple questions. Mr. Sigmund, if you don't mind, and forgive my ignorance, do we have SPLOST here in Dekalb in the city?
Yes.
Okay, did some of that SPLOST money for the city allocated to transportation?
Yes.
So the county stated in their discussion that if this was annexed, Briarcliff would now become a city road. You would have funds to do improvements on that road if necessary, at least at some time in the future?
Yeah, in SPLOST 2, it's my understanding, and we haven't gotten to that point, that the county SPLOST dollars would stay with the county, and I don't even know if they have projects in the current SPLOST on Briarcliff.
Okay, so is this SPLOST coming up soon? I don't know.
2023. It expires in
Okay, so you're not
2022.
okay, you're not negotiating. Ours is this year, so we were negotiating all that. So the other thing is, assuming you're familiar with House Bill 489 and the compensation, and the House Bill 489, duplication of services between the city and the county.
No,
I
probably have read it, but go ahead.
Okay. I was just wondering what the county's compensation to the cities were based on House Bill 49. Do you know that, Mr. Mitchell?
I do not.
Okay. Typically, there's a rebate on taxes or there's a one-time payment based on duplication of services, House Bill 489. So obviously, it's not as prevalent here if nobody knows about it. But there's supposed to be an annual meeting.
I'm willing to look into it if I can get something from somebody.
Okay, well, it's not important. What I'm saying is there's that been in place for, I guess, 10 or 12 years now, maybe more. And the other question was, you mentioned the CARES Act funding. There are, 13 cities in the county?
Yes.
I guess this was from Mr. Batch who said this, I believe. And that City of Brookhaven was withdrawn from that, so only Brookhaven is not getting that funding, is that correct?
At this time, we're the only city in DeKalb County that's not receiving any CARES dollars.
And that was at the request of the commissioner for this area?
Yes.
And that was documented and that was on tape or something?
Yes.
Does that just occur, or is something you could provide to us, or?
It happened yesterday. It'd probably take a little time for the county to put a transcript together, but I believe the statements are in the paper.
Yeah, this is Robbie. Mr. Chairman, if you want me to, I can email you a link to the AJC story that quotes Commissioner Rader. If that would be helpful.
That would be helpful. We're just trying to get some ideas. Thank you very much. I don't know where Robbie is, but.
No video.
I'm here. I'm in front of my computer. I'll email you now.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Oh, Mr. Ash. Okay, got it. Okay. So I prefer your honor, Mr. Robbie.
All right, Mr. Ash is an old man with no hair, so I haven't answered that yet.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that's all the questions. Any other questions for the panel?
Sure. Hey, Councilmember Christie, over here at the end of the table, wanted to see if the city manager could address a couple questions that came up yesterday. If you don't know the entities, that's fine. One of the issues is a potential change in zoning. One of the questions that came up yesterday was the differences between the Brookhaven zoning code and Dekalb. So first question was, when Brookhaven was incorporated in December 2012, if you know, did the city adopt the Dekalb zoning code as it was at that time?
Yes, that would be the typical process on that incorporation.
Right. And then since then, the changes to C1, so at the time, as of December 2012, C1 would have been exactly the same between the city and the county, and the materials we've received say that since then, 2 changes have been made to C1 by the city, specifically allowing mixed use and, now I forgot what the second one was. Higher, right, a greater number of stories. Is it your understanding that's the only material differences between the 2 C1s?
I don't know the zoning code exactly, but yes, we adopted the county code. It was amended the tactical level over a few years, and then it was completely rewritten and recodified in 2018, 2019. Yes, there were changes to the C category, but I don't recall the details.
Okay. So as of 2018, it is a newly rewritten zoning code.
Correct.
Thank you. Just to clarify, for myself, road maintenance, so at the time the city incorporated all of the streets inside the city limits, other than perhaps state routes, became the responsibility of the city to maintain?
Correct.
Or are there still county roads? So there are no county roads inside the city limits?
Correct.
And by this annexation, by jumping across Briarcliff, the portion of Briarcliff where Brookhaven would be on both sides of Briarcliff, that portion of Briarcliff would become the city's responsibility to maintain.
Correct, if it's not already a state road.
Right, yeah, I think, yeah, the testimony was that the state route is on Northfield Hills Road and then turns south on Briarcliff, but the northern portion of Briarcliff. Question for you on Exhibit 22 in the white.
May I ask that?
Yeah, sure.
Druid Hills is State Highway 41, is it not, on both sides?
He said it turns south of Briarcliff there.
It's 41 only on the west side, is that correct? Well, I thought, or it extends across.
I believe North Druid Hills, I believe, is county road once it crosses Briarcliff. State Route 42, the state route comes down, I don't know if it's 23, but it follows North Druid Hills. Then State Route 42 turns right on Briarcliff and heads towards Clifton Drive, heads towards Atlanta.
So Brookhaven would have any responsibility. Okay.
Exhibit 22, the diagram of the I-85 and North Druid Hills Road interchange improvements. You testified about all that, but there was an inset that says North Druid Hills Road at Briarcliff Road, and it appears that under the CHOA agreement, there are some improvements to the North Druid Hills Road Briarcliff intersection as well. Can you comment on those?
The CHOA campus project includes a number of traffic improvements, by far the biggest being the rework of the interchange. I can't speak to all the individual improvements required coming out of the DIR process. I do understand that there are some improvements required on Briarcliff Road, north of North Druid Hills, and at that intersection, but I don't know the details. But those were required as part of the DRI process.
Thank you. Yesterday, we looked at a map of the Brookhaven land use plan, specifically the character areas.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And the testimony was that the southern end of Brookhaven is all one character area named the Buford Highway character area.
Yes.
And that this annexation would be directly contiguous with that character area. But then the question arose yesterday, there was a reference to a Buford Highway overlay district, and the question is the Buford Highway overlay district have the same boundaries as the Buford Highway character area, or is there some difference between those two?
I do not know. I just know that the overlay does not cross 85. I'll also point out that we are in the process right now of a character area study for just the side, the southeast side of 85 because of the two campuses and the La Vista Park annexation. So we're in that character area study because we believe that area is uniquely different from Buford Highway.
Sure, but just to circle back with what you just said, the current Buford Highway Overlay District does not cross 85. It's only on the west side of 85?
Correct.
Okay, so that the character area and the overlay district are not synonymous, or the boundaries are not the same.
To the best of my knowledge,
and
correct.
Okay, thank you. And then the final question, something that came up yesterday, is related to approval of projects related to their sewer requirements. And just want to confirm that it's your understanding or that the city of Brookhaven cannot issue building permits or other things without a sewer approval from DeKalb County. That your sewer services are provided through DeKalb County, and you as the city can't ignore those requirements to get approval for sewer capacity and those sorts of things.
True, and that would be true for any other regulatory body, including stream buffer, state stream buffer, soil and water, and all of that. All permits have to be in hand before building permits are issued.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the panel?
I've got one more thing.
Before you can.
Yes. In 1 second. Yes.
Isn't it true, Mr. Sigmund, that what really happened yesterday is that execution of the agreement with Brookhaven was delayed by a week and a half to September 8th?
That appears to be the official action of the county commission, but we don't know what that means. Does 2 weeks expire, then they automatically approve it, or they string it out again? We don't know.
We're working on getting the transcript of the meeting.
I just read the article, so I'm not sure how much I can believe the paper these days, but I did read the article, so I got what I need, and I can always watch the video. All right.
Mr. Baltimore. Sure.
Yes, sir. Mr. Ball.
I understand completely that I'm between you and lunch, so this will be very brief. Mr. Sigmund, on Cross, you were asked some questions about the scope of the tax abatement for the related project, and I think your answers applied to the Dresden deal. So let me just make sure I'm not misunderstanding what's going on. With respect to the related deal, the only taxes that could be abated would be the county school district and the city's taxes, right? Because of the TAD in existence.
Correct. The county taxes will go into the TAD.
And the tax abatement deal that is currently pending validation on Dresden Drive is an abatement of all 3 property tax entities in DeKalb County, correct?
Correct, but only for the portion of the property, the commingled property, not including the tag office.
All right. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Let me ask you another question, Mr. Batts. Are you telling me the TAD that was put in 2007 only applied to county taxes? Because it usually applies to all 3.
Well, Brookhaven didn't exist in 2000.
Oh, Brookhaven didn't exist. Yeah, okay.
And the school district.
But the school had to be in too.
School district never agreed to participate, so they're not part of it.
Okay. I never knew, because we always could do it unless all 3 agreed, but okay. Good to know. All right, thank you. Well, what is your next timetable, and what do you think, Mr. Batch, will be next?
Mr. Ash has the next witness. That's Mr. Allen from Related. We are fine with bringing him after lunch, and at the panel's pleasure for how long you want for lunch.
We could do 12:45.
All right,
We could do 1 o'clock.
Pardon, yeah, we can do 1 o'clock. Is that okay?
Works for
Or do
us.
you want to do it sooner? How many more witnesses
We have 3 total witnesses left to go.
left to go?
Yes.
All right, okay. You realize the panel makes journeyman pay, so you're gonna have to pay us if we go over tomorrow.
I do. We will move expedition. I was not expecting the county's witnesses to go into today when we figured this out, but we'll move quick. Why don't we come back at 12:45?
All right, let's come back 12:50. How's that? That gives us 30 minutes. We're in recess. Thank you, and
thank you.
Good. Gosh, my. y'all wanna hook up with Sears Roebuck and get a law degree, just, be able to know it.
Mr. Bishop, can you mute that phone?
What's that?
Can you mute that phone?
Hey, Jerry, are you there? I'm trying to get someone from Veritex to let our next witness into the Zoom.
Somebody need me?
Yeah, sorry, we've
unmute
got,
you.
our next witness is trying to get in on Zoom, but he's told he has to wait for the meeting host to let him in.
That would help, wouldn't it? I'll be right there. Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you.
Right, you should be good. Let's just make sure. All right, and I'll be right out here. If you have any
Okay.
issues, just let me know.
Question, your Wi-Fi not working?
It should be.
I don't know why I'm not getting on it.
It normally requires a it's a 24-hour limit on the, you've got the splash pages. Is it working?
It's working.
Okay.
First, whoa. o'clock.
Mr. Chairman, or Your Honor, it looks like you're talking to me, but I can't hear anything.
That's the whole idea. Heard me that time. Did you unmute it? Yeah. Oh, you heard it. Now we got to quit talking about it.
Well played, sir. Well played.
Thank you. I just want you to know they were giving out lawyer candy in the break room, ibuprofen. So we all had to take some.
Well, and I need to tell you that I got a 2-year-old fending off a nap downstairs. And it turns out that if 2 lawyers have babies, they tend to be kind of high strung. I can't imagine where that comes from. So.
All right, I guess.
My point is, if you hear any screaming, please don't call defects. It's just a 2-year-old.
Don't worry about it. Got it. All right, let's call this meeting back to order, and let me just take a poll. Does anybody have a problem staying as late as we did yesterday?
I don't have a hard stop.
We are, but we'd like to have a little time for deliberation before 5 o'clock, Mr. Ash, if you don't mind.
We understand. We are going to move quickly.
All right, sir. Well, that's your show. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, before we get started, I've
One second.
got a matter that I need to raise. I need to, for purposes of the record, I understand that it's in the court, but for purposes of the record and possible appeal, I'm going to move to strike the testimony of Mr. Sigmund with regard to the comments of Mr. Rader. It was offered for purposes of proving bad faith. Bad faith doesn't appear anywhere in this statute. The question is, they offered it as bad faith for purposes of shifting fees. Fee shifting is if a party offers a position that's substantially frivolous. That's the legal issue. That's the legal problem with their with that evidence. I moved to strike it. There's also a factual issue, is that we are attempting and should have within an hour the actual video of the comment if the board were the panel were inclined to listen to it. However, I think that the comments of a legislator from the dais are not proper for this panel to consider at all. So from a legal standpoint and a factual standpoint, I think that the testimony should be stricken, and I don't think the panel should consider a newspaper article about a legislator's comments from the dais.
I certainly understand why Mr. Mitchell doesn't want. I certainly understand why Mr. Mitchell doesn't want the panel taking account of what Mr. Rader said about this this annexation yesterday. But the statute says that the county has to pay at least 75% of the cost of this proceeding and may be ordered to pay up to 25% more, the remaining 25%, depending on the panel's view of the merits of their position. Mr. Rader is the one who made this relevant by talking about it yesterday. Other than that, I don't know that there's much further to go into.
Yeah, we'll take it under advisement because I need to consult my legal counsel on that. And I appreciate you guys having one. Otherwise, we'd all be in M&M somewhere right now.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we'll do that. And, I can assure you, we're going to follow the guidelines about what we rule our decision on. And I believe Mr. Mitchell is correct. That really doesn't enter into that. However, it may enter into, as you said, appropriate if it was frivolous or minor. I think we've heard enough to know that they've got at least some valid arguments according to the points that we have to look at. That's all I'm saying. We have to verify he said, she said. So, all right, Mr. Ash, go ahead then, please.
Mr. Allen, would you unmute yourself and raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning, or afternoon now, Mr. Allen. Will you please introduce yourself to the panel?
Yes, I would. My name is Ed Allen. I'm a senior vice president with the Related Group. Related Group is a company that's headquartered in Miami, Florida. I'm really focused on residential development, but we have a bandwidth of other mixes of uses, other types of product. I joined the company about 6.5 years ago to open an office here in Atlanta. I was already based in Atlanta, and this office is a regional concern for Related. We handle, among other places, towards the Carolinas, Tennessee, out of this office. Prior to joining Related, I was with one of what some will probably be familiar with, one of the John Williams private real estate companies. John Williams was the founder and CEO of Post Properties. And so I was with a company in a partnership with him for about 10 years. We were focused mainly on mixed-use projects and also retail and residential projects. And then prior to that, I was with Post Properties, and my focus with Post was, of course, on residential development, but it included a number of mixed-use projects, and I worked really in a number of markets, ranging from Washington, D.C. to Pasadena, California, a number of spots in between. Closer to home, I worked on the Lindbergh City Center project. Had we not pulled out of the project, very long and hard on the Atlantic Station project. And then in my period after Post, but still with John Williams, I did the Swanee Town Center development project, a number of commercial and residential buildings that are arranged around the city's new municipal complex and park. So a fairly broad range of mixed-use projects. And then also garden-style projects, high-rise. I'm actually sitting in a building, a 35-story building that we just recently finished in Buckhead, immediately adjacent to Maggiano's and the MARTA station on Peachtree Road at 400. So pretty wide array of project types and experience.
Thank you. In your role at Related Group, do you know whether Related helped initiate the annexation we're discussing in this procedure?
Yeah, we did initiate conversations, and it was really born out of a number of early due diligence conversations we had with various parties in the area. We met with CHOA specifically, talked to them about their plans. This was before we were under contract and while we were still considering whether we would pursue this opportunity. It was offered pretty broadly and marketed pretty widely for sale. And so as we weighed the potential to respond, we started meeting with Dekalb County. We met with Brookhaven. We met with CHOA, as I mentioned. We met with other developers who were purchasing portions of the property. This is a larger tract of land that includes.
Sure. And let me pull up the actual full tract so that we can talk about it. Lindsay, would you pull up page 9 of Exhibit 2, please? And for the panel's benefit, we're talking about exhibits in the white notebook with Mr. Allen. You've already seen this. Here we go. Mr. Allen, do you recognize this map?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
It's a map of the area being annexed or proposed for annexation, correct?
That's correct. This map was prepared as part of the annexation application.
Okay, and which portion of the overall site does Related have a contract on?
It's the yellow highlighted portion in the middle, noted as 6.74 acres.
Okay, and do you mind if I call that the Related parcel as we move forward?
I don't mind that at all. We don't own it yet. We haven't closed, but you're welcome to call it that.
I didn't think you'd mind too much. Lindsay, would you pull up page 8 of Exhibit 31, please? And Mr. Allen, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do. Yes.
What is it?
It's one of a number of pages from an offering memorandum that was prepared by the brokers who were representing the sellers of the property, and more particularly a receiver who was court appointed to handle business for the family that owns the underlying land.
Okay, and I'll tender Exhibit 31.
No objection.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, is the related portion or the related parcel what's marked here as A?
It is.
Okay, and my understanding is that the parcel marked as D as in Delta is not part of the annexation. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's not part of our application.
But B and Bravo and Charlie are, right?
Correct.
Okay, as well as the Chick-fil-A that's down at the lower left-hand corner and some other things.
Yes.
Okay. In doing your due diligence, and you started to touch on this, did you give any consideration to what the other businesses that are located on this overall parcel are?
Yes, we did.
Okay,
by that, I just want to make sure I understand your question. You're talking about the other businesses on B, C,
yes.
And then you mentioned off of this Chick-fil-A, Arby's, LensCrafters.
Yeah, and in making your decision about whether to invest in the area, are the identity and stability of those neighboring businesses relevant to your decision?
They are. And just as an illustration, because we abut the B tract, which is primarily Target, we have to work and coexist with them, and there are certain access issues that we needed to discuss with the purchaser of that tract. This was before they were closing on that, and then subsequent to their closing, we've had additional conversation with them.
And in doing that, did you acquire an understanding of how long Target intends to be there?
It's my understanding, based on the offering memorandum, that Target has a lease term that extends to 2051.
Okay. And how about, do you mind walking through some of the other businesses that are on the site?
Sure. The portion at the far right that's marked C is noted as having a Sherwin-Williams and Firestone. That lease and property was sold to a private developer, an individual named Michael Sunshine. And then we attempted through our zoning council to talk to the owners of the Chick-fil-A, LensCrafters, Arby's. It's important to note that those are on a ground lease, so those businesses are not the owners of the real estate there. They are lessors of the ground.
Okay, and then across the street, as part of the annexation, there's 3 more acres. Do you know what's on those 3 acres?
Yeah, they're off of the image that you're showing here, but it's Quick Trip and Boston Market.
Okay, and during your due diligence, what, if anything, did you learn about whether the other businesses are likely to be redeveloped anytime soon?
It's my understanding, again, in addition to Target having a lot of term left and seemingly being satisfied to be here for the long haul, the seller or the purchaser on C indicated that Sherwin-Williams has an interest in being here for a long time. And in fact, we'll probably get to this in your questioning. They were one of the ones who voiced their desire to be annexed early on.
Okay. And as far as you know, your project is the only redevelopment that's likely on this tract for the near term. Is that correct?
As I know.
Thank you. Speaking specifically about the related site, some of the businesses on the related site are currently operating, right? Like the Tin Roof Cantina?
Correct. There is a strip center that's noted on here as Briarcliff Station. It has 4 or 5 businesses that are ongoing in it. And then the Tin Roof Cantina, which is a separate building, has an ongoing business in it. And part of what we've needed to do in working out our agreements and timing is that we've been involved with the seller's representative in negotiating the remaining term on those particular leases.
Okay. And I think I know the answer to this question, but let me just ask it. Those ongoing businesses, they consume water and sewer today and attract traffic to the site today, right?
Yeah, based on our due diligence, we looked at availability of utilities, and they're currently served by water and sewer from the county.
I'll go back to talking about the specific project that you propose to build in a second, but I want to step back first and ask you, why is Related interested in building in this area?
Well, among other things, we, like many others, became aware of the considerable development plans for CHOA and the purchase of Executive Park and those expansion and redevelopment plans by Emory. So those were certainly significant factors. But even prior to that, we saw this area as an underserved area, particularly from the standpoint of residential, hotel, some medical office, which we intend to do. And then it enjoys close proximity to the interstate, so good access. It's easy access to get to other parts of the city, like Buckhead or Midtown or downtown, if you jump on 85.
Lindsay, would you pull up page 7? This is page 8 of Exhibit 31. Would you mind pulling up page 7? The blue is the related parcel, right?
Correct.
And the yellow is the proposed CHOA development. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the pink is the Emory, and CHOA and Emory are ongoing developments, right?
Yes.
Do you have an understanding about what the value is of the development going on at CHOA? What the scope of it is?
Yeah, my understanding is about $1.5 billion worth of development, and at full build out, we'll have something north of 7,500 jobs.
And how about for the Emory parcels?
What we've been told is that it's about $1 billion worth of expansion and redevelopment plans. And it's a little bit hard to get our hands around the job numbers, but it's something north of 2,500 jobs.
Okay, thank you. Lindsay, would you pull, and so let's turn from the general area to talk about the actual, your proposal. Lindsay, would you pull up the rendering, please? Mr. Allen, do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
It's a colored site plan of a proposed development that we plan to do on this property.
Okay. And will you walk the panel through this and explain what you're trying to build and why, please?
Sure. So you'll recognize the shape as being very similar to the previous plans. So the property has frontage along North Druid Hills Road, which is running left and right at the bottom of the page. And then cutting diagonally across the top left is Briarcliff Road. And so this property has frontages on both sides of the property, or both roads. And so just walking through the specifics, the building that's, I'll call it orange, and very long to the right, fronting Druid Hills, is a hotel, roughly 140 key hotel. The rectangular building to the left in fronting Druid Hills is proposed as a medical office building. And then as you move back into the site, there is a central parking facility or parking deck that would serve all of the uses on this. And that south edge, this is planned south, is lined with a combination of ground level retail and residential units above. And then the yellow portion at the upper left piece of the site is the multifamily component of it. And there is some additional ground level retail that we propose to do in the base of it, fronting Briarcliff. I would also point out that the roadway that goes up the left edge from Druid Hills is aligning with an existing traffic signal on Druid Hills Road in Kittredge. And then it makes a dogleg left and connects over to Briarcliff, where there is a proposed traffic signal and actually a newly constructed driveway for CHOA.
And how do you believe that this mix of uses will integrate with the other ongoing redevelopments in the area?
Well, with the number of jobs that are in the area, we believe that the residential will provide housing as part of that demand. There's retail there today, and so the retail we propose would continue to serve the area and serve the CHOA employees and visitors. Hotel likewise would potentially serve those who are coming to CHOA. It could be a family of a patient there at the hospital who had the need to have lodging in the area. And then the medical office building likewise would satellite off of the medical facility.
And there's no fast food proposed on this site, right?
No, there's not.
And there's not even room for a drive-through on this site, is there?
There's not.
You Related just built a Whole Foods on 14th Street in Midtown, didn't it?
Yes, yes.
And there's no grocery store on this site plan, is there?
No, we don't have a grocery store plan.
There's not room for it, right?
There's not.
Okay. You mentioned before the concept of cutoff location. What's the cutoff location you're talking about?
I'm sorry, I don't think I mentioned
the concept of cutting off traffic.
Oh, well, I don't think I mentioned that, but maybe I did. And but the concept for me is that you would have people who were otherwise on the road. I think one of the previous testimonies talked about this. There would be traffic who were otherwise in the area going to and from, and this would provide some amount of cutoff. And similarly, someone who worked in the area could be closer to their work by living in this development as opposed to someplace farther away, someplace farther to the east particularly.
And the new road that you build, with the one that has the dogleg left you described, that road doesn't exist today, right?
It is not. There is a private driveway that runs up the right edge of the property today, but it is a private road, and it doesn't really align with any intersection or traffic signal as it's currently configured.
But this new road that you're proposing to build would align with the CHOA driveway and have traffic signals on either end and actually create a way for people to get from Briarcliff to North Druid Hills and vice versa without going through the Briarcliff North Druid Hills intersection, right?
That's correct. And I would add that this was a specific request of both the county and the city that we provide vehicular connectivity that would help avoid some amount of traffic that would otherwise proceed through the Briarcliff North Druid intersection.
Okay. And we'll get to the conversations with those entities in a second, but we spent a lot of time this morning talking about tax abatements. Has Related asked the city of Brookhaven to provide a tax abatement for this project?
We have. We've had conversation with the city about a potential tax abatement.
And why?
Because of the affordable or workforce housing component.
Can you explain that a little more, please?
Yeah, so we're primarily focused on market rate apartments, and we're subject to market factors and market dynamics. But in order to provide a workforce housing component, it necessarily places a cap or puts an artificially low rent cap on a certain number of units. And to the extent it still costs us the same to build those units, but it doesn't pencil out from an underwriting standpoint. This is a offset of the economic impact of that.
Okay. And what's the net present value of the abatement you've asked for?
Net present value is in the $5 million range, but when you run that over time, I think that the conversation that we've had with the city was a not to exceed number of roughly 9.8 million.
Okay. And you're aware that this abatement would not include the county taxes that are going into the TAD in the area, right?
It's not my understanding that it would include the county taxes.
Right. So you understand it would exclude the county taxes?
I believe it excludes it.
All right, thank you. Speaking of the county, as you were working on the concept and plan for this development, did you speak with any DeKalb County elected officials about it?
Yes.
Who?
I spoke to Jeff Rader, Commissioner Rader, who also chairs the commission.
Okay, and this area is in his district, right?
That's correct.
And how many times did you meet with him about this project?
A total of 4 times, starting in February of 19 and extending to roughly November of 19.
Okay. And so in the February meeting, let's talk about the first one. That was the first meeting you had with him?
Correct.
February. And was that before you made an offer on this property?
Yes, it was. We had received the offering memorandum, and even before the offering was made for the sale of the property, we were aware that it might come on the market. But having said that, we wanted to make sure we put together a thoughtful plan. We wanted to make sure we did our diligence and understood what sort of approvals we would require. And so prior to making an offer in February of 19, we had a meeting with Commissioner Rader to introduce ourselves, to talk about what we were contemplating on the property. And that meeting took place in his offices.
And when you met with him in February, did you show him the plan we were just looking at or something similar?
We showed him an earlier iteration of the plan. I would say that the only thing that was absent that plan was the medical office component of it. It was residential, retail, and hotel. And it admittedly did not have the full benefit of some of the input that he provided, and frankly didn't have the full benefit of knowing exactly what Choa was doing across the road at that time.
And when you met with him, what was his reaction to the project?
He indicated that he thought that the plan was what was needed there. He seemed to be supportive of it. He acknowledged that it would require a rezoning and a change to the comprehensive plan or future land use plan. But my takeaway was that he was supportive of the proposed development.
Did he ever tell you that he was opposed to this level of density or thought it was inappropriate?
He did not. In fact, to the contrary, he seemed to indicate that he thought that this was the kind of thing that needed to be in this location.
Okay. At that initial meeting, did you tell Commissioner Rader that you were also talking to the city of Brookhaven about possible annexation?
Yes, we did. We told him that we were considering our options and that among them was the possibility of annexing.
And what was his reaction to that?
He indicated his preference for us to remain in the county, and again expressed his support, and also offered, but I was not aware prior to that meeting, that there was a tax allocation district in place that would be available.
So Commissioner Rader was the one who brought up the tax allocation district?
Yeah, he's the one that made me aware of it.
Okay. Once he'd had a chance to review your plan at that meeting, did he ask you for any concessions or improvements to it?
He made some comments on the plan, and they were the roadway, the desire for that roadway to connect from the traffic light at North Druid to the new driveway on Briarcliff for Choa. And then he also indicated that Choa was providing a system of what I'll call trails, pathways that meander through their development and ultimately make their way under 85 and over to the Peachtree Creek Greenway that's been mentioned in previous conversations here.
Okay. Lindsay, would you pull up the rendering again, please? And are those concessions and improvements Commissioner Rader asked you to make reflected on the current site plan?
Yes, in fact, two things. One of the biggest differences between this plan and the one we initially put in front of him for that meeting, in addition to the office building that I mentioned, was the alignment of this roadway to the CHOA driveway. And prior to that, we had the roadway connecting to Briarcliff farther to, call it the north or upper part of this page, and we actually had the hotel where those diagonal parking places appear. So we took his comments and went back to our land planner architects and asked them to revise the plan to incorporate that. And then the pathways or trails that I mentioned for pedestrian connectivity, if you would look at the CHOA plan that we were provided, they were rendered in kind of this light brown color, I'll call it. And we used those same colors to illustrate that we heard Mr. Rader and we considered his asks and we put them into our plan so that someone who lived here, worked here, stayed here overnight in the hotel could walk over to the CHOA campus, through the CHOA campus, and if they chose to, ultimately make their way to the Greenway.
And did you meet with Commissioner Rader subsequent and show him the revised plan?
Yes, we did. We went back with the revision and showed him what we had done to consider those comments.
And did he ask you to make any other traffic or transportation improvements?
So in the first meeting, he mentioned the potential for having a bus stop along the Druid Hills frontage. We didn't show it in this plan, but there is room if there needed to be a bus stop along there. He did mention in at least I think a subsequent meeting that he'd like to see some public space, but we're not able to accommodate it given the limitations on the site.
You mean public green space like a park?
Like a pocket park,
okay.
Something of that nature.
Okay, and your last meeting with Commissioner Rader was in November 2019, correct?
Correct.
And who came with you to that November 2019 meeting?
Well, internally, I have a young acquisitions manager named Daniel Harari. Daniel's been with me in all of the meetings that we've had with Commissioner Rader. And then in addition to that, our zoning council was present in that meeting.
Okay. And at the November 2019 meeting, was he positive and supportive of the project concept as reflected on this plan?
Yes.
Okay. Did he suggest to you that you'd need to cut your project in half to get his support?
He did not.
Did he suggest that the density or design was inappropriate in any way?
No, he did not. And I would go back, and we initially met with him. We had done some studying of the DeKalb County zoning ordinance and went to him with really two suggested zoning categories. One is regional center, the other is town center. He very quickly said that he didn't think that regional center was applicable and pointed us toward the town center zoning as being appropriate for this location.
Okay. And at some point between your last face-to-face meeting with him in November 2019, did his view of your project change?
It appears to have. The only other interaction I've had with Commissioner Rader is that on December 23rd of 19, I was actually off that week because of the holidays, and he called me on my cell phone and indicated that he was aware that we applied for our annexation and zoning with Brookhaven. He expressed his disappointment, restated that he had been in support of the plan that we had proposed, and it even offered the tax allocation district as an option to us, and made some other comments, and that's the last discussion I've had with him.
Did he tell you that he would oppose your annexation?
He actually said it in a different way. He said there were other constituents in the county who had a say in that. They would be weighing in, but he thought that it was going to be that they would formally oppose or contest our application.
So when the project was proposed for unincorporated Dekalb, he was supportive of it, but opposed once the property was going to be annexed?
It seems to have changed, yes, with our annexation request.
Did you offer to meet with him to discuss his concerns?
Yes, I did. In that call on December 23rd, I offered to meet with him and have a conversation, and he indicated he needed to have a discussion with others in the county, and he would get back to me on that if he chose to have a conversation.
Did you ever hear back from him after that call?
No, I did not.
Since Commissioner Rader called you on December 23rd to withdraw his support from the project, has anyone from Dekalb ever told Related what they think the adverse consequences of the annexation and redevelopment would be, or reached out to try and discuss the issue?
We did have a meeting with CEO Thurman, and it was really centered more around his dismay that he had not been made aware that we were planning a project prior to the call it dust up over the annexation request. And in that meeting, he spent a fair amount of time explaining to us the challenges the county has with the consent decree and the sewer, and mentioned those issues. But there, to my knowledge, there was never any mention from him that he opposed the density or thought it was inappropriate. It was just that there was an approval, if you will, for our connection to the sewer system.
And you understand that annexing into Brookhaven won't change the requirement that you comply with whatever requirements the county has for connection to their sewer system to get your building permit, right?
Correct, it's my understanding.
Okay.
It would be the same regardless of whether we were unincorporated or within the city.
Okay. But this 6.74 acre parcel is not the only piece coming in for annexation or proposed for annexation. Did you have conversations with other purchasers in areas? I think you mentioned the Sherwin-Williams purchaser.
Yeah, we had discussions with the new owner of the Sherwin-Williams Firestone Tire Store property, and we had conversations both with the owner of the Target Taco Bell parcel as well as with Target, talking about the annexation.
Okay. And
we did try to reach out through council to the owners of the Chick-fil-A, Arby's, Lim's, Crafters ground lease, which are also the owners of the Quick Trip Boston Market property, but
okay.
We were not successful there.
So why did you seek annexation?
You know, there are a number of variables that come into play, but the biggest one, and maybe not to string this out for the panel, but just a little bit of history for this property might be appropriate. The property that was represented in the offering memorandum is owned by various members of a family whose last name is Tuggle. In fact, this property and additional property was one time the Tuggle Dairy Farm, and as it's been passed down to heirs, the property that includes 6.75 or 74 acres, the Target, and the Sherwin-Williams Firestone are owned in equal parts, 4 equal parts, by 2 brothers and 2 sisters. The brothers are half siblings to the 2 sisters, and apparently they don't get along. There's been a lot of friction and disagreement about various holdings that they have, not just this property. Lawsuits ensued. I believe there's a Forsyth County judge who took up the matter, and his solution to the infighting was to appoint the receiver that I previously mentioned. And so that is the thing that brought us to this point, and it's what introduced us to the other purchasers of the adjacent properties. I don't know if I answered your question fully, but
and why did that lead you and the other owners to seek annexation?
So the the litigation between the siblings has been going on for quite some time. I've not been involved with it, but anecdotally, I understand that it's been a matter of years, 5+ years, and the judge has grown weary of having to deal with it, and so he has put some amount of pressure on the receiver to close this out. And by close out, I mean to dispose of the property and disperse the funds to the 4 siblings. And since we needed to have an approval, we're call it the longest lead item of the tracts that are being sold. And so with that in mind, and with a great deal of discussion with the seller over the timing of it, we were pressed to move the shortest, quickest way to an approval to develop what we proposed to do. And because the approval required a change in the comprehensive land use plan with the county, that was a much longer duration.
Okay. I want to, your mention of this used to be a berry farm got me thinking about taxes. Lindsay, you can take the slide down. You understand that because of the TAD that's in the area, a substantial amount of the property taxes you're going to pay will go into the county's TAD to fund infrastructure improvements, right?
Well, I would confess not to have a full understanding of the way this TAD works. My experience is outside of the state of Georgia, and is typically with tax increment financing, which is kind of the corollary to it.
Fair enough. Let me ask just about some dollar figures then. You're paying north of $20 million for this property, right? Assuming a contract goes through.
20 million exactly.
All right. And then you'll be building substantial improvements on it. So it will be worth well north of 20 million, right?
Correct. Our conservative estimate is about 165 million at full build out.
And that'll generate a fair amount of property taxes to go into that TAD, right?
Correct.
Okay. What would it do to the economics of?
I'm sorry. I would add to set against that if we valued the retail, when we have the rent roll and know what the tenants are paying, we would value it at somewhere around 7.5 to 8 million, as opposed to the 165 at full build out.
Understood. What would it do to the economics of your project if you were forced to limit the multifamily to 2 or 3 stories?
It would cut the density substantially, and there's no question that most of the basis for the 20 million I mentioned is being borne by the residential piece of it.
So would it be economically feasible to do so?
It would not.
Okay. I have no more questions for this witness at this time. I'll hold him for redirect. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Sure. Mr. Allen, let me start at the end of your testimony. Did you say that based on the way you actually value an asset like this, the value is actually $7.5 to $8 million?
So the existing property, as we discussed, has retail tenants that are on the property. They pay rent, and so an investor would purchase the property based on its income stream. I think it would be on a generous side, a $7.5 or $8 million value.
Okay. So that's as it's currently valued, not as it'll be valued when you improve it.
Correct.
Now, I think you said that as part of at least your due diligence, that you had talked to at least one of the owners about negotiating out the lease. Is that correct?
We haven't spoken directly to the owners. We've spoken to the receiver, who's been appointed by the court to conduct business on behalf of the owners.
So even a property that's in a long-term lease, if it makes sense to buy out the lease and redevelop the property, that can happen, right?
It's very unlikely that most of the leases that are there have short-term remaining on the lease.
But the target site with a 30-year lease term remaining, the 30, 40-year leases can get bought out, correct?
I've never heard of one being purchased. It typically is difficult to make that make sense. And I don't know what was paid for the Target store, but I suspect it was a pretty hefty number.
All right. Now, the residential, when you did a market study before you put together this site plan, I presume?
We have access to various market research services. We did not do a specific market study, but we have a number of services that we can look at and see things like supply, current lease rates, occupancy rates, those sorts of things.
And one of the things that you looked at was the fact that I think between CHOA and Emory Executive Park, there's somewhere around 10,000 jobs being created in this area, correct?
Correct. That's a part of the compelling reason to develop here.
So the apartments or the multifamily in the related development, those are going to be occupied by new residents in the area. Is that right? That's what your market studies.
No, they could be residents who are farther away from where they work. We would not say that everyone who lives here would work in CHOA and Executive Park. It certainly is a compelling piece of it, but someone who needed to be in this area or preferred to be in this area because of proximity to work, proximity to the call it amenities in the area, whether it's retail, work, those sorts of things, they might choose to live here as opposed to living 5 miles further down the road and further away from their work.
As part of your due diligence, you talked to folks at CHOA and Emory about their plans for their properties, correct?
We talked to CHOA.
Okay.
The Emory information is public information that we've been provided.
Right. And what you learned from them, especially with regard to the job numbers, that's what motivated you to include a substantial multifamily component in this development, correct?
That information is available publicly as well. It was certainly affirmed, but it was not the only source of information for what's being planned.
Right, but my question really is your motivation for including the multifamily was, in fact, the jobs that are going to be created at CHOA and Emory Executive Park. That's why you included.
No, it tips the scale. This area has not had a lot of new production in terms of multifamily, and I would tell you anecdotally that even during the COVID shutdown, while there's been a decline in occupancies across Metro Atlanta, this particular submarket has seen less of a decline. In fact, it's seen almost no decline. It tends to run 2.5% to 3% higher than occupancies on the average for the metro area. So it's an underserved area. And as you know, supply and demand will also affect the price of housing. So we think that there's a good reason to provide more housing stock in this area, even separate and apart from what CHOA and Emory are doing.
And that just enhances the need for more in this area, correct? More multifamily housing in this area?
We believe
it's already underserved.
We believe it's underserved.
And the 382 is not the 382 units is not going to fulfill that lack of service. There's still going to need to be more multifamily in the area, correct?
I would say so, yes.
When did you first meet with Brookhaven about this development?
It was about the same time or shortly after meeting with Commissioner Rader. So prior to submitting our first proposal, we met with Councilman Gebbia and talked about the project as well. Okay.
Did council member talk to you about annexing into Brookhaven at that time?
We approached him about it, so there was conversation about it.
So you approached Brookhaven about annexation?
Yes, knowing that we abut the city limit by virtue of CHOA's being in the city limit, and knowing that the other property purchasers were similarly interested in the possibility of being in the city limits, we had that conversation with Councilman Gebbia.
How many times did you meet with Brookhaven officials about this project?
Probably 4 or 5 times, but those included meetings to talk about zoning application. once we.
When
once
did you
we,
first talk? I'm sorry, I interrupted you. What?
Once we determined that we wanted to go for the annexation and zoning, we had other meetings to talk about the particulars of our zoning application and annexation application.
When did you first talk to Brookhaven about the particulars of your rezoning application?
The particulars of the rezoning application, but much of our dialogue with the city has been through our zoning council regarding our application, but I personally sat in on a couple of meetings that talked about the nuts and bolts, if you will, the technicalities of what we were proposing to do and what zoning, the zoning application would include.
Okay. So you met with Commissioner Rader by yourself the first couple of times and then took zoning council the last time?
No, I was not by myself. I had my acquisitions manager, Daniel Harari, was with me in all of those meetings.
Okay. But you took zoning council at the November 2019 meeting with Mr. Rader?
Correct.
Okay. But you had Mr. Galloway with you at all the meetings in Brookhaven?
No.
How many times did you take zoning council to your meetings in Brookhaven?
I think there were a couple of times that we met with the planning and zoning director to talk about the specifics of our project. Prior to that, we had meetings with Mr. Gebbia, and those did not include Mr. Galloway.
Did you ever meet with Commissioner Gannon?
No. We met with her lieutenant, I believe his name is Davis Fox. He was in one of the meetings. I think it was in October timeframe.
Did you ever file in an application, a rezoning application with DeKalb County?
No.
Did you ever meet with any of the zoning or planning staff in DeKalb County?
No.
Do you know what the process is for rezoning in DeKalb County?
I understand the process, and it also would include a change to the future land use plan. And it goes to the timing issue that we talked about. The county only hears those requests for changing the land use plan twice a year. And so we needed to move sooner than that, than the next meeting would allow us to do.
Did Mr. Rader talk to you about the process, going to community councils and the public participation that would be required?
Not in specific terms, no.
In non-specific terms, did he tell you there was a process?
No, I don't think we talked about the process other than it would require rezoning and that it would require change in the comprehensive plan, the future land use.
In the land use plan change you would have requested was from neighborhood center to town center?
Yes, that was based on the discussions we had about the most appropriate zoning classification.
You know what zoning classification you were looking at?
It was town center.
Well, that's a character area in the comprehensive plan. Was there a specific zoning classification like C1 or mix or MU2? It's something like that.
I don't recall the specific classification off the top of my head. I can look that up.
Have you closed on the property yet?
We have not.
Is there, I presume there's a zoning contingency in the contract?
There is.
Has the contract been extended in writing?
It has, yes.
What's the current deadline, or what's the closing date currently scheduled?
There is no date certain for closing. The closing triggers off of an approval date. And an approval for us is not just a zoning approval or the land use plan approval, but it's the appeal period running, so the 30-day appeal period running. And then our closing is 30 days after non-appealable zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Anyone on the panel have any questions?
I have one. Talking about the valuation of the property, you talked about someone looking at, in your opinion, based on your experience, that as currently used, the property we valued at $7 to $8 million based on the rental income from the tenants in the shopping center. But then you also mentioned a $20 million number and a $165 million number. Can you just walk me through those two again?
Yeah, I would say that the 7.5 to 8 million is how we would value it based on the income stream that's there. We aren't typically purchasing income producing properties, but we do sell properties from time to time. And any investor is going to look at the return on their investment based on the amount of term that's left on the existing leases and an assumption on the cap rate. We came up with our own approximate valuation, which is somewhere around 7.5 or $8 million. The purchase price for the property is 20 million. So it's substantially higher, which means the value of the property is higher as a redevelopment opportunity and not as an income stream. So that's where our purchase price is. We did make an offer, and that was considered against several other respondents. So for lack of a better description, it was something of a bid process. They were sealed and our offers were submitted. And so our offer was $20 million. The amount, the 165 that I mentioned, is the capital expenditure that we estimate for the build out of all the uses that we're talking about, the residential, the retail, the office, and the hotel.
And one other question, the annexation request being unsolicited by the city of Brookhaven, so just your testimony is that, or when did you first become aware of annexation as a possibility for this particular parcel? It was just internal discussion. You said, wait a second, we're contiguous with Choa. We could be annexed.
Yeah, it essentially unfolded that way. We knew that the opportunity and the property was being offered. We started to assess the property to determine not just what we could do, but what we could offer for the property. And it was in that time frame that we became aware that it was adjacent to the city of Brookhaven's city limit line. And that was pre-offer. Our initial offer was in the March, April time frame of 19 last year. So we were meeting with Choa, meeting with the city, meeting with the county in the February time frame as we prepared to make an offer on the property.
One other question, Mr. Chairman. So the petition, 60% method of annexation, a petition requesting there are 9 property or parcels with the property owners listed. Is there any property owners of the annexation or the area that could be annexed that have not signed the petition?
The Chick-fil-A, Arby's, LensCrafters owner, who also again owns, as I understand it, the Boston Market QT property. Both of those are on ground leases as well. They've not signed the petition.
But they're not the owners, they're just the lessors.
Well, the owner, there is another Huggle family member who owns that property, not part of the group that is in dispute with one another.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Dr. Mitchell. One quick question, Mr. Allen. I appreciate your time today and your investment in our whole community here in Georgia. I appreciate that. You mentioned affordable housing, workforce housing, and the city of Brookhaven has some kind of incentives to do that. Have you also applied, or does this qualify for DCA tax credits for any of that?
No.
So, because it's so only 10%, is that probably the reason, I guess?
It's 10% at 80% of AMI.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Well,
if
no
I,
question.
it's
Sir, go
not a
ahead.
question. I am reminded by my voice in the sky, Miss Lindsay Harrison, that I need to tender Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2.
That was the first map I showed him. It's the annexation package.
Is that tab 2 or Exhibit 2?
They are one and the same.
Got it.
In the white.
Okay.
No objection.
No objections. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr.
panel.
If
Ed, you're dismissed.
Mr. Chairman, the city's ready to call Mr. Bob Hughes.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. Hughes, if you raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give of the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you tell the panel your name, please?
My name is Bob Hughes.
And how are you currently employed, Mr. Hughes?
I am the founding partner of a planning and landscape architecture firm based in Atlanta known as HGOR.
Okay. And can you give the panel an idea of your professional and educational background, please?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Landscape Architecture degree from the College of Environment Design at the University of Georgia, graduated in 1977. I have been employed for 40 plus years. I think it's around 42 now, doing land planning and landscape architecture work. Our firm was founded in 1992, and over that period of time, we've done planning and design work in 34 different states and 7 countries.
You lecture or teach in the subject of landscape design?
I have lectured at various local universities, University of Georgia, Georgia Tech. I've done lectures at Clemson University as well.
All right. And do you have any licensure or certificates for your expertise as a landscape architect?
Yes, I'm licensed as a registered landscape architect. It's title and practice law in the state of Georgia, as well as 6 other states. And I also have a national, what is the Council of Landscape Architects board called CLARB registration that just facilitates if we were to do work in a state where I needed to pick up a license, it would facilitate that process.
Okay. And you're specifically familiar with the area of North Jewett Hills, immediately to the south and east of Interstate 85 and up into the Briarcliff Road area. Is that right?
That's correct. For a number of years, I lived in the Druid Hills, Emory area, which is not far away to the south. For about, I guess, 12 years total, we had office space in the executive office park. And so we were familiar from literally officing in the area. And then we've been active from a professional standpoint in the area. We did a rezoning plan, which was a successful rezoning of Executive Office Park in 2006, 2007 time period when it was DeKalb County, to rezone it for a mixed use plan. And we have been involved in a modification of that since Emory acquired it 3 or 4 years ago, I guess, can't remember exactly when. And then we have been involved with children's healthcare planning and doing the landscape architectural work associated with the new hospital, just almost adjacent to the site, I guess.
Are you aware of other annexations that have been done pursuant to petition by the city of Brookhaven that are in the area that we're here to talk about today?
Well, you know, I guess 2 large, well, I don't know that it's the largest, but Executive Office Park and the campus that CHOA is building their hospital on were annexed into Brookhaven. Adjacent sort of to the north and east, I guess, of CHOA, there's a condo and townhouse residential developments, which were on a subsequent annexation. And then south of Executive Office Park, there's a large single family area known as La Vista Park that was annexed in as well.
Okay, let's take those in pieces. The Choa Executive Park annexation, do you know when those occurred?
They were 3 years ago, I guess now, three or 4 years ago.
Well,
I'm not sure I have the exact date on it.
Might it have been 2014?
It might have been.
Okay.
Again, I don't know it precisely.
All right, and then the property to the north and east of Choa, that's you said that's a wholly residential development that was brought into the city?
Yeah, two different ones. One was a set of townhouses, I believe, and the other a sort of mid-rise condominium project development.
All right, and then on the other side of the North Choa Hills, adjacent to the Emory property, is the La Vista Park neighborhood, correct?
That is correct.
And again, that's entirely residential?
Yes, in single-family residential.
All right. Are you aware of any county objection to any of those three annexations?
I am not.
All right. Now you're being paid for your time as a consultant in this dispute, correct?
That is correct.
Does the fact that you're being paid affect your professional judgment or your opinions that you're going to render in this matter?
No, well, it does not.
All right. What specifically were you asked to do, excuse me, upon your being hired in this case?
We were asked to look specifically at the existing zoning on the property and ascertain what might be able to be built on that existing, under the existing zoning, to, I guess, get a relative comparison of if everything stayed the same, what kind of impacts might be generated from the existing zoning on the property.
Okay. Were you provided all of the documentation and all the things that you asked for in order to render your opinions?
Yes, we were.
Okay. Now, your CV talks about three different types of projects that your firm typically gets involved with: urban, campus, and healthcare. Can you describe briefly for the panel why those differences or why those categories are important to show on your resume?
They're just different expertises associated with each one. If you were doing a campus, which is related to a college or a university, understanding the components and relationships, and how things come together for a university, is different from making a mixed use environment in an urban environment type of component. And particularly in the urban work. And then I guess the third one was the healthcare. And healthcare has its own unique challenges. Just from you really are planning something which has to work very much from the delivery of the health services. If that goes wrong, someone can die. So you really have to be thinking about all of those processes when you're planning the property. And an urban environment is peculiar because, realistically, our cities and communities are a collection of individual projects that are often built adjacent to one another. And so from an urban standpoint, we like to really know what was referred to as the context. What is going on? What do we know that's going on around a particular project? And if it's positive, how can we plug into that in a way that brings the whole area up and makes it work as a better part of our cities versus an individual real estate development.
All right. Have you worked in and done projects in DeKalb, unincorporated DeKalb County prior to this dispute?
Yes. As I mentioned, in 2006 and 2007, we did the planning and entitlement process for Executive Office Park to take it from an old suburban office zoning to a mixed-use project. There's a project which is now in Dunwoody, but was a very large development called High Street that we planned and got entitled and zoned in DeKalb County. And then there's been a number of smaller ones over the years.
Okay. And other than the Choa project, you've also done other projects within the city of Brookhaven, is that right?
Yes, we have.
All right. Now, I want to ask you in your capacity as a planner to help me better understand the word intensity in your area of expertise. What does that word mean for you as a professional?
Well, intensity is really talking about the impacts associated with a particular land use, type of building use, or and ultimately it can be affected somewhat by density, but it is not necessarily a direct relationship to density. So, for instance, on this particular property, there's a Chick-fil-A that's at the corner of Briarcliff and North Druid Hills Road. People who live in the area quite often say that it's the busiest Chick-fil-A in their whole system. If you go there at lunch, you might not argue that particular point. So while from a density standpoint, that is not a very dense use on the property, from an intensity of traffic standpoint, it's a very high, intense traffic user. In the same sense, fast foods are high users of water and sewer demand because of everybody coming in, using the restroom, washing their hands, the food prep, all of that. So it's a high intensity use per square foot of water and sewer. So intensity is kind of that output, that thing that occurs because you put something somewhere.
Okay. If we apply that, I mean, you've talked about the Chick-fil-A and you've talked about its intensity. As a one-story building, would it be a more intense use or a less intense use compared to, say, an apartment building?
You know, if you looked at it this way, because there's a one-story building, it has a footprint of a certain size to it. So say we took that building and added 4 floors on top of it. So we had a 5-story building there. You would still be more intense in the use of the Chick-fil-A than that 5-story building. Now, eventually, if you made the multifamily grow horizontal in a long, multiple acres environment, you might equal the traffic or the water. You might even surpass it. But as a footprint, as a use, it is significantly more intensive than a residential use.
And given its success as a business, would you expect that the Chick-fil-A Corporation would have any interest in redeveloping or tearing that building down anytime soon?
I would be surprised. Most of the times you see a successful business, people want to see it keep going.
Okay. As part of what you were asked to do, you and your firm prepared a report and some graphics related to this particular project. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. If I could ask the panel to join me looking at tab 26. And Lindsay, if you could put up the cover sheet of that tab for me, please. Mr. Hughes, that's showing the first page of tab 26 in the panel's binders. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the written portion of the study that we did.
Okay, and in preparing this report, what did you do to go about with preparing the document and preparing your conclusions?
Well, we examined it first and foremost by looking at the county's zoning of C1, C1 unconditional within DeKalb County. And it has a designated, in the future land use plan, neighborhood center component to it. So we literally looked at it kind of trying to understand what could be done purely under the C1 and what was the neighborhood center, sort of suggesting that could be done here in the future.
Okay, and in examining that process, did you make any assumptions or take any facts as baseline and as part of that effort?
Well, we did. In the zoning, we took the basis of the zoning, C1 zoning unconditional, and said then we ought to be able to do whatever the maximum allowable component of that C1 is. And we ought to be able to do all the uses that would be allowed under that C1 zoning.
All right. Let me ask you to turn to page 7 of your report. And Lindsay, if you could put that up for me, please. Can you describe what the graphic on page 7 is showing us, Mr. Hughes?
Yeah, it's a quick study of the property that we did that tries to incorporate not only the sort of physical of what is allowed on the property, but how it might be sort of described and composed on the property to meet some of the goals of both C1 and the neighborhood character districts. So the buildings shown here are 1- and 2-story buildings. There's a 35-foot height limit in C1. So a typical retail floor, if you would, in a building is somewhere between 18 and 20 feet quite often. And an office floor is going to be 13 feet. So you could add the two of those together and get a 2-story building easily within the 35 feet of height allowed. The two uses are illustrated here. The sort of pinkish color that you see is, it would be retail, and then the blue is office. So we've taken two uses that are both permitted by right under the current zoning ordinance, C1 zoning, and distributed those on the site in a way that creates a walkable, scaled environment with common features, a sort of neighborhood center, if you would, associated with it. We have taken, to make it even more walkable, the only parking that we have on the surface level is on-street parking along the drives in here. And we've gone below grade with a level of parking that would distribute out and provide easy access up to points of shopping or office space.
And the development that you're showing here would be what somebody could build today in unincorporated Dekalb with the current zoning with no application for rezoning or anything else. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, the project that's been proposed by Related is only the 6 3/4 sort of in the center of the property. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Is the project that is proposed by Related more or less intense than this zoning hypothetical that you're describing here on page 7?
Well, I would think when it's taken into the context of what's around it, I would make an argument that it is going to be less intense within the whole district and sub-area. And when I say that, I'm crossing jurisdictions, because people who are walking, people who are driving in the car, they're going to cross the jurisdictions. So when you take into account the plans that Emory has of redevelop an executive office park and the under construction, and with a portion of that already under construction, and Choa already built out 2 parts of their plan, and the hospital now under construction, we're going to see a tremendous growth in the jobs in this total sub area here. And I think that you would find that what is known as the jobs housing balance is going to be way out of whack, with way more jobs in the area than we have housing. So when you're able to go in and say, okay, I can provide housing, and there's a lot of jobs in there you need it, you really shorten trips, you shorten drives of people coming from longer distances into an area, and a certain amount of those will choose to walk, bicycle, or some other alternative form of transportation. So when you, even though you're adding, so if I were to say that associated with the Related plan, here you have no residential, you're adding all commercial, and all that commercial that we kind of talked about, the Chick-fil-A, if we were adding that kind of intensity of use here, you could have a lot of impacts out of what is currently allowed.
All right. Let me ask, let's move over to page 8, the next page in your report, please. Can you tell the panel what this graphic is designed to depict, please?
This is really, the graphic before, I probably didn't say it, but the graphic before was looking at all of the property that is being considered for annexation. This is looking at just the portion of the property that related is associated with. But the same kind of layout of a combination of retail and office uses where you could get 78,000 square feet of office and 83,000 square feet of retail on here, you know, by, sort of as a by right.
Okay. Can you explain to the panel, please, whether there is any balance or any connection between living space and workspace in the immediate area of the Choa and Emory redevelopments?
Meaning, I'm not sure I totally understand that question, Chris.
That was a really badly worded question. Differently, I apologize. Is it true that there is significantly more demand for employment and employees than there is space for those employees to live in this immediate area of the Emory and Children's Hospital developments?
Yes, and I think that I as a planner would say that. I imagine you would find that real estate people might agree with that. But just knowing the number of jobs associated with this area, you're going to need significant more housing in this area. And that housing, people think that's going to create more traffic. It's an odd statistic, but in Midtown Atlanta, where there's been tremendous growth over the last 15 years, the car counts on the surface streets in Midtown Atlanta are less today than they were in 2003, which is a hard stat to believe. But Quick Trip is in the base of a building in Midtown with no gas pumps. So that's what happens when you build and you create these centers of employment. You add the housing associated with them. Then you get people being willing to leave their car and do another form of transportation for those short trips. We don't get that when you don't have the balance in a district.
Okay. And if we just develop the property, let's focus just on page 8 of your report, which is just the related parcel. If we just do office and retail, are we addressing or fixing that out of balance employment to living space problem which you just described?
You would be exacerbating. You're adding more office, you're adding more retail, you're adding more people, but no reason for anybody living there to be able to go use that. You're coming from a surrounding area and you're probably coming by car.
Okay. So the hypotheticals that you have described in both pages 7 and 8 are not actual plans or not actual development ideas that are underway or being considered. Is that fair?
That is correct.
All right. So what's the point of the hypothetical designs that you've done on pages 7 and 8?
It literally is just an illustration and understanding of, as a by right under the current zoning, without having to go, you would still have to obviously submit plans that met all the standards of the C1 zoning, setbacks, et cetera, like that. But you would not have to go through a rezoning. So it's just trying to understand if we're comparing impacts at all, what could be done today, and is that a positive or negative from a planning perspective?
Okay. And from your perspective and in your opinion, is the related project a better use of this 6 3/4 acre than the underlying Dekalb existing zoning?
In my opinion, taking the whole sub-district into area, not looking at it as just one isolated 6-acre piece of property, it by and far serves the direction of where the entire area is going and should help ameliorate some of the long-term impacts.
Okay. Now, you talked earlier about the fact that you were involved. I'm sorry, I may not have. Let me do some housekeeping first. Mr. Chairman, we would tender Exhibit 26, which is tab 26 on the white notebook.
No objection.
Go ahead. No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You talked about earlier, Mr. Hughes, your involvement in the CHOA project. Are you familiar with the connectivity improvements that CHOA is implementing?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And some of those improvements and changes are intersections with Briarcliff Road, right?
That's correct.
And those changes and improvements are required by conditions that were imposed on Children's Hospital by Brookhaven as a result of the DRI for that project, right?
That is correct.
Right. Even though Briarcliff is not currently in the city, would only be part of the city street system if this annexation goes forward.
That's correct.
All right. Are you familiar with other connectivity improvements besides roadway intersection improvements that CHOA is performing related to its project?
Yes, there is a multi-use trail that was planned as part, the original piece of it was planned as part of the work we did at Executive Office Park back in 2006 and 7 to run up the drive there. And now it extends over as being brought around the edge of CHOA's campus all the way down and under I-85 where there's a Cliff Valley Road underpass has been changed to allow that pedestrian movement to go all the way through and then connect on all the way over to the new Norfolk Peachtree Creek Trail system that the city just completed.
All right, I don't know that you mentioned this earlier on, but one of the things that you've been involved with when in your capacity as a resident of DeKalb County is was as a member of the quad studies or the quadrant studies group for this area several years ago. Do I have the name wrong? I know. But do you know?
Quad study, quad area study, I think is what it was officially called. Yes, I served as a citizen member. Jeff Rader, who I know, reached out to me and asked me if I would do that. Since I was living nearby and I was officed in the area, it was very easy to volunteer and be part of that study.
All right. I think that I have on direct for this witness. He's with the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Hughes. My name is Thomas Mitchell, and I represent DeKalb County in these proceedings. Take a look, if you would, at Exhibit 26 that Mr. Balch just introduced to you. Do you have that in front of you?
I do not have it in front of me.
Okay. Well, it looks like that you utilized in your analysis the 2005-2025 comprehensive plan from DeKalb County. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That's not the current comprehensive plan for DeKalb County, is it?
It actually is not. And so we have looked at this, and I think where the current comp plan refers to the neighborhood center, that it is consistent. There wasn't a change between the 2025 plan and the 2035 plan relative to the neighborhood center. And then the current zoning is the current zoning.
Okay. Do you know whether there was any change in the designation of the subject property between the 2005-2025 comp plan and the current comp plan?
In what sense? It's still zone C.
Do you know?
So what are you talking about in a future land use standpoint?
Did the character area change?
They're both were neighborhood centers to my recollection.
Why didn't you utilize the current comprehensive plan in your analysis?
Our analysis was to understand what could be done under the current zoning.
Okay, but wouldn't that be appropriate to look at the current comprehensive plan?
You would be making some supposition there. You would be supposing what you believed you could get rezoned versus knowing what you have. So for instance, if we studied it at a density of 10 units to the acre, we might have been able to get 20 units to the acre. Had we studied it for 24, somebody might have said, no, you can only get 15. So there's no way that we could, unless you asked me to study it from the maximum, we could do that. Otherwise, it's a bit of a shot in the dark.
If you would look at the page, the one that I have does not have page numbers on it, I don't see. Look at the graphic that says East View. It's the third graphic in. What does this graphic represent?
That is, the graphic represents C1 zoning applied a concept plan of how you could use C1 zoning, what it could yield on all of the property that is between Briarcliff and Northwood Hills Road in the, what we call it, the northeast quadrant of the intersection of Briarcliff and Northwood Hills Road. So the larger of the two pieces. This includes.
Is that one story or
Chick-fil-A? It includes all of everything that's on that side.
Is that existing?
What's shown here? No.
Yes.
This is a plan of taking C1 zoning and saying, if I were to redevelop all of this under C1, what could I do and stay consistent with the requirements of C1 zoning?
Did you talk to anybody in the DeKalb County Planning Department about any of your plans?
We did not.
Where is the parking? Is this two-story retail?
It is a combination of office and retail. Where you see pink.
Okay, where's the parking?
Retail. The parking is below grade.
All right. So do all these plans assume that the parking is below grade?
Yes.
Okay, you're going to have to redevelop the site to put in below grade parking, correct?
This is a redevelopment plan. That's what we're showing. Okay.
In your experience, is it likely that this site is going to redevelop as C1?
I think I'm not sure I know how to answer that question. Are you asking me what I think would be the appropriate redevelopment of this property?
Well, you've been doing planning and consulting for, what, 30, 40 years? Do you think that, in your opinion, is this site going to redevelop as C1, similar to a plan that you've drawn with subgrade parking?
I think that the site would redevelop probably more consistent with a related proposal.
The whole site?
Over time, it could. There are some uses that are very valuable as they currently are, very viable as they currently are, that would take a long time before that redevelopment would occur. We've talked about Chick-fil-A being one of them. Target, I understand, has a long-term lease on that site. And so the notion that there would be some complete overhaul of this 20+ acre tract in a short period of time seems highly unlikely to me.
But in your professional opinion, over time, it's going to develop similar to what the related site is showing as the current plan.
I'm not
over
trying
time.
to. I'm not trying to parse words with you here, but you're asking me what my guess at what it will redevelop as, or my opinion of what it should redevelop as. That's all I'm trying to.
Your opinion. Well, you're consulting, and owners hire you to give them your opinion about what they ought to do on property, correct?
Right. Not my guess at what something might be.
Right. And if you were to look at this whole site, I thought I just heard you say that in your opinion, that you thought it was appropriate for the entire site to redevelop similar to how the related site is shown on the site plan.
In my opinion, that would provide the level of housing to help with the out of whack jobs to housing scenario, but that would take a long time to occur, in my opinion.
All right, this testimony about a Chick-fil-A having the same intensity of use as a apartment. If you mentioned you said the word footprint 3 or 4 times in that testimony. If I understand what you're saying correctly, you take the footprint of a Chick-fil-A and then you stack, and then you build an apartment over that same footprint, and then you stack 5 of them, and that's going to be the equal intensity. A Chick-fil-A, 1-story Chick-fil-A, and then a 5-story apartment building that sits on the same footprint as the Chick-fil-A. That's what you were saying, right?
Yes, you're trying to compare something that is a very intense use, but it isn't that large. And so if you looked at that, the flip side would be to say, I could take and do 27 more Chick-fil-A's out here, right, under the current zoning. And that would be much more intense. So you're really you can't compare a 1-acre site and the intensity of it to the intensity of a 10-acre site of a different land use. It starts to get out of whack.
Do you know what the square footage of the footprint square footage of a Chick-fil-A is by chance?
I don't know that one. I would say that your average Chick-fil-A is probably somewhere around 3,500 square feet, give or take.
Okay. So if you were to divide a Chick-fil-A into apartment housing, you would probably get 2 apartments in one Chick-fil-A footprint.
Okay.
Most apartments in Atlanta somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 square feet.
I'll accept that. I think you find that some of them are smaller today.
And for affordable housing or workforce housing, that's the general size for an apartment in a complex that provides a workforce housing.
That 1,000 to 1,500 square feet, is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
I think that would be large for affordable housing. I think you'd find that you might be on a unit basis, it's going to be less. On a gross building basis where you have hallways, et cetera, you'll have a little bit more square footage. But, I doubt that you would have a unit of 1,500 square feet and for an affordable housing component.
I was just trying to get a general idea of how many apartments you were thinking would fit on a 5-story apartment would fit on a Chick-fil-A footprint.
Okay.
Do you think that, in your opinion, would it be permissible for this entire site to build out as multifamily?
Not as a single land use component. I think a mixed use is what's appropriate here.
I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Any other questions from the panel? All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. We appreciate it. Mr. Batch, or whomever.
And last city, as soon as we can get him to log in.
I'm going to call him right now and see.
Make a little bit of
Can we take a brief break?
Sure, while we're doing that, let's, take a
5 minutes?
5 minutes or so. We're gonna take a quick break while you're getting the other person in, Mr. Ashton.
He's waiting on Veritex to let him in, but 5 minutes sounds great to me too.
All right.
Thank you, sir. All right, Pat, they should let you in any second. Hey, Pat, I see you found your way here.
I did. I was allowed in.
Lucky you.
Yep.
That masked man who just walked onto the camera is the guy who will be cross-examining you in a little while.
Okay.
Miss Moran, I haven't been talking too fast for you, have I? I do
No,
that
you're fine.
sometimes. You feel free to stop me if and when I do.
I will, thank you.
This has got to be a lot harder to do on Zoom than in person.
It's a little harder, a little.
Yeah,
I'm spent by the end of the day.
The acoustics of the room are not helpful to her.
Yeah. But there's benefits to it also. There's no commute.
That's right.
Yeah.
We get to work. We get to work through the COVID, through the pandemic, which is good.
Mr. Chairman, I've got our last witness.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just want to talk to the court reporter. At least I'm not having popcorn, but I don't have a dog in my lap. All right, put that down.
I got nothing for that. Thomas, are you
I know.
all set?
I am.
All right. Panel, let me introduce you to Pat Gibson. Mr. Gibson, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mr. Gibson, good afternoon. Will you please introduce yourself to the panel?
Sure. Good afternoon, folks. My name is Pat Gibson, Gibson, and I'm president of Gibson Transportation Consulting. Our office is in downtown Los Angeles.
How long have you been studying transportation issues, Mr. Gibson?
I've been working in traffic engineering for 52 years.
Okay, and when did you get started? 52 years ago, I suppose.
Yeah. Out of I got a bachelor's degree in engineering in 1968 out of Oakland University in Michigan, and I went to work for the Michigan Department of Highways. And then I went to graduate school at Northwestern University in Chicago and got a master's degree in transportation engineering. I went to work for a consulting firm there in 1969. They transferred me to Northern California in 1973 and then to Southern California in 1979. So I've been in the Los Angeles area since 1979.
Okay. And in your work, do you focus on specific types of traffic and parking issues?
My firm specializes in traffic impact studies. We also do traffic transportation planning, and we do parking work. Most of our experience is in the Western United States, but we also work nationally and internationally. Our specialty is really traffic impact work and traffic planning for large, complex mixed-use developments. We do a lot of work in sports and entertainment centers, lots of shopping centers, and theme parks. Theme parks are what's really taken me internationally, doing work in Dubai and Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Saudi Arabia. I've been the traffic engineer for Disney on the West Coast for the last 35 years.
Are you involved with an organization called ITE?
Yes, the Institute of Transportation Engineers. I've been a member since being a student in 1968. I'm now a fellow, which is the highest rank. I'm a fellow in the Institute of Transportation Engineers.
Okay. Have you written any books about transportation planning or traffic issues?
I have. I co-authored a research book called Parking at Regional Shopping Centers. There were two different editions of that book that was published by the Urban Land Institute and the International Council of Shopping Centers. Those same two groups also published a national research document called Shared Parking for Mixed-Use Developments. And I co-authored 3 different editions of that book, one in 1980, one in 2000, and one in 2018.
And can you tell the panel how those books are used in the industry?
The parking at shopping centers really is used as a reference manual by architects, planners, developers who are building shopping centers of all sizes. That book gives them a starting point, an idea of how many parking spaces should be provided for different types of retail projects. The shared parking book is really used nationally and internationally. It has both a written document and it has a model, a computer model spreadsheet that again is used to test and evaluate how many parking spaces are needed at a particular mixed use development. So that document again is used by developers and architects and cities to figure out how much parking is needed by, by mixed-use developments.
In terms of your firm's clients, do you only represent developers? Or do you also represent local governments?
No, we represent both private sector developers and public sector clients. For example, I serve as the city traffic engineer of the city of Monrovia, California, a suburb of Los Angeles, not quite as big as Brookhaven, but in that range. So I'm their traffic engineer, but we also work for cities and states all over the Western United States.
Okay, and do you teach or lecture on traffic issues?
I do. I taught the transportation engineering courses at UCLA for over 15 years. When I lived in Northern California, I taught traffic engineering at San Jose State University for 5 years, and I've taught at East Los Angeles College for about 20 years. I also guest lecture at USC and Cal State LA and at Northwestern University.
Okay, I'll tender Mr. Gibson as a traffic and transportation expert.
I certainly don't see an issue with that.
No objection.
Thank you. Has your firm ever worked for DeKalb County before, Mr. Gibson?
We have not.
How about for the city of Brookhaven?
We have not.
How about for my firm?
We have not.
Are traffic concepts specific to states?
No, not really. States have their own processes or sometimes their own thresholds or targets of how they want the streets to operate. But the basic methodology and the basic analytical tools are the same. We all use a national reference put out by the Federal Highway Administration or by professional societies. So we're all essentially singing from the same book.
Okay. And so LA and Atlanta both have legendarily bad traffic, but other than that, are you comfortable that your primarily West Coast experience is applicable here?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Who's your client in this matter?
My client is the city of Brookhaven through your law firm.
Okay. And what was the scope of the work you were retained to perform?
I was really asked to do 4 different things. I was asked to review a traffic impact report that was written for the Druid Hills Manor project. That traffic report was written by a firm named NV5. I was then asked to conduct an independent evaluation of the Druid Hills Manor project. I was asked to replicate the DRI process in that independent evaluation. And finally, I was asked to render an opinion as to the overall impacts of the Druid Hills project on the local street system.
And for the benefit of the panel, when you say the Druid Hills project or the Druid Hills Manor project, are you referring to the 6.74 acres or are you referring to the 27 acres?
The 6.7 acre project.
Okay. Are you being paid for your time today?
I am.
At least if I get around to it?
Yes.
Is the fact that you're getting paid going to cause you to alter your analysis?
It is not.
What did you do to educate yourself about local traffic requirements and level of service standards?
We looked at a number of different traffic impact reports that had been written in the area. Certainly the NV5 report was one, but we also looked at the DRI work that was done for the Children's Hospital project. We also looked at the GDOT requirements and procedures and methodologies for the DRI process. We looked at the Brookhaven general plan and at the and the Dekalb general plan.
Okay. Were you, do you feel comfortable expressing the opinions you were asked, performing the work you were asked to perform in this matter?
Yes.
Was there any information you needed to get comfortable that you were not able to access or be provided with?
No.
Okay. Did you prepare a report based on your analysis?
I did.
Lindsay, would you please pull up the first page of Exhibit 27 in the white binder? Mr. Gibson, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Is this the report you prepared in this matter?
It is, yes.
Okay, I'll tender Exhibit 27.
No objection.
Thank you. And one of the first things you evaluated was I think we talked about the first thing you were asked to do was evaluate the initial traffic study done by a firm called NV5. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Lindsay, would you pull up Exhibit 23, please? Is this the NV5 report you evaluated?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll tender 23.
No objection.
And in your examination of the NV5 study, where did you start?
First of all, I read the report, but I compared the methodology and the work that they did to standard practice and to what the DRI process said they should have done.
Okay, and Lindsay, would you go back to? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, and then I started looking at the individual calculations that they did in the report.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I cut you off and I apologize for that. That was gonna be my next question is, did you examine the NV5 report's trip generation calculation?
We did.
And for the panel's benefit, although they heard from Mr. Boutwell about this morning, what is a trip generation calculation?
Well, in order to evaluate what the potential impact of a project might be, any project, we have to figure out how many trips, how many automobile trips or pedestrian or bicycle or transit, but in most cases it's how many automobile trips are coming in and out of that site and where are they going, what roadways are they going to use. So we start with a document which Mr. Boutwell also referred to, the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, which, as he said, is now on its 10th version or the 10th edition. Traffic engineers all over the country do trip generation studies at individual projects, and then we send that information to the Institute of Transportation Engineers, to ITE, and they put all of that data into a book so that now we have a database with hundreds and hundreds of data points for one particular land use. So, for example, a regional shopping center probably has 1,000 different traffic counts done across the nation. And based on the size and the type and the location, in some cases, of that particular land use, we can look and see how other similar projects of that size and type have behaved in terms of trip generation. So the first thing we do is look at the land use that's proposed, the size of that land use, and then we can calculate the expected trip generation of that particular project.
Thank you. And after your study of the NV5 report, do you believe that it accurately calculated the traffic consequences from Related's redevelopment proposal of the 6 3/4 acre parcel?
I do not.
Why not?
Well, I have three problems with the data in the NV5 report. First of all, the trip generation itself doesn't
doesn't make a lot of sense. And there's not enough detail in the report for me to try and recreate what they did. But for example, the project, their calculation for the project trips, which is in table 3 on page 8 of their report, suggests that the project would generate 1,141 trips in the morning peak hour, with 900 of those trips being inbound trips. Well, the reason that raises a flag for me is this is a residential project primarily. That's the biggest and busiest land use. And a residential project doesn't generate inbound trips in the morning peak hour. So again, I don't know what happened with the calculation because they didn't essentially show their work. But there's no way that project can generate that level of inbound trip generation in the morning peak hour.
So they said 900 trips. What do you think is the accurate number?
Well, we did a independent calculation of that. And, whoops, wrong report.
Well, actually, before I ask you that question, you said there were 3 errors. Aside from a miscalculation in the peak hour traffic, what are the other 2 problems that you found with the NV5 report?
So the second problem was that the related project, or the Druid Hills project, actually has land uses on that project site today. Those land uses are being removed as a result of this new project. However, the land uses that are on the site today are generating traffic today, and the traffic that those existing land uses is generating, that traffic is already on the street system, and it's included in the traffic counts that NV5 did in May of 2019. So when they assumed the buildings would be torn down and all of the related project land uses would be built on top of that now empty land, they didn't take away the trips that were already being generated by the land uses that they tore down. So those trips are essentially being double counted.
Okay,
And that's
how many of those double counted trips are in the NV5 report?
There are 80 trips in the morning peak hour and 105 trips in the afternoon peak hour.
And what section of your report discusses that?
It's in my trip generation table, table 1.
Okay. And then, so the first problem was a miscalculation of peak hour traffic. The second one was a lack of credit for existing trips. What was the third error?
The third one was that one of the capacity calculation for the intersection of Druid Hills and Briarcliff had a mistake in the number of lanes that were assumed for Briarcliff. There are really 2 southbound through lanes on the street today, if I consider Briarcliff to be the north-south street. There are 2 southbound Briarcliff lanes approaching Druid Hills. The capacity calculation was done assuming there was only 1 lane. And what that meant was the Briarcliff approach only had half the capacity that it really has. So the level of service, again, grades in school A through F, the level of service of that intersection looks really bad because I'm missing 50% of the approach capacity on Briarcliff Road.
Okay. And as part of your work, did you perform your own assessment of the traffic consequences from the related redevelopment using the corrected trip generation calculations?
We did. We corrected the trip generation estimate and we corrected the number of lanes on Briarcliff, and we took credit for the land uses that are on site today.
Okay, and would you please, did you look at the DRI process? Did you use the DRI process when you were doing so?
We did, yes.
Okay, and then did you run that assessment with different scenarios?
We ran it according to the DRI process. You run existing conditions, then you run what's essentially the opening year condition, in this case 2023. We ran that for 2023 with background traffic growth and with the traffic that would be generated by Children's Hospital, a third of it, a third of the Emory Park, and by the high school. So that was the second scenario. Then the DRI process says, if that scenario doesn't result in acceptable operations, level of service D or better, then tell me what improvements need to be made in order to make the background condition base year operate satisfactorily. So we did that, and then add the project traffic to that and see if those improvements are sufficient to make it work in the future with the project. So there are with and without background improvements and with and without the project.
Okay. And the improvements, just to be clear, those improvements are the ones that are recommended because of all of the background activity, not related to the project, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And that's the DRI process, is tell me what it takes on opening year to make the background conditions work.
And table 3 of your report is the opening day build, no build comparison, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when you ran the corrected analysis for the scenario that has only the existing infrastructure in place, that's without improvements, right?
Yes.
Is that table 4 of your report?
Table 4 is a comparison of what my analysis showed versus what NV5 showed. So the first column, which is the NV5 analysis, that still has the errors in it that I think are in the NV5 report. It still has the higher trip generation, and it still has the missing lane on Briarcliff Road, and it still has the background trips double counted. If you fix those 3 things, the resulting change in delay, that's how we measure level of service, the resulting change in delay is shown in the column labeled GTC analysis. So you can see the dramatic difference between an analysis with those 3 mistakes in it and an analysis of the project impact with those 3 errors corrected. So again, I think the analysis is, the correct analysis shows the impact of the project in that far right-hand column.
And based on your expert opinion, does this show, once the analysis is corrected and those errors are corrected, does the related project have a material adverse consequence on area traffic?
Well, there's really 2 pieces to answering that question. One is this change in delay, and the second part of the question is, what level of service are those intersections operating at? To what level of service are these changes applied? So in order to answer that question, we really have to look at table 5, the next problem, next table.
As set forth in the DRI process, we look at it with the with improvement scenario, correct?
Correct.
And that's what this is?
That's what this is. This is with improvements. The middle column with the levels of service in it are future no build with improvements without the project in place, and future build with improvements with the related plan. So what the DRI process is really doing is looking at, is your project responsible for moving an intersection from level of service D to level of service E or F? Or is it responsible for making a level of service E or F worse? So that's the test. And those seconds of delay are really much more important if your project has caused an E or made an E or F worse. And in this case, there are 4 intersections. The first 2 are the interchange. And I'm going to show you a different table in just a second of the first 2. So intersection 3, Druid Hills Road at Executive Park Drive, you heard the city manager today talk about improvements that are being made there. Actually, I think those improvements are beyond what's in this list, but the related project impact on that intersection is 1/10 of 1 second. So it's basically no impact on that location. So even though we retained or we stayed at level E, that project didn't have any impact on it. Second, if you go down to intersection 10, Claremont and Briarcliff, again, here we went from level of service D in the peak hour to level of service E in the afternoon peak hour. But that only happened because that intersection was right on the edge of the level of service DE threshold. You'll see that the project only added 0.9 seconds of delay. Most cities, and I couldn't really find that in the GDOT or the Dekalb thresholds, most cities have a significance threshold of 1 to 2.5 seconds at level of service E or F. So neither of those 2 level of service E locations would be considered a significant impact. The first 2 are the interchange, and the NV5 report actually had the disadvantage of measuring the effects of the interchange in a previous version of that interchange. I think it might have been Mr. Boutwell that showed the drawing of the new concept for that interchange.
You're
And
talking
my
about
next-
North Druid Hills and I-85 is the interchange. you're
Correct,
talking
correct.
Okay.
So my next table shows the project effects with that new design, table 6. So here it is with the new design that GDOT has come up with in concert with the Children's Hospital. That intersection will operate at level of service C or D with the project or without the project. So it's really a very clever improvement program, and I give them full credit for that improvement. But what it says is our project, the related project, is not going to have an impact on that new interchange design.
Okay, so Lindsay, will you go back to table 5, please? Let me make sure that I understand what you're saying correctly. Of all of these intersections, with the build scenario, so with the related project built, and using the DRI process assumption of the kind of background improvements, there are only 2 intersections that show any material effect at all, one of which is the I-85 interchange, which you just talked about, right?
Yes, which is no longer an impact.
Because of the the rework that's happening with CHOA and GDOT, right?
Correct.
And then the only other one there's an adverse impact is Claremont and Briarcliff, and that's a 0.9 second delay. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. As part of your analysis, did you examine what the potential traffic consequences would be if the subject area, the annexation area, were redeveloped using Dekalb's existing zoning, as opposed to the land use related actually intends to build there?
I did. I tested a land use scenario that was developed by HGOR. So it wasn't my land use plan.
Sure.
But according to HGOR, the zoning and the underlying area plan would allow a different level of intensity for the related site. And I did test the trip generation and the impacts of that.
And that was using the report done by Bob Hughes, that the man who just testified?
Correct.
Okay. And that's Exhibit 26 that's already been admitted. Mr. Gibson, were you able to come to conclusions in this report, in your report, about what redevelopment using the existing Dekalb zoning and land use designation would mean for traffic in the area?
Yes, we did a trip generation for that project, or for that land use alternative.
Is that what's labeled the second table 2 in your report, but should really be table 7?
Yes.
What page is that on for the panel's benefit?
It's after the figures, and it's the 5th table.
All right. Is this the table that we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and will you walk the panel through what this shows, please?
Sure. In the top section of the table, those are the trip generation rates that are straight from the Institute of Transportation Engineers 10th edition. So that tells you how many trips per 1,000 square feet or per hotel room or per dwelling unit are going to be generated on a daily basis or on the basis of a morning or afternoon peak hour trips. And then the in and out split tells you in that particular peak hour, is the predominant flow inbound or outbound? And if you look at the multifamily housing in the top line, you'll see the inbound in the morning peak hour says 23%, and the outbound says 77%. And that's why that proportion is exactly why I was concerned about 900 trips coming into a residential project in the morning peak hour and only 500 leaving. So that proportion really stays the same. So all of those rates out of the Institute of Transportation Engineers handbook were used and applied to the land uses that were proposed in the HGOR report. And if you can show me the middle of my graphic. There we go. So each land use that was proposed in that report, I applied that trip generation rate, took an internal capture, which Mr. Botwell explained to you, and a pass-by reduction, which was explained to you. So that on the bottom or in the middle section there, I get total proposed project with no reduction and total proposed project with reduction. So that project, when you take into account the pass-by and the internal capture, you get 351 morning trips and 475 afternoon trips. But then you have to reduce that by the trips that were already being assigned from the land uses on that site. So the bottom line is there are 271 net new morning trips and 370 net new afternoon trips from the zoning, from the application of the zoning and land use intensities to that site. Those two numbers are higher than the trip generation rate for the related project.
And you did this as a way of understanding what the existing zoning would permit, not because anyone told you that Bob Hughes' report was going to be used as a blueprint to actually do anything, right?
Yes, I was told that the HGOR report reflected what could be built out there under under zoning and land use intensity rules. And I was asked to compare that to the related development.
And did you prepare a table that actually does the side-by-side comparison?
I do. It's the next table.
It's table 9, although I think it's labeled table 4. Because
yes, one more.
There we go. Can you walk the panel through this, please?
Sure. My evaluation of the related project says that the net new trips from the project would be 200 trips in the morning peak hour and 236 trips in the afternoon peak hour. The analysis that we just went through said that the zoning intensity, the zoning alternative that HGOR came up with would generate 271 or 370 trips on that, from that same 6.7 acres. And that represents a 35% traffic growth in the morning and a 57% growth in the afternoon.
So redevelopment of the existing site of the 6.74 acres under existing Dekalb zoning as office and retail results in trip intensity that is between 35% to 56% higher than what Related's actual proposal would generate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you have a set of columns here for full build out, but there's no proposal to do any full build out, right?
That is correct.
That was just the hypothetical, again, Bob Hughes hypothetical, right?
That's right.
Okay. Were you able to review the report submitted by Mr. Boutwell in this matter?
I was.
And did you watch his testimony this morning?
I did.
And did his report address or explain what the traffic consequences would be for redevelopment of just the Related proposal or for the whole 27 acres?
Yeah, his report did not include any analysis that isolated the 6.7 acres.
Okay.
It included the whole 24 or 27 acres built either as a neighborhood center or as a town center, two different levels of intensity development.
And did you review his report's method of calculating background traffic growth?
I did.
Do you agree that he did it correctly?
No. I don't know that it made much sense to do a background growth that included Druid Hills Road. I mean, if he was trying to do an area-wide growth, that's appropriate. But he was really looking at a corridor study at Briarcliff Road itself. So I didn't see the point of adding a growth pattern from a different corridor.
It had the effect of doubling the growth rate, didn't it?
It did.
Okay.
But that said, it wouldn't make a lot of difference to his conclusions.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Did you review his methodology for modeling potential or possible traffic from the whole annexation site?
I did.
Did you reach any conclusions about his choices of which land uses to use in his model?
Yes, I mean, and his report admits, which I thought was kind of a refreshing admission, but he said, I'm picking the highest growth rate I can find, the one that results in the most number of trips coming in and out of the project site. For example, in an earlier version we saw, he assumed that the related project site would contain 3 fast food restaurants. The actual related project site contains no fast food restaurants with drive-throughs. So his trips really overestimate the number of trips coming out of the 24 or 27 acre site because of the number of fast foods he did. Now, I did a direct comparison of his trips and my trips with his assumptions and my assumptions. And if you simply change the neighborhood traffic center from fast food to sit-down restaurant, his trips and my trips are almost exactly the same. So I don't have a great problem with his methodology or his answers. I just think he's picked land uses that are too intense certainly too intense for the 6.7 acres and probably too intense for the whole redevelopment.
Okay. And do you agree with his conclusion that Related should have to pay $750,000 to realign Woodcliff Drive?
Well, I saw his assumptions of what improvements are needed, and I saw the table that said, here's what the cost of those improvements are. I didn't see anywhere in the report where he assigned costs to particular projects. So
right.
I don't know that I agree with your statement that he thought Related should pay $750,000. But
that's
the improvement that he suggested for one of the Related driveways was at least a pretty good chunk of that $750,000. Unfortunately, had he looked closer at the Related site plan, he would see that the Woodcliff driveway that he wants widened and lengthened and left turn lanes, that driveway is essentially closed. It is a dead end driveway that only serves the trash pickup for the apartment building. So there's going to be no traffic on that street. There's no reason to widen that driveway to 3 lanes.
And I'm glad you corrected me about the responsibility for the improvements, because his conclusion was that none of those improvements are necessary unless the entire 27 acres is redeveloped as either neighborhood commercial or then the second column, the step up would be the town center, right?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you think about the conclusion that if all 27 acres are redeveloped as town center, that there should be a roundabout at Brockton Glen and Beacon Hill?
I don't think there's any chance that a city body would accept a $4.6 million improvement at that location. If you look at figure 22 of his traffic report, he's putting in a $4.6 million project to serve wait, I think I got the wrong one. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's figure 28. If you look at the Brockton Glen and Bronson Hill intersection, the roundabout is only really serving the left turns and the through movements. That's why you spend the money to put a roundabout in. And there's only one left turn and one through trip in the morning peak hour coming out of Brockton Glen. And there's only 35 or 24 left or through movements coming out of Blossom Hill, Beacon Hill, I'm sorry. My eyes can't read these little numbers. Well, 23 or 30 trips is one car every 2 minutes making that left turn. The much more appropriate, both from an operation standpoint, a right-of-way standpoint, and a cost standpoint, that's a location where you should put in one of his, what he called an R-cut improvement. You could either signalize that intersection for $250,000, you could put an R-cut in for probably $150,000, or you could spend $4.6 million and buy 4 single-family homes front yards and service 33 left turns. It's tremendous overkill. There's no way you would ever do that.
And again, and I think you were referring to table 18 in his report, which is on page 68 of his report. And none of those are necessary unless the entire 27 acres is redeveloped, correct?
Yeah, and even then it's not necessary.
Fair enough. So let's go back to the 6.74 acre site. After all of your analysis, were you able to come to any conclusions and overall opinions about the probable traffic consequences from the actual related proposal on that site?
Yes. My position is if the trip generation had been done correctly, the net new trips, the net impact of the related projects would be significantly less than what's shown in the NV5 report. Mr. Boutwell's report clearly showed, as did the NV5 report, clearly showed that roadway improvements in the area are needed in the not too distant future, mostly because of the Children's Hospital and the Emory development. And the related project's impact on these streets is really small. The change in level of service caused by the related project only occurs at one intersection, and that intersection has an increase in delay of less than 1 second. The zoning work that HGOR did says that this site could have generated 35 to 55% more traffic in the peak hours. My opinion is that had the trip generation been calculated properly, it's doubtful that this project would have risen to the level of scrutiny that it is now receiving from a traffic standpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, as far as the panel is concerned, I think we'll stipulate that we have dueling traffic engineers and that we have heard from both of them and can make assumptions. So if you would not try to, take too long, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Understood. Afternoon, Mr. Gibson. My name is Thomas Mitchell, and I represent DeKalb County in this matter. Does your firm have an office in Atlanta?
We do not.
When was the last time you were in Atlanta?
Probably last year to visit my brother.
Have you driven through this intersection or been in the area?
Not to my knowledge.
Right, so all you know about this particular area is what you've read in the reports that have been provided to you?
And what I've seen on Google Maps, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the DRI requirements under the Department of Community Affairs here in Georgia?
I hope I am. I did go through their methodologies and procedure documents.
Do you know whether the related project is subject to the DRI process?
Well, my reading of it is that it is subject to that based on the number of square feet of development. It wouldn't be subject to it based on the number of trips it generates. But yes, it has more than X number of hundreds of thousands square feet.
All right. Did you talk with anyone at Everly who did the NV5 report?
I did not.
I'll also object to the foundation of that question.
Did Everly do the NV5 report?
I don't know who Everly is.
We'll take a look at Exhibit 23. Oh, I'm sorry. That was who it was prepared for. Did you talk with anybody at NV5?
I did not.
And did you, it was prepared for a firm by the name of Everly and Associates. Did you talk with anyone there?
No.
Now, you had some criticisms about the fact that the existing trips were eliminated for the first level or the first scenario that was studied by both NV5 and Mr. Boutwell. Did I understand your testimony correctly?
No, that's not correct. NV5 did not eliminate the existing trips either before or after they did trip generation for the project. Mr. Boutwell took his existing trips out of the base traffic, and he did it for the whole 27 acres, but I understand what he did. So Mr. Boutwell did acknowledge the fact that the existing trips generated by that site should be accounted for in the evaluation of the net impacts of a new project. The NV5 report ignored those trips.
Right, so you don't have any criticism about that part of Mr. Boutwell's methodology?
I do not.
Okay. All right, your scenarios that are reflected on tables, I think they're tables 7, 8, and 9, but they're numbered in your report in tab 27 or exhibit 27 as the second 3, the second 2, the second 3, and the second 4, correct?
Yes, sir. That's my fault, and I apologize for that.
Okay. That's not my point. I just want to make sure we're looking at the right thing.
Yep, that's correct.
Your development assumptions for these comparisons are based exclusively on the HGOR report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Am I reading the second table 2 or table 7 correctly, that you assume that his redevelopment under existing C1 had a multifamily component?
Yes, that's what I found what I thought I found in the report, that he had his 78,000 square feet of office plus the retail restaurant. And I thought he said in the report that there would still be room for 161 dwelling units. So that's what I tested.
Okay. And do you know whether DeKalb County allows multifamily in C1?
I've heard today that they do not, but I did not know that before.
All right. So if there's problems with the HGOR report, then there would be problems with that comparison that you did. Would you agree with me?
Yes, but if you look at table 7, even if I took all of the residential out of there, I would still have more trips generated than in my test, in the related project test.
I just want to confirm, you said that to the extent there were differences in the numbers that you and Mr. Boutwell arrived at, you didn't think that would make any difference to his conclusions?
No, I said based on his 1% growth as opposed to the 0.5% growth for 3 years, that difference wouldn't make any any difference in his conclusions.
Okay. And then when you recalculated using your methodology, you said the trips were about the same.
Correct.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not an R-cut or a signal at Brockton would be the better solution?
I do.
Which?
I think either of them would be better. I think the R-cut would be fine.
Okay.
I think there may not be enough traffic on the side street to warrant a traffic signal. So I think the only choice might be the R-cut.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. I think that's all I've got.
Okay. No one have any questions? No one has any questions? No one. Okay, go ahead. All right.
Yeah, I just heard something in testimony that I guess I hadn't noticed previously, specifically related to Woodcliff. And just want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly, is that the site plan proposed by the related group essentially decommissions Woodcliff Drive between Briarcliff and North Druid Hills Road, and in a sense replaces it with a new road, the dogleg left road that we referred to in Mr. Allen's testimony that connects up to the Choa new entrance on Briarcliff. Am I understanding that correctly, Mr. Gibson?
That is correct.
So in Mr. Boutwell's diagram showing all the various improvements, your testimony is everything that he was showing related to the Woodcliff intersection was unnecessary because it doesn't go anywhere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Good point. All right, one quick question. You did include in your study the new road in the development that was proposed by, and the 6.7 acres, right, Mr.
Yes,
Gibson?
I did. That was the main entrance into the parking garage from both
Correct.
Druid Hills and Briarcliff. Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you very much. Mr. Ash?
It'll stun you to learn. No further questions from me either.
Make sure you record that, ma'am. Thank you. All right, let's have our closing.
I have two things. I need to tender what is Exhibit 25 in the white notebook. That's the city's Exhibit 25.
Oh, yep, financial.
The financial impacts. And then a housekeeping matter. We tendered the DeKalb County zoning ordinance. What was in our notebooks, and I think what was provided to the court reporter was only amendments to the zoning ordinance since, I think, December of 2014. So we have corrected that, and we have a certified copy of the entire zoning ordinance that we've got it electronically. We'll provide to the court reporter, and if necessary, we can provide it to you all.
Good. Perfect. All right, well, let's have a short closing argument from each side, and I think, not sure who goes first.
I'll reserve closing, meaning I'll go last.
Oh, okay. Are you trying to pull lawyer terminology? Mr. Ash, you get to go first, sir.
And I am going to defer to Ms. Peterson.
You reserve too? You can't both reserve.
No.
Delegating.
Messing with you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, on behalf of the city of Brookhaven, on behalf of my colleagues, Mr. Ash and City Attorney Balcha, we really do want to thank you for your attention these last 2 days, for your engagement with your insightful questions. We appreciate you putting yourselves up to serve in this way to the cities and counties of Georgia. And we especially do thank you for your patience with the technology and for accommodating our health concerns over on this side. So on behalf of all of us, thank you. I will try to be brief here. We have heard about so many issues in the last 2 days that I want to spend my first few minutes making sure we understand what's not important to a decision here. And then I'll use my last few minutes to go over the issues and evidence that I think are really relevant. You all know that this panel has a very limited mission under the statute. It is empowered to hear from the county about burdens imposed upon it from the proposal regarding land use, zoning, and infrastructure. That's really it. And really all the panel can do about those objections, the ones that it finds valid, are to impose for 1 year reasonable conditions on zoning, land use, density, or infrastructure conditions that specifically address those objections. So that means that right off the bat, a lot of what we heard about in the last 2 days is just not germane to the panel's decision. We heard a lot from the county about how terrible it might be if all 27 acres are densely redeveloped someday. But that is not the proposal that's actually before us. I think we all understand that by now, but to make it absolutely clear, the only thing that's being proposed for redevelopment is the 6.74 acre tract. You have in your binder at the white binder rather, at tab 2, the actual annexation proposal that was submitted by Related. You can see the site plan is just that track. You heard that testimony from Mr. Allen as well, that there's no intent to redevelop the larger property. You heard multiple people testify that that Target is not going anywhere anytime soon, that Chick-fil-A, that Sherwin-Williams are not being redeveloped in the near future. And as my colleague, Mr. Ash, made clear yesterday, we are happy to stipulate that the rest of the property, the other 21 acres and change, will remain for 1 year as if it were still zoned Dekalb C1. As we also said yesterday, we're happy to stipulate that we will not apply the Buford Highway overlay to this area for 1 year. And we'd be happy to have those stipulations memorialized as part of the panel's decision here today. But that said, any speculation about what may or may not happen on the other 21 acres cannot play a part in this panel's decision to impose conditions. This arbitration process allows a county to object, to quote the statute, because of a material increase in burden upon the county. Speculation is not a material increase in burden. Future contingencies, hypotheticals, and what ifs are not a material increase in burden upon the county. So we would ask you to focus your review of the evidence on only those concerns that pertain to the actual proposed redevelopment here and ignore the rest. Now, let me go over just a couple other things that are not relevant. We heard a lot yesterday about sewers, and we understand that sewers are an important issue to Dekalb under their responsibilities to the federal government, under their responsibilities to their citizens. It's an important issue to Brookhaven too. We're in Dekalb, we all live in the same environment. And we appreciate that Dekalb has the burden to take care of these problems. But the point is, sewers are not germane to the issue of annexation. They're not germane to your decision here today. Remember Ms. Ott's testimony. Her watershed department at the county has the responsibility to still issue although we've been conditionally approved for this 6.7 acre development, when Related goes to submit its land disturbance plans and apply for building permits, even from the city of Brookhaven, they will still have to go back through Ms. Ott's department at Watershed for final approval, denial, or conditional approval before they can hook up to the county's sewers. So that's true for any redevelopment project in the county, whether in a city or unincorporated. That means this just is not a factor in the annexation decision, and we would ask you to move on from it. Now, unfortunately, you've also heard about some political issues that you're not here to decide. You're not here to decide whether annexation is good or bad generally. Mr. Mitchell referred to the question in his opening. He brought it up in a couple of cross-examinations today, I think, the idea that maybe annexation is bad because it reduces citizen input, because it limits the ability of residents in unincorporated areas to have a say on what goes on once a piece of property is annexed into a city. We may have even heard an allusion to the idea that the 60% method of annexation that the General Assembly has created for us is bad somehow. All of these political questions aside, they're interesting. We can take them up, after this meeting somewhere, but they're political discussions that are not one of the 3 grounds that the county is allowed to object based on in this proceeding, and they should not play a factor in your decision. Similarly, we're not here to decide whether tax incentives for economic development or otherwise are good or bad. You heard a lot about them today. You heard about the one that's being talked about for this redevelopment. You heard that it's to offset the costs associated with providing workforce housing as the city of Brookhaven requires. And you've heard that that abatement will not apply to the county taxes, that related property taxes will still go into that TAD for infrastructure improvements in the area. But all that said, none of that's really part of the decision. And we're also not here to settle Commissioner Rader's issues with the city of Brookhaven. You heard about what happened yesterday. You heard from Mr. Allen how Commissioner Rader was for this project before he was against it, before he found out that it was going to be in the city of Brookhaven. The county didn't call Commissioner Rader to set the record straight on that. And it's not germane to your decision, but I think it is fair to know that it is unfortunately why we are all practically here today. One more thing on this subject. When we hear about what the county asks this panel to do, and again, to be frank, as I said yesterday, we still don't really know what their big ask is going to be. But let me be crystal clear about this as a matter of law. If the county asks you to impose a payment of money as a condition of approving this development, please understand that that would be an absolutely illegal development impact fee or exaction. Many of you probably already know this from your home jurisdictions, but just to review, the state of Georgia has a development impact fee statute that provides extremely specific hoops that a county or city must jump through before it is allowed to charge developers an impact fee. The statute defines an impact fee as a payment of money as a condition of development approval to pay for a proportionate share of the cost of system improvements needed to serve new growth and development. That sounds a lot like what it's possible the county may come and ask for here. Millions of dollars to pay for road improvements or land right of way to make way for them. We heard testimony yesterday. Dekalb County is not an impact fee jurisdiction. It has not jumped through these statutory procedures in order to be able to charge developers these fees. Dekalb County may not use this panel to do indirectly what it cannot do directly. Because such an impact fee or exaction would be illegal done directly, it would not be a reasonable condition for this panel to impose indirectly. Now, a couple other lawyer points. I do need to renew my argument from yesterday. Y'all decided to defer ruling on this, but I think it's back before you today when you go back for your deliberations. We argued that as the first page of the verdict form in the arbitration handbook asks, that a proper objection has not been submitted based on the county's vote back in January that was not based on a permissible ground. Lindsay, could you put up that first page of the verdict form for us just to remind us what it looks like? Thank you. So we would ask that you check no here. I'm not going to repeat all of my arguments from yesterday. I'm sure you remember them. Mr. Chairman Weatherford, I did appreciate your comment that in Cobb, there would have been a staff report before, before the Board of Commissioners would have voted to object to something like this. And I was glad to hear that as a proud Cobb Countian. And I'm sorry to say that that is not what appears to be the MO in Dekalb. Based on what happened in this scenario, Dekalb seems to be vote first, figure out why later. It's our position that that's not what the statute contemplates. We think it behooves the political decision makers in a county to make sure they're lodging a proper objection before invoking this whole process, before asking you gentlemen or others like you to donate all your time, before incurring all of these attorney's fees fighting this thing. And we would ask you to find that a proper objection was not submitted. Lindsay, can we go to the next page of the verdict form? We would also ask you, page 32, the second page of the verdict form, is the next set of sort of threshold questions before we actually get to ruling on the merits of the county's objections. And at the top of the page, we're asked to determine if the objection is valid. All the questions on this page sort of restate the statutory requirements of 36-36-115A. We would ask you that you read these questions carefully. Pay attention to the questions referencing references to the county's land use plan. And remember that the county's comprehensive plan specifically allows in this character area literally all of the uses that Related has proposed here. Residential, office, commercial, lodging, it is all in the county's plan. So we would ask you to check note of these questions. Lindsay, you can take that down. One final lawyery point. I do need to take just a minute to preserve for the record the city's constitutional objections to any imposition of conditions by this panel. I recognize that the panel does not appear to have the statutory authority to decide these questions of law, but we do need to preserve them for the record. I'll be brief. First, it's the city's position that any zoning or rezoning by this panel would violate Article 9, Section 2, Paragraph 4 of the Georgia Constitution, which exclusively assigns the zoning power to counties and municipalities. Second, any zoning or land use conditions imposed by the panel would be an unlawful exercise of legislative power in violation of the separation of powers. And third, any zoning or land use conditions subsequently adopted or modified by a superior court would be an unlawful exercise of legislative power by that court in violation of the separation of powers as well. All right. So with that out of the way, what's left? After we take away all the hyperbole about 27 acres, all the speculation and the what ifs, the political issues, the sewer issues, what's left? Land use, zoning, density, and infrastructure. Those are the four things that the statute and this procedure are concerned about. So let's review what we've heard about there. With respect to infrastructure first. Once we understand that sewers don't really make a difference to annexation here, all that's left is roads. You heard a lot about that today. But once you set aside the false projections about super dense redevelopment of the whole 27 acres, the main takeaway is that serious improvements were already needed to these roads in the area. As Mr. Gibson testified, when you correctly take into account the net effect of this project with correct trip generation calculations, when you calculate based on what's actually proposed versus what's speculated, the effect is really negligible, 0.9 seconds of delay at the worst intersection. And the county's traffic expert didn't contradict that. He spent his time talking about the 27 acres. He spent his time talking about bills for road repairs that would only be required with 27 acres developed at the very dense town center density over the entirety of them. And at best, his ideas are silly. A $4 million roundabout? Come on, $750,000 to realign Woodcliff Drive that's going away anyway? At worst, this line of thinking seems to be an effort to punish the city or the developer for the county's past failures to improve these roads. You heard Mr. Boutwell say, Brookcliff should already be 4 lanes through this section before anything is done to improve this related property. We are already at the traffic thresholds that call for road widening. That's been the case. That's the county's responsibility right now. And you heard that they've been collecting infrastructure funds in this TAD since 2007 to pay for infrastructure improvements in the area. Please don't lose track of that. So with infrastructure out of the way, we're left with land use, zoning, and density concerns. And remember, we're talking about material increases in burden upon the county. When you keep in mind that we're only talking about this one small tract, there's really no material increase in burden upon the county here. Remember, Mr. Hughes testified that you could redevelop this tract without rezoning at C1 standards and end up with a much denser, more intense, more impactful development than what's currently there and than what Related has actually proposed. If we were to redevelop this tract at neighborhood center, that's even more true. I hope it's clear to you all that this is not a situation like maybe you've seen in some of these other disputes where a city is coming in and trying to drop a crazy dense parcel of development in the midst of single family homes. You've seen a few maps over the last 2 days, I think. I hope you'll really take a look at this area and see what's there. Mr. Baker testified that the nearest single-family home is 1,500 feet away. And you remember his testimony about graduated building heights? That's not to protect the one-story Willies across the street. The comprehensive plan, if you actually read that page with the building heights, spells out that that's to protect single-family housing. But that's just not what's here. Look, this area is going to be dominated by $2 billion plus developments just across the street. And the rest of the area really is already in keeping with that. You see Brighton Park, the big new commercial center on the other corner. If you continue to look at that map, if you haven't, I would encourage you to do so during your deliberations. You'll see immediately across Briarcliff from the related tract is a huge tract of townhomes and apartments. On the other side of North Druid Hills, across from Brighton Park, is also a massive tract of hundreds and hundreds of apartments. When you really look at this area, when you really get a feel for it, you know what's out of character? This little one-story strip shopping center with a car wash. This area is ripe for redevelopment. It is ripe for affordable workforce housing to come in and complement the thousands of new jobs that are coming right across the street. But you don't have to take my word for it. I want to wind down by reviewing some of the county documents that we've seen in the last couple of days and listen to the county's own words over the years about this exact part of the county. Can we look at the 2007 TAD documents, Lindsay? This is from the 2007 TAD resolution. The commission writes, the current condition of the area is less desirable than the redevelopment of the area for new commercial, residential, and other uses. Can we go to the next quote from the TAD, Lindsay? This is from the TAD supporting materials. And they're looking to transform a long neglected cluster of disconnected neighborhoods, convenience-oriented or third-tier retail, and aging commercial buildings into a highly sought-after live, work, play destination for thousands of new residents and workers. Let's go forward in time a little bit. In 2011, the county adopted the LCI study and report. Could we put that up, Lindsay? On page 9 of the LCI, they reiterate that this commit neighborhood center mixed use, where the Briarcliff node, that's us, this area south of Briarcliff. They want a building height of 4 stories, residential density of 24 units to the acre, and look at the uses, residential, office, commercial, institutional, civic lodging, just what we've proposed here. Can we go to page 53 of the LCI as well, Lindsay? I like this comment here. They note that this area economically underutilizes developable land. They remark a significant proportion of developable land within the area is underutilized with respect to potential density, type of development, and or resulting market and taxable values. Both commercial and residential vacancy rates are unacceptably high. This vicinity could support much higher densities because of its proximity to Interstate 85. And then one more set of documents, Lindsay, if you could pull up the latest version of the county's comprehensive plan. It's the Plan 2035. It was last amended in 2017. We heard that they're working on the new one. On page 67, they write, again, of neighborhood center, which is where we are. These areas involve a concentration of activities such as general retail, neighborhood commercial, professional office, higher density housing. And can we go on to the page after 69, Lindsay? Again, this is the Briarcliff node that we're talking about. If you look at the map above, it's this area in red south of Briarcliff that includes our entire annexation area. And what are they calling for? This is 2017, still residential, office, commercial, institutional, civic lodging, 24 dwelling units per acre, 4 stories height. Thanks, Lindsay, you can take that down. Well, here we are. It is 2020. The county has been calling and calling and calling for improvements to this area. And who's come knocking? Well, the city. It's a little bit ironic and a lot frustrating, frankly, that the county has brought us here because the city is finally taking them up on the invitation to redevelop and revitalize this part of the county. You heard City Manager Sigmund today talk about Brookhaven this young city, but its great track record of tying valuable economic development to needed infrastructure improvements, whether roads, sewers. You've heard about the CIA's. It went out of its way to negotiate with both Emory and Showa to make these things happen. These are improvements that are in the works. You've heard about the infrastructure and walkability and transit projects that are finally happening in this area in Brookhaven. By contrast, you've heard about the county's struggles with infrastructure. Even the county's own traffic expert acknowledges, as I've said, that Briarcliff Road should be 4 lanes already. And you've heard that there's money in the TADs for improvements. It's not been spent. It's still there, and you've heard that this project is going to continue to pay into that fund for infrastructure improvements in the area. The point is, the county has not shown that there is a material increase in burden upon it based upon the permissible considerations and the actual proposal here. So the city of Brookhaven would ask this panel to find, if it does reach the merits, that the county has not shown that it is entitled to any land use, zoning, or density conditions upon the annexation, nor to any mitigating measures relating to infrastructure. We thank you for your attention, and we would ask you to allow this annexation to proceed unhindered.
Thank you, Ms. Peters. Mr. Mitchell, are you ready, sir?
Yes, sir. I want to echo Ms. Peterson's appreciation for the panel and your attention. I know this is more than you all signed up for. One of my partners, one of her sons told her she did not want to be a lawyer because it was like doing homework for a living. I'm sure that's exactly what you all have felt like for the last couple of weeks. But we appreciate the effort that you have made. I appreciate Mr. Elliott and his time as well. I want to reiterate something that I said in my opening. That is that this is a statutory proceeding. It is whenever there is an annexation to which the county objects, it's required, and that is why we are here. It is that the county doesn't have, unlike what used to be the case, the county doesn't have the ability to veto annexation. The only ability that a county has to have any impact at all, if there is an annexation, is this statutory proceeding and what this panel may do. And that is what DeKalb County has pursued. I am going to focus on the language of the statute and why the evidence that you have heard over the last 2 days fits within the statute, and we believe that we have shown this panel sufficient evidence to warrant 4 mitigating measures being imposed on this annexation. The statute says that you can impose conditions or other reasonable mitigating measures. And so I'm going to focus on the language of reasonable mitigating measure as what we're asking the panel to do based on the evidence that we presented to the panel. The statute says that if the annexation causes a material increase in the burden upon the county, so it's the annexation. The city has wanted to focus on the 6.74 acres of the related site in that site plan. That is not the issue. The annexed property, the entire 27 acres, is the issue for this panel. Whether the annexation, and that's going to become important when you look at what the language of the statute requires you to consider. So is it a burden upon the county by a proposed change in zoning or land use? This is almost undisputed. There is no dispute that C1, while at incorporation, C1 DeKalb and C1 Brookhaven were the same. Today, they are not the same. They are very different. C1 Brookhaven allows multifamily development, and it allows mixed uses. Not multiple uses of the same parcel, but mixed uses. C1 and DeKalb does not allow multifamily, and as Mr. Baker testified, you have to get it rezoned if you want to put mixed use on the property. The comprehensive plan in DeKalb County calls for neighborhood center in this area, and while the kind of the maximum in that particular character area is 24 dwelling units per acre and 4 stories. As the document you just saw, that's the maximum. Mr. Baker, in very good testimony, told you how the county evaluates these mixed-use developments. And as you move away from what he called the core, which would be the 85 intersection with North Druid Hills, towards all that single-family residential to the south of this site, you have a step down in zoning. And that this particular site, because it is adjacent and because it is the commercial site closest to all that single-family residential, that the traffic from this site impacts those residential neighborhoods, it needs to be a lesser density than even what the maximum would be required under the neighborhood center. The only character area in this area, and you saw it in the map for Brookhaven, the map in their comprehensive plan, is the Beaufort Highway corridor, and the Beaufort Highway, and what even the related proposal asked for C1 Beaufort Highway overlay. That was the ask by this particular developer. I understand they've offered the stipulation that for a year they won't impose or won't allow Beaufort Highway overlay densities on this property. However, the mitigating measures that I'm going to suggest to you at the end I think will address why it's important that you do that. The second part, proposed change in zoning or land use, I think is undisputed. A proposed increase in the density. I just talked to you about that. The densities allowed under DeKalb's county zoning and comprehensive planning and what will be allowed under Brookhaven comprehensive plan and zoning are very, very different, and it's a dramatic increase in density as to what would be allowed on this site. I mean, you can look at what Brookhaven is allowed on the CHOA site and on the Emory Executive Park site in terms of the density. I mean, those buildings on the CHOA site are going to be enormous. And so, and even the proposal that Related made, the apartment complex that they want to put on Briarcliff is 5 stories, which is above what the maximum would be allowed in this area under DeKalb's. The third thing is infrastructure demands related to the proposed change in zoning or land use. Again, they're changing not just the 6.74 acres that Related has applied for to C1, they're changing the whole 27 acres to C1 with all of those allowable uses. And you heard, I counted 3 witnesses say that that 27 acres, whether it's this year, 3 years from now, 10 years from now, is going to redevelop. Mr. Baker said it, Mr. Hughes said it this morning twice, in fact, he said that he would expect that site to redevelop a lot like the Related site. And then the citizen input that was discussed in both the LCI study and in the comprehensive planning process, even the citizens in this area say it ought to redevelop, it needs to be something else, but we want control over, and this is what we think it ought to be. The citizens in this area, remember, said, we think a neighborhood center and that density is appropriate here. A mile further away from the interstate, around that shopping center, Toco Hills, that's fine for town center. But that's the particular area, but not here. And that's what this annexation would allow. Let me talk a minute about the validity of the objection. The Board of Commissioners voted to object. They voted by a majority vote to object. As Ms. Momo covered in our arguments yesterday, there is nothing in the statute that requires any particular formality or any particular wording to the motion or the resolution or any of that. What the statute requires is a majority vote of the county commission, and that is what we have. The objection was Ms. Ernsth's, the county attorney's letter, and that is in the record at a couple of places. And she outlines exactly the things that we've been showing you evidence of during this hearing. On page 3 of her letter of January 10, the proposed zoning and land use certifications will result in substantial increases in intensity and allowable uses of the parcels, a substantial increase in intensity of use, and associated increases in infrastructure demands that have not been fully disclosed or vetted for compliance with the consent decree. Her letter, the actual objection that was delivered to the city, meets the requirements of the statute. In the requirements of the statute, to be a valid objection, the proposed change in zoning or land use must result in, reading from the statute, a substantial change in the intensity of the allowable use of the property, the annexed property, not just the portion of the property that's suggested for rezoning, but the allowable use of the whole property, or a change to a significantly different allowable use. Yes, it's both. They both bear the letter C and the number 1. But again, it is undisputed that in Brookhaven C1 and in Dekalb C1, those two things are very, very different. And ultimately, what's the allowable use of this property is going to be, whether it's in Dekalb or in Brookhaven, it's going to be redeveloped. As I mentioned a minute ago, the witnesses seem to agree on that the whole 27 acres, maybe not in the foreseeable future, but at some point on the horizon, there's going to be a redevelopment of that entire property. That's what's appropriate. And in Brookhaven, there is a significantly different allowable use on that property. And they want to talk about the 2007 TAD document and what it said. As we brought out, and I think everybody in this room knows, that TAD was done in 2007, before the Great Recession, and the tax digest, or the amount that was set at that particular point in time. There's been no evidence of what the values are today, even with the growth in that area. Probably with Choa and Executive Park, once those are online, that probably will start to grow again. But there's been no evidence that there's money sitting in that account that is not being spent for any kind of infrastructure improvements. The focus of this, of your evaluation, needs to be DeKalb County's 2035 comprehensive plan and the current zoning ordinance and what is allowed at C1. The other thing that a valid objection carries is a use which significantly increases the net cost of infrastructure or significantly diminishes the value or useful life of a capital outlay project. Ms. Otts testified without dispute that even this project, the related project, remember she said it tips the scale. That at this point in time, with the current development in the area, and again, Choa and Executive Park do not flow through this line. You heard testimony that there's a sewer line under 85 on those hills that sewer goes through. Sorry. This site, you saw the red line that goes around, and Ms. Ott's testimony was even the development of this 6.74 acres tips the scale. Once the property, the annexed property, the allowable uses on that annexed property develop out, then there's a much larger problem with the sewer. Yes, DeKalb County still has control, but what it does is, remember the testimony is that in DeKalb County, sewer improvements are paid for by the ratepayers. So when a city annexes property in, and then they want to apply enormous densities that are going to increase the need and the necessity of what needs to happen with the sewer lines, then basically the 54,000 people in Brookhaven, in some form or fashion, are dictating to the 700,000 folks in the rest of the county what they need to pay for sewer in order to improve this particular line. Ms. Ott said this particular line, at this particular point in time, probably again because it was functioning until the related flows were put into it, was not on the priority list for repair. The one that is being served, that serves Choa and Executive Park, that one's being improved. This one's not. But if the property is annexed and the allowable uses are imposed on that property, then that sewer, the sewer infrastructure in the area has to be addressed. And then the other piece and you heard Mr. Bowell and even Mr. Gibson didn't have a whole lot of problem. He said that his criticisms, if you can call them that, of Mr. Bowell's testimony really wouldn't change Mr. Bowell's conclusions. What I do want to address is that there is the numbers on the chart that, and this is on page 68 of Mr. Bowell's report. And this will be important for my ask at the end of when I conclude, is that if you take out the improvements to Woodcliff Drive, and instead of a roundabout at Brockton, you put in a signal like Mr. Gibson suggested, then the net increase of what is going to be required on Briarcliff if it's developed in Brookhaven, under the densities allowed in Brookhaven versus Dekalb, are going to be about $965,000. That's the delta between the two developments. If you zero out the things that are the same, and you take out Woodcliff and you take out the roundabout and change that to a signal, $965,000. The last piece of the valid objection is does the use differ substantially from existing uses suggested for the property or permitted for the property pursuant to the county's zoning ordinance or its land use ordinances? I've covered this 3 or 4 times. Again, it's undisputed. C1 Brookhaven, C1 Dekalb is very, very different. What you have to consider, and we have put in evidence on most of these things that bear on this particular annexation. The existing comprehensive land use plans of the county and the city, the existing land use patterns in the area of the subject property, and this is important. All of the improvements that Brookhaven is talking about and what they want you to focus on is all this stuff they've done. It's all Brookwood facing. It's all looking towards the city of Brookhaven, north towards the city of Brookhaven. They haven't done anything to Briarcliff except require CHOA to signalize an intersection for their employees to get in and out and to realign Woodcliff. The rest of the extent of Briarcliff is not slated for improvements at all to handle this density. And this is important. You heard the testimony, and Mr. Sigmund didn't really even put up much of a fight about it. When they annexed the CHOA property, there were streets, county roads in that property. When they annexed it in, because it was all inside the city, they became city streets. Within a year, they spent $250,000 to fix a sinkhole. Then they abandoned about 6 acres of property in that and sold it for $10 million to CHOA. And none of that money came to the county. None of it went to the school system. They took in this property, abandoned the roads, and sold them for over $10 million. And given the city, basically almost, you heard Mr. Sigmund talk about the fact that they talk about tax abatement projects a lot. And they've only had 2 that were successful, but they talk about them a lot. And there's just something wrong about the city having the control over when counties and the schools can get the tax dollars. The one that they did where they've got a pilot, this year they decided to spend that money on a public improvement. That was Mr. Sigmund's testimony. That decision, the closing was in 2020. The next issue that there's been evidence is the existing zoning patterns of the subject property. Infrastructure we've covered. This is one, and I know that there was resistance to hearing this evidence, but whether the county has approved similar changes in intensity or allowable uses on similar developments in other incorporated areas of the county. This was the importance of the Fuqua site that we talked about over on Church Street in North Decatur, and I forget the other, Scott Boulevard. We talked about that to give the panel a picture of how the Cobb County approaches these redevelopments. Yes, that was town center, not neighborhood center. But remember, town center allows up to 60 dwelling units to the acre. The density on that Fuqua site is about 40. On the very tip, it's a little bit higher, but over the whole site, it's 40. And again, that's an important number for my ask at the end of this, that even on a town center site, the DeKalb County, through the public participation process, limits what is allowed. The last thing that has to be considered, and we have to show evidence of, is infrastructure of capital outlay projects that may be adversely impacted. We've talked about the sewer and we've talked about the roads. So what is the county asking this panel to do? Again, the statute says conditions of zoning or reasonable mitigating measures. 4 things that we want to ask this panel to do. One is to require Brookhaven, if the annexation goes through, to have an enhanced public participation process that will include county residents. The zoning ordinance for DeKalb they require notice within, I think, within 500 feet, and it currently, the public participation provision is only for owner, initiated, rezonings, not city, initiated rezonings. So what we would like for Brookhaven to be required to do is to send notice to everyone within 0.6 miles of this site anytime that there is a rezoning, and that there be, that they create or require that developer on this site to go before that community council. We're not asking them to go to the planning commission or the board of commissioners, but that at least there be a requirement that the residents in this area that have had so much input into the LCI, so much input into the comprehensive plan. Remember, Mr. Baker said Mr. Rader and Ms. Gannon's constituents are among the most vocal when it comes to land use. Their expectations for years have been that this would be developed at those neighborhood center type of densities, not what is anticipated by Brookhaven's regulations, and as a result, they ought to be able to have some sort of say. We are going to ask for a density restriction, and what we ask you to condition it on is 20 dwelling units to the acre and 4 stories. That's more than neighborhood center, but it's less than what they can do under Brookhaven. We're asking you to impose that as a condition of zoning, that for 40 dwelling units to the acre and 4 stories on anything that happens on this property within the next year. We are going to ask that you, as a reasonable mitigating measure, that there be a contribution for transportation improvements. And that was the number that I gave you earlier of $965,000. That's the difference in what, based on Mr. Boutwell's undisputed testimony, is the estimate of what the difference between what it would cost to bring Briarcliff up to same level of service, the delta between neighborhood center and town center, $965,000. And then, as a reasonable mitigating measure, we would ask that if in fact there is discussion of a tax abatement project, that there be a requirement that the mayor and the CEO and the city council member and the district commissioner, that there be contact between the two of them before that happens. And so that again, it's just, there's something, given the problems that local governments have to deal with now, given the issues that school systems are dealing with now, it just seems that before a city is able to, through its development authority, to basically render property tax exempt, especially from that there be some sort of connection or some sort of communication between those two entities. So enhanced public participation, the density restriction, a contribution to, and that's not, let me address this, because she said that this would be a development impact fee. It's not. We're not imposing it on the developer. We're asking you to say, as a reasonable mitigating measure, that when the property develops, that Brookhaven be required to contribute to the transportation projects in that area for Briarcliff to function. That's our ask. Thank you, and I appreciate your attention.
Thank you, sir. All right. What we're going to do is we're going to recess and have an executive session to discuss this. My goal is to have an answer back to you. I think we have 60 days. The goal is to have it to you next week.
Mr. Chairman, can I address that?
Sure.
For everyone, the statute obviously says that the panel must issue a decision within 60 days of appointment. Everyone understands that couldn't happen.
Yeah.
So I'd like the party on the record to stipulate that 30 days from now would be sufficient.
At the most, yes.
I mean, hopefully sooner, but Mr. Ash or Jennifer, or either of you there? And Thomas, can you?
I can stipulate to that.
Mr. Ash
We're
is,
here. We're here and we consent to that. I mean, obviously, I think our interest is in the same as y'all's, which is getting this on and over with. But
right. Okay. Thank you. I just want to have that
just so you know, unless something happens, we're going to discuss it. We're going to get a feel for the panel, and then we're going to, Mr. Elliott and I will get together and come up with something. And, hopefully next week at the latest. That's the plan, but there's a holiday on Monday and all that, so that might delay it. But we'll see how it goes in the executive session, so. Anything else for the good of the order before we, recess or go to the, executive session? All right. Thank you all. It's been real. It's been very unique. And, don't call me ever again. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Good job, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Ash.
Thank y'all.
Okay, thanks.
You want to just go in there?
Yeah,
Or you want
yeah, let's go in there. They got to clean up a little bit.
Y'all, we can leave now if y'all have this.
Well, she's got a lot of
stuff
stuff
to
too. We
get
got
out.
another round. I just.
Thank you for your help.
Information, I can email her that.
Madam Court Reporter, can you hear me? Ms. Momo has a question.
Do you, can you give me your email address and I can email you the exhibit that you discussed earlier?
The county zoning ordinance, we gotta swap out the zoning ordinance, so we need to send that exhibit to you to put in the record.
Sure. If I put my email in the chat, is anybody still there that can, get it out of the chat room?
We're not
Are you logged
connected
out?
to yeah, we're not connected to Zoom specifically through a computer.
Oh, okay. Sure. Can you hear me? Can you write it down?
Yep.
Okay, it's JLLEIT as in Tom, Z as in zebra. And then M as in Mary, ORAN as in Nancy at outlook.com.
I'm sorry, I heard M-O. What was after M-O?
R-N.
I-N? Oh, R-A-N. Okay.
MORAN.
At Outlook?
Yes.
And Ms. Woodbury, this is Robbie Ash. If you want to copy us on that email, and I know we have her email address and we'll be happy to forward it along.
Sure.
I'll take that for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Do I need to leave these sessions running? I can, that's not a problem.
Yeah, they have to come back in here one more time.
I actually asked him if he wanted me to leave it running, he said, no, so, but let's just leave it running.
Don't, yeah.
I thought they had to adjourn.
Yeah, the panel's not adjourned.
I'm not sure they know that, but we'll see.
Hey, Jim, are y'all gonna vote to adjourn? Are y'all just gonna do it in there, open the door and do it in there, or what?
Probably just do it. We'll leave everything.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna come in and tell you that.
What?
That they had it adjourned.
Oh. What are you gonna do with
So
all
am
these
I-
extra notebooks?
Am I okay to go off the record then? I'm all done? I'm all done?
Not yet, they still need to adjourn.
Okay, so they're gonna come back in and do that in front of me?
Someone will come in and tell you it's done, probably what's gonna happen.
Okay, I'll just stay on. I'll stay on until I hear something. Thank you.
I would leave them the books in case they wanna take them, and then
Yeah.
we can clean them up after.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. So we'll just hang out for a minute, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go clean up the lunch.
It was a little warmer in here today than it was yesterday. I actually had turned the air down to 70 yesterday. I should have done it this morning. Oh, me.
Had about enough of this?
What?
Had about enough of this?
I'm tired. I'm tired.
You live in this area?
I actually live over, on the other side of Beaufort.
No.
It's about 45 minutes. That's not bad.
I think we're all still waiting, but I'm not sure what we're waiting for.
I know, what's going on?
I mean, all the county stuff is still there, so I don't know.
Well, they kind of said, do they have to come back and adjourn after executive session?
They said that. I'm just not sure whether they know that.
Can somebody inform them so then we can go?
I don't know.
Because they could have left the building.
I assume at some point the Veritex people will do a sweep.
I don't know if I have that much time.
I assume nothing. Oh, there's a Veritex person.
Jerry.
Hey, Jerry.
Do you know?
Hey.
Are they
still talking?
Are they in a room somewhere, Jerry? Are they in a room somewhere?
They're in a different room than the one they've been meeting in, and they're discussing things.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I guess we'll just hang on.
Y'all coming back to do anything formal?
No, they're not. Thank you.
You have a safe trip.
Yeah. Was the last time. 85 to 90 miles.
Wow.
Wasn't looking forward to another day. Glad we're finishing up.
Thank you for your service.
What do we decide?
I'm gonna go give the chair, the court reporter wants an adjournment on the record.
Oh. Still sitting? Oh. Okay. It is, what time is it?
Adjourn, Bob?
Motion to come back from executive session.
So moved.
All in favor, aye. We'll adjourn this meeting of the panel at 5:26.
Second.
All right. Is that okay, ma'am?
Adjourn.
Second.
All right.
Aye.
I'm gonna have some popcorn.
Thank you.
We're gonna try to have, nothing changed, we'll try to figure it out by next week.
Okay.
Thanks for Richard, we're gonna let him, usually I have to do this. Put some draft together, and we're gonna send it around, and then, his law firm will send it to everybody.
Okay, excellent.
We're gonna do a DocuSign, if that's okay,
Oh, that's fine.
for the panel,
That's fine.
or I can come as the chairman and sign, whatever.
Either way, I mean, things have gotten a little looser than they used to be, so DocuSign, but this is.
Yeah, I know the last time there was, I took out,